Alright, so Ever17 Day is here. Again, we have journeyed forth into the land of visual novels. I only learned last night while I was getting together a guide to semi-follow. I only want to follow it to make sure that I go onto Takeshi's route and not shonen. So yes, but only in that journey did I learn that responsible for this game is the man responsible for the Zero Escape games. Ergo, also the man responsible for 100 line right now. What? I was not warned. If you had told me, oh yeah, it's by the Zero Escape guy, I would have been like, oh, so it's like fucked up, overly philosophical escape room shit? Fuck yeah. I'm into it. I would have been more prepared for the pseudo-philosophical shit. Let's be naked. Let's be naked! We'll wear our hat. Wear our hat. So yeah, here's a flowchart of the game. Here is Ever17. This is it. Yeah. Look at this go. Here is your flowchart of every ending affecting choice. This is it. So I'm seeing that Takeshi is longer than shonen, or at least more options can happen. Yeah. Yeah, because that makes sense. Because, a lot of shonen's route, it was like, okay, I know that there's multiple endings, and, romance? Do they pick? I don't know. I'm really not very romantic for romances, but, romances. It didn't feel like there were many choices, so it seems like that's just how shonen's route is. Takeshi's route, much more involved. I guess. This is the part that's gonna matter to us. We're gonna listen to the joke, we're gonna stay silent, and then we're gonna find our friends. Last time we hit who am I? Because I think Zoolander's funny. And that's what put us into shonen. But we're gonna find our friends, and launch our happy asses into Takeshi's route. And that's the plan, baby. That's what we're doing. That's what we're up to. Let's get it going. Alright. So yes, we got bad end. RIP to us. So do I just new game now? I don't know. That's what we'll go with. He was in the middle of a blue world. As far as the eye could see, a sheet of water reached into the distance. The May sun shimmered on its surface. Above, high above, stretched a clear blue sky. Oh, wait, let's see. Let me get in here. One sec. Let me see. Yeah, we could skip until next choice. We'll do this. We'll go through the intro of where we are. 'Cause, it's the new run. Fresh new sky looked so glossy and vivid that it might spill down to earth at any moment. That was all that was reflected in his eyes. The straight line of the horizon stretched into the distance, dividing the sea from the heavens.
のどかだな。
There he is. That's our boy. He's so tranquil. Alright. So now, we go to the choice. Alright. We're listening to the joke.
気になるかも。
Yeah, I guess I'll listen to it.
OK じゃあ教えてあげよう
Here it goes!
昔ある男が死んだおじいさんの幽霊に向かってこんなことを尋ねたんだ
Once, there was this guy who was talking to the ghost of his dead grandfather, so he asked him a question.
100万年と言ったら幽霊にとってどれぐらいの時間なんでしょうか
How long is a million years to a ghost? He asked.
すると幽霊はこう答えた。
And the ghost answered.
100万年と言ったらわしにとっては1秒みたいなもんだよ。
A million years is like a second to me.
次に男はこんなことを尋ねた。
Next, the man asked.
幽霊にとって100万ドルってのはどんなもんなんでしょうか。
How much is $1 million to a ghost?
幽霊は答えた。
And the ghost answered.
100万ドル、それは人間の価値で言えば1セントと同じようなものじゃ。
$1 million? It is but one small cent to me.
その答えを聞いて男はニヤニヤと愛想笑いを浮かべながら最後にこんなことを聞いてみたんだ。
When he heard that, the man pretended to smile all nice and then said,
おお、おじいさん、ならばあなたの1セント私に1ついただけないでしょうか。でね、
Well then, Gramps, how about giving me one of your cents?
幽霊は微笑みながらこう言った。
Laughing, the ghost replied,
ああ、もちろんいいとも。す
Sure,
ぐにでもやろう。
right away.
だが1秒だけ
But can
待
I
って
get
くれ
you to
ないか
wait
な。
just a second? That's her American joke. America joke. America joke. Do the next choice. It was the Tanuki.
いや、なんでもない。ちょっとこけた
Forget
だ
it.
け。
Forget it.
そうですか。
Yeah, I slipped. I fell. He couldn't bring himself to say that the Tanuki had floored him with one punch. It's a lemur, you Zaboomafoo racing sons of bitches.
あれ、あのミュミュンどうしたんだろう。
Oh, I wonder what happened to that Mewn Mewn. The staff member looked after the Tanuki as she spoke.
持ち場に戻りなさいっての。まあ、
You're
いいや。
probably thinking, I should be getting back to my post, right? Well. She looked at him again and smiled,
お
laughing.
客さん、何かありましたらいつでも呼んでくださいね。
If you need anything, don't hesitate to call. The staff member disappeared. I see. That wasn't a Tanuki. That was Mewn Mewn. That was a Zaboomafoo. That was a Zaboomafoo. Next choice. You just heard it was not a Tanuki, but Mewn Mewn the fox monkey. That information had already disappeared from his mind. I forgot its name. Oh, Takeshi. You smooth-ass brained guy. It doesn't matter, though. That's the person that hit me and ran away. He didn't want revenge. He wanted revenge. But he did want to ask it why it had done what it did. Now making a sound, he slowly approached the Tanuki mascot Mewn Mewn. And as soon as he got behind it, he quickly grabbed the costume by the head. There!
誰？
Who are you?
お前こそ誰だ？
Should be asking you that.
いきなりあんなことしやがって。
Why would you do something like that?
あんなことって。
What did I do?
しらばっくれるな。
Don't play dumb with
何
me.
のことだかわからないよ。
I have no idea what you're talking
お前だろ
about.
う、俺を殴ったのは。
You hit me? You hit him and he's sad. You fucking pushed him. Wait, we can make this bigger. Stronger. More powerful. There we go. There we go. Better.
違うよ、違う。知らない。
No, I didn't. I have no idea what you mean.
嘘つけ、忘れたのか？
Imagine there you are. Powerful college man. All juiced up on your testosterone and shit. You pull the head off an amusement park mascot, and inside you find like a high school freshman. And you are like, excuse me, you kicked my ass and I am very upset.
嘘じゃない。女の人が。
You're just gonna keep on fighting that fight, huh, buddy? Alright, Takeshi. Alright. I'm not lying. This girl
突然この着ぐるみを渡し
gave
てきて。
me this outfit out of nowhere and
あれ、 お前そういやさっき会ったっけ？
You
い
just
つの
met
間に
her.
着替えたんだ？
When did you change?
今来たばっかりだよ僕は。
I just put it on. I
今来たばっかり？おい何言ってるんだ？
just put it on. What are you talking about?
だけどどうしてこんな。
But why do
こんな。
this? This. At that point, the Tanuki collapsed. He collapsed in full Mune regalia.
どうしたおい？
Well, hey! Takeshi shook his shoulders, but there was no response.
誰か来てくれ。なんだか様子がおかしい。
Somebody come quick! Something's not right here! He yelled. Visitors watched from a distance.
どうしました？
What's the matter? The female employee had heard the fuss and came running.
ああ、あんたさっきの。ちょっとこいつ急に倒れて。
You're that girl from before. This guy just collapsed all of a sudden.
ちょっと見せて。
Let me see. The employee took the pulse of the fallen youth. Takeshi wondered if she had any medical knowledge.
大丈夫。だけどこのままにはしておけないね。
He's all right, but we can't leave him here like this. I'll help.
ええ、お願い。
Oh, great, thanks. Why had such a thing happened? He had no idea. No idea where he was, where he had gone. Shaking, feeling ill. He could feel hair from the costume rubbing along both of his sides as two people carried him. Rubbing. He wished they'd get the mascot suit off him quickly. The fur felt nasty. It was hot. So hot. So hot he couldn't stand it. The heat made him feel faint. His consciousness felt like it would drift away. Why had such a thing happened? It was strange. So strange. It wasn't him or her. He heard a different voice from somewhere. He'd been hauled to the infirmary. Well, alright, next choice. Get through this intro quick so we can see the new stuff. Alright, so we said we were going to stay silent, I believe. I believe stay silent. Yes, we'll stay silent and then find our friends. Alright. And that should get us into the brand new territory. She avoided his eyes. We are in an elevator and making it awkward. Like so. Jolting suddenly, the elevator stopped. He looked at the ceiling. The lights flickered unsteadily. What was that?
まさか。
It couldn't be.
まさか？まさか何なんだよ。
Couldn't be? Couldn't be what? Couldn't be. He wondered if something had gone terribly wrong. It was strange. Very strange. Who's this? Oh, it's her. We've finally met. I've been looking for you this whole time. But his voice didn't reach her. He couldn't hear her voice either, no matter how much he tried. No sounds reached him. Damn, what's going on? But he faintly saw a figure. He was able to make sure. He could see himself and the girl talking over there. He saw it on the other side. I can see myself over there? He watched. And he watched. That's strange. No, it's odd. If I'm watching them, then who is the me watching me? Oh yeah, it's Zero Escape. Something felt out of place. He knew the truth, and his lips trembled. Who is that? Who could the me over there be? He couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It was like a dream. It was like he was watching the continuation of a dream. But a dream couldn't have felt so powerfully raw. All of the screaming, the sound of running feet, the shrill wailing of sirens. That wasn't a dream or an illusion.
まさかって何を知ってる？
couldn't be. Do you know something about this?
何も知らない。
I don't know anything.
あなたは何を知ってるの？
Do you know something?
知るわけないだろ。
How could I know anything? Correct question, Takeshi. You only got 2 brain cells, and they only spark maybe once a day. How could you know anything? It's a fact. The lights gradually dimmed and finally went out. Why? He had no idea. He didn't know. There was no way he could know. But there on the bed. There. On the bed. There. The bed below. The bed on top. The bed below. Who are you? Who? Stop. Please stop. Don't come out. Please don't come out. Stay inside. Don't crawl out of there. No, there was nothing to fear. It was all right. Because there was no longer anyone. Because there was no one there.
おい、誰かいないのか。
Hey, hey, who's there? Is there somebody
俺はここ
there?
だ。ここにまだいるんだ。
I'm here. I'm still in
誰か
here.
出してくれよ。
Somebody get me out of
返
here.
事をしてくれ。
Answer me. Please.
誰かいませんか。
Isn't there anyone there? Nobody answered. The surroundings were filled with silence.
なんだ。誰もいないのか。
Is anybody
一
there?
人か。
So I'm alone. He burst with laughter, the ultimate feeling of liberation. There was no one to restrain him anymore. And he ran, but no one stopped him. Getting there was easy. All that was left was to aim for the center. Just take a step. It was simple. He threw his body into the water. He sank. Deeper, deeper, and deeper. Sound died away. The embrace of unbelievably pure silence. Not even a beam of light pierced the darkness. All he could hear was repetitive, heavy breathing. He lost himself, his mind short-circuiting. His vision narrowed and was overrun with blue. Deep blue. Blue. Something was strange. He wondered if it really was blue. Even though he was perfectly still, it seemed as if his heart was racing. Sweat poured off of him. His breathing was ragged and labored. Gradually, his consciousness dissolved into the darkness. Black. Endless black. There was no mistaking it this time. Everything was stained black. There were no boundaries to the color. His ears hurt. The ringing in them wouldn't stop. He felt pressure expanding in his lungs. Felt queasy, sick to his
気
stomach.
圧が低下してる。
The air pressure is dropping. I forgot. I need to pop my ears. With a pop, the air building inside his ears was released. Damn!
出口はどっちだ。
Which way is the exit? To the next choice. See that the kid flinging himself into the like little pond in the middle. That's remaining our most obvious and weird mystery. ATM. All right. We've done Who Am I? So now we gotta find our friends. Gotta find them. I quietly opened the door. I turned the knob, and the door to the elevator opened slowly.
System Wiederaufnahme.
So yes, I is now Takeshi. I heard the mechanical announcement, but didn't understand what it meant. Battery's probably dead. I pushed the button, but my PDA didn't respond. Thanks to the help of the backlight of my display, I'd found the door's emergency manual opening mechanism. Hey, You alive? I spoke to the girl.
ええ
Yes. She looked a little tired. The floor was silent. I heard the sound of water flowing somewhere. It was a muffled sound. But there was no sign of anyone around. What's going on here?
さあね
I don't know. Let's go see if we can find anyone else. We went into the corridor. Most of the doors were locked as if to keep us from intruding. We found a floor directory, so we decided to look around the rooms listed on it. We came out to an open space. It was called the rest area. There was a scattered mess of bags, a pair of shoes, wrapping paper from the souvenir shop, and other stuff discarded on the floor. As I had expected, no one was there. There was a thick set of shutters in the circular space in the center of the area. I laughed an empty laugh. I wonder if this area is under construction. It's probably why nobody's here. Yeah, I'll bet that's why. Let's try the next place. We continued down the path we had been walking. The door down the corridor was firmly shut. Doesn't this door open?
無理じゃないスイッチもないみたいだし
Don't think it will. I don't see a switch. We chose a corridor which was open and slowly walked down it. We didn't come across anyone. I felt like we were walking a route that someone had set up for us. A door on the side of the corridor had been left open, and we went in. There was a stand selling tuna sandwiches. It smelled like they had been cooking until recently. Hey, buddy, I'll take 2 of the sandwiches that are half price on weekdays. If only someone were here. Looks like he ran off and left his stand. Doesn't he have any pride? Huh? There aren't any other customers here. Business isn't exactly booming, is it? Takeshi, why are you asshole? I'm hungry. I wasted too much energy walking around, and my friends took off somewhere without telling me. Don't you think that's rude?
別に
No.
あなたのことはどうでもいい
We just met. I don't particularly care about you. Okay, whatever you say. We returned to the corridor we'd come from, turned at an intersection, and looked for other rooms. Everywhere looked the same. I wonder if everyone is hiding somewhere. Maybe they're trying to surprise us.
なぜどうしてそう思うの
What? Why do you think so? Well, it's just kind of a feeling. I had to speak to stay calm. I felt like if I went quiet, I would return to the darkness of before. In the room we went in next, ruins were awaiting us. Liburian ruins. They were filled with silence. If it wasn't for the papered garbage strewn across the floor, it would have been hard to believe that anyone had been around. Where is everybody? Hey! Give me a break here! Where did everybody go? There's a limit to how far you can take a joke. Why doesn't anyone come out? I sank to the floor. I didn't know why, but I was having trouble breathing. Against my will, I started to sweat. What do you think? What happened here? Why haven't we seen anyone?
さあ確かなことは一つだけ
I don't know. There's only one thing for sure. She said that without changing the expression on her face.
ただごとじゃない
This is not normal.
このままだと
If this keeps up,
すごく危険
we could be in danger.
そうでしょ
Don't you think so? She stared at me with calm eyes. I thought I heard a low groan from somewhere. I swallowed nervously. I nodded uncomfortably. The next instant, the girl dashed to the other side of the corridor. I quickly stood up and followed her. I was exhausted, but I used every bit of my power to push ahead. We jumped into a small entrance at the side of the corridor. We headed up. We started climbing upstairs at full... At top speed. We ignored our pounding hearts. We simply ran. We ran without looking back. We ran. We reached the top floor, and I put my hand on the emergency hatch connected to the floating island. The knob didn't budge. Damn! Why won't it open? The whole structure rocked. The hatch gave off a squeaking sound, and the knob bent unnaturally. This way! The girl screamed. We rushed back to the stairs again. We had no time to go down each step. We jumped towards the direction where we could see the corridor. The impact with the ground rattled my knees terribly, but I ignored the pain. I was out of breath. I gasped. Safe place. The girl's expression didn't change. Anyway, she hadn't lost her breath much after running that hard. Hey, don't you want to rest? I want to rest.
どうぞご勝手に
Go ahead. Do what you want. Fine then. I sat down on the floor. The girl walked slowly ahead down the corridor. We could see hundreds of colorful fish swimming comfortably outside the windows. The room was quiet, too. It was just the two of us. We could make it if we tried, just the two of us. You and I. Then I remembered I still didn't know who she was. She told me to do what I want, but until then, we'd been trying to escape together. Wondered what she was all about. It was all a mystery to me. Man, me too, Takeshi. We already played this whole dang game and I don't know shit. Feel like I know less than when I started.
誰
Who? Her voice caused me to look up. She hadn't said it to me. Hey, was somebody there? I asked this as I stood. The girl stood still. Her eyes were focused in the distance. I followed her gaze. A lady had appeared where there'd been no sign of anyone a moment before, and she was dressed as a park employee. I hadn't heard any footsteps. Huh? Is she a hologram being beamed directly into our retinas or something?
逃げてください
From here.
ダメです
This area is not safe. Please escape.
逃げてくださいお願いします
Please, please, you must escape from here.
危ないんです危険なんです
It's dangerous. She looked slightly panicked. Hey, what's happened? What's dangerous? Stay calm. Explain what's going
お
on.
客様早く速やかな避難を予想外の
You
トラ
need
ブル
to
が
escape. We've had unexpected trouble.
レベルデルタティーフブラウン
She mumbled that again.
逃げてください逃げて
Please escape. Please.
お願い逃げて
Please get out of here. Oh, action music. Hell yeah. Glass shattered. A massive amount of seawater and countless fish came flooding in. It was as if they were attacking me. Oh, animation! Ooh, we didn't get any of that in Shonen's route. Whoa! The destructive force of the water was incredible. The approaching swell mowed down everything in its path. It swirled and swallowed debris on the floor. Someone's dropped purse, a floor guide for the facility, anything and everything it encountered. I wonder how fast that water is moving. Ridiculous thoughts flashed through my mind. And I wonder how fast I can run. There was no guarantee the water wouldn't catch me. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I ran frantically and jumped in the air. There was water flowing underfoot. Oh! I slipped. I knew the situation was bad. If I took a spill, I'd be sleeping with those fish. There's so much trouble. I was carried along into the air. The girl had grabbed my arm and yanked me forward with incredible force. She ran lithely, like a tiny gazelle, and her speed was like I had just hopped into a car. It almost felt as though she might rip my arm off. Her strength was incredible. Over here. Hurry! Hurry! And even harder to believe was that the park attendant was running ahead of us, leading the way. When did she... It looked like she had just been sucked into the swirling waters ahead, but no. Damn. This is no good. It's not functioning. Go back. There's no time. We bounded from the slope into another corridor. Crap. Which way do we take out of here? We all ran without stopping, looking for an exit. It's a dead end. Can we go through here? I'm going. Hey, this isn't a corridor. Ah! Okay, maybe we got that animation on Shonen. I just don't remember. She kicked through some metal mesh and into a big air exhaust duct. It was a sloping pipe-like tube. We shot down the incline, stumbling. It sounded like there was a crazed froth of angry water roaring behind me. No, I was already caught up in it. Everyone was just flushed along. We were spun in circles. I had no idea which way was up and which was down. Then, we were all spit out in a corridor on the lower level. Saved by a hair, the shutter on the duct clanked shut solidly behind us. The flow of water finally stopped. It was solid ground. It was a floor. I was safe. I wasn't in the water. I was alive. That was good. Good? There were still fish flopping around on the floor, but the water had receded a little earlier. This sector is confirmed to be drained of water. However, 30% of the facility is already believed to be submerged or completely flooded. Hey, just wait a second. I thought we were going to escape up. If we go down, what are we supposed to do now? There's no point arguing about this. I'm sorry, but... The employee looked extremely sorry and was bowing. It is my responsibility. Alright. Get me your manager. It's not your fault. That's not important right now. You know what? Let's go. Let's go full Karen. All right. Get me the manager. Give me your manager's manager. That's it. Give me the person in charge. It's no good blaming someone that works here like you, but how could this happen? I want an explanation. Came here with my friends and just missed taking the elevator. I can't believe this. Take it easy. You be quiet. Stop it. The girl was glaring at me intensely. Why don't you just be quiet? Her icy, threatening voice overwhelmed me. All right. The fish on the floor were still jumping around. I'm really, really sorry. The park employee was bowing so low that her head approached the floor. For some reason, her clothes were completely dry.
案内してくれる？
It doesn't do us any good just standing around here. Can you show us the way?
わかりました。近くに比較的安全な場所があります。ご案
Certainly.
内します。
There's a relatively safe place nearby. I will take you there. Relatively safe? That was about the same as saying that everywhere else was dangerous. We turned around and started heading back the corridor we'd been washed down. I looked at a panel and finally realized that we were in Zweiterstock, basement level 2. We went in a nearby attraction. So, are we the only folks here?
わかりません。現在調査中です。
I do not know. I am currently investigating. Yeah, right. Investigating what, I thought, as we walked. What is it?
誰かこちらに来ます。3名。
3 other people are approaching. What?
あ
Hi, you.
それにしても一時はどうなることかと思ったけど
They were also trying to escape through the emergency stairway corridors, but we're getting locked out at every turn. It was one of the female employees I'd met before.
命あってのものだねってやつよね
I'm glad we survived. Oh, and then after they managed to land safely on Zweiterstock, they then were able to rescue Sarah out of a stuck elevator. So this will be you, Shonen, and Sarah.
あれ
Hey, aren't you... The girl finally noticed us. I didn't think there'd be anybody else here.
そりゃどうも元気
Yeah, how are you? About as good as I look, I suppose.
そっちも大変だったみたいね
Seems like you had a rough go of it too. Ha! Lucky guess. Relaxing a bit, I returned her smile. There were 2 people behind the girl. Wait, that's not Sarah. That's Coco. What? One of them was the girl who I thought was named Coco. When our eyes met, Coco grinned. Oh, we meet again. It's been a while. Doesn't have to be right now, but Coco, will you tell me a joke later? I'm really in the mood for one.
いいよ考えとく
Sure, no problem. I'll think of one. Where was Sarah then? The other person was the kid I brought to the infirmary. His expression looked darker somehow. If he'd become super upbeat all of a sudden, that would have been weird too, but for some reason it bothered me. Is something wrong with him? He doesn't look so hot.
彼ちょっとね
Oh, he's a bit... The attendant hesitated.
ところで
By the way,
ねえソラ状況はわかる
hey, Sora, do you have any idea what our situation is? The girl attendant addressed the question to the staff member in the dress.
断線がひどくてコネクションを回復しつつ調べていますがまだ時間がかかります
Well, the communication lines are down. I've been investigating ways to restore our connection, but it's going to take some time. The attendant called Sora said that.
だったら中央制御室に行こうあそこからなら詳しくモニターできるでしょ
In that case, let's go to the central control room. We can monitor things in detail from there, right?
そうですねすみません私が至らないばかりに不便ですよね
That sounds good. I wish I were more useful.
気にしないでソラ
Don't worry about it, Sora. With that, the girl addressed
そ
me
れじゃあ
again.
これからドリットシュトック3階に降りるけど
With that, we're going down to Dreiterstock, the 3rd
つ
floor
いてくるよ
underwater.
ね
You're coming, right? Yeah, I'll go. We took an emergency corridor behind one of the attractions. Looked like there were a number of similar narrow corridors above and below, other corridors and rooms. I figured they were probably used as shortcuts by employees as
私は田
well.
中
My name is Tanaka.
田中優 本当
Tanaka
は
Yu.
もっと長ったらしい名前なんだけど、
My real name is a lot longer, but
あなたは
you can just call me you. What's your name? I'm Kuranari Takashi.
クラナリね。よろしく、クラナリ。
Nice to meet you, Kuranari. Good to know you, you. The whole time, the girl in dark clothes silently watched our exchange. We went down the stairs together. Me, Coco, you, Sora, the kid, the girl in black. 6 of us total. We arrived at Dreiderstock, the 3rd floor underwater. We used the ladder in the emergency corridor to descend to another corridor and turned around the corner. It seemed this was the central control room.
どう？ここの端末からならわかりそう？
What do you think? Can you learn anything
そう
from
で
the
すね。
computers there?
確かに直接アクセスした方が早そうです。
Here we can change her name to YU instead of just YOU. Make it a little more legible. Sora faced the monitor and held up both hands. Instantly, the content of the screen began to change, with a number of windows opening and closing while the search for data was underway. Hey, you can operate these computers without even touching them? You got the latest cell phone, and it's got a touch panel. And it's got a kinetic recharge function.
静電充電。
What's that? Huh? Oh, it means that even if the battery dies, if you walk around with it or shake it, it'll recharge itself. It takes a while, though. Took my PDA from my pocket and loaned it to Coco.
こんな感じ？
Like this? Coco took the PDA and shook it, using short movements like she was shaking maracas. Yeah, like that. The light that indicated the battery had died lit up.
本当だ！
Oh, you're right! Harder you shake it, the more it lights up. The lamp flickered. I didn't know if she was having fun or what, but Coco kept up her maraca act for a while. Looked like the PDA wasn't broken. All I had to do was wait, and it would probably work again. Seeing the professional diving waterproof specifications it had boasted were actually true. Sora typed quietly on the keyboard. Huh? She was typing on the keyboard, but it looked like her hands weren't even touching. I figured that was my
わか
imagination.
りました。
I've learned something. Sora said it in a businesslike manner. She seemed done with the computer. Everyone looked in her direction.
皆さん、どうか落ち着いてください。お願いします。
Everyone, please be calm. As she said that, I noticed she looked a little pale. The room went quiet as the focus shifted to her.
まず、1階、エルストボーデンは
First, the first floor. Ersterboden.
一部階段を除き、完全に浸水しました。
The whole floor is flooded except for one segment of stairs.
浸水？1階全体が？
Flooded? The whole first floor?
隔壁もすべて下ろされ、通路を通行することはできません。
Yes, all of the partitions have dropped, and it isn't possible to get through any of its
つま
corridors.
りどうやっても
In
上に
other
は行け
words,
ない
there's no way up.
そういうことです。
That is correct.
また、ツバイトシュトック、ドリットシュトックについてですが、
As for Zeiderstock and Dreiderstock,
第3区画は防水扉の閉鎖が間に合わず、完全浸水しています。
the watertight doors did not close in time, and Sector 3 is completely flooded.
その他の区画の各フロアは今のところ健在です。
All other sectors on the other floors are concurrently
ただ
fine.
し、いくつかの部屋には先ほど流入した海水が溜まっています。
However, some rooms do have water from the flood we experienced.
現在排水ポンプを稼働していますが、完全排水には相当な時間を要するものと思われます。
Currently, the bilge pumps are functioning. It will take a lot of time for the water to
排
completely
水ポ
drain.
ンプ？
Bilge
電
pumps?
気は普通に使えてるってことだよね。
Does that mean we have electricity?
そうですね。
Let's see.
エレベーターを含め一部の電子的システムが制御不能に陥っています。
Some electrical systems, including the elevators, are not functioning.
原因は不明ですが、各区画の反線断線が影響しているでしょう。
The cause of this is unclear, but it would seem that circuit damage in each section is playing a role.
先ほどまで私が十分に状況を把握できなかったのもそのためです。
That is another reason I was not able to survey the situation adequately before. What does she mean she wasn't able to? Something about her words nagged at my mind, but I listened to the rest of what she had to say.
しかし発電機は正常に機能しており電力が供給されています。
However, the generator is functioning normally and supplying
ですか
power.
ら発電循環系統にトラブルがない限りはある程度時間がかかっても排水は完了できます。
So, as long as the generator is operating as well as the circuitry, the water should be cleared with
ちな
time.
みに館内の内部圧は1気圧です。
Incidentally, the internal air pressure of the complex is 1 atmosphere.
酸素濃度 22%、窒素濃度 75%、
The air is
Helium濃度
22%
3%,
oxygen,
気温
75%
24
nitrogen, 3% helium. The temperature is 24 degrees
当分
Celsius.
私たちが中で過ごしていくことは可能と言いたいのね。
So what you're basically saying is, we're safe for a while, right?
申し訳ありません。その通りです。
I'm sorry, but that is the current
皆さん
situation.
には今しばらくの間館内でお待ちいただくことになります。
Everyone, we will be forced to wait inside the complex for a while. For a while? How long is that?
救助が来るまでです。
Until help comes.
救援要請はずっと送り続けています。しかし
I am continuously sending out a request for assistance. However,
現在それが届く保証はありません。
right now, there's no guarantee that it will reach anyone.
インゼルヌルへの通信線は非常回線も含め物理的遮断によって使用不能です。
All communication lines to Incel Null, including the emergency ones, have been physically severed and are
また
unusable.
海底ケーブルでのネットワーク接続音波式水中通話
I've
共
also
に試してい
been
ますが
attempting to make contact via a seafloor cable network using
通
sonar.
信系の回復のめどはまだ立っていません。
Right now, I cannot estimate when the network will be back online. So we're like little kids lost smack in the middle of the ocean, and nobody can hear our SOS.
はい、
The gravity of the situation was descending on us. There was every reason for everyone to get depressed. I sighed.
どうも、それでは元気よく。
All right, we've got to stay in good spirits. One of the group was determined to dispel the gloomy atmosphere. You spoke so fast it was
証
almost
拠の
scary.
救命艦女子第1年短期アルバイト田中指星はるかなが救助隊の到着まで皆様をご案内いたします。
I'm a first-year student at Kumekon's Women's College, and I work here part-time. My name is Taneka Yubise Harukana. I will be your guide until the rescue team comes.
どんどんどんどんパフパフ。
Hey, wait, what did you just say?
救命艦女子第1年花の女子大生
I'm a freshman at Kumekon Women's College.
短期アルバイト連休中だけの臨時雇いなの。
I work here part-time and only over the holidays.
なんていうかいきなりなツアー&不慣れなツアーコンではありますが
I'm
よろしくお
kind
願
of
い
new
しま
to
す。
this whole tour thing, but I will be leading the tour. No, after that.
私の名前のこと
You mean my name?
田中指星はるかな
Tanaka Yubise Harukana. Say what?
田中指星はるかな
I can't get my tongue around that.
もうだから私のことは言うでいいって言ったの。
That's why I said you can call me you. The long name is a pain, isn't it?
質問です。
I have a question. Another gloom destroyer
何でしょ
appeared.
う
What might that be?
言って呼んでもいい
Can I call you Nakyu? Oh, that's what Sarah called her. What the fuck is happening up in here?
どうぞどうぞ。
Yes, please
あ
do.
なたのお名前は
And what's your name?
ヤガニココです。
Yagami
これ
Coco.
でもってこっちはピピ。
And this is Pee Pee. Her pet dog appeared from nowhere. Boy, was she full of energy. Leave it to elementary school
私
kids.
は
And how old are you?
中
I'm in 9th grade. What?
3。どうかしたの
What's the matter? no, it's nothing. Seemed the surprises would never
ココ
cease.
とピピね。よろしくね。
Nice to meet you, Coco and Pee-Pee.
1+1 は
What a cute dog.
か
And
し
so
こ
smart, too.
いしょ。
I think so, too. Wonder if there was enough oxygen in the room. I was getting a headache. The girl in the black clothes gave our upbeat companions a cool stare. You noticed the look.
それでそちらの彼女は
And how about you over there? Huh? Why are you asking me?
あなたの連れじゃないの
Aren't you together? Stupid. What are you talking about?
うーん
What's that supposed to mean?
つぐみ
I realized the girl had
小町
spoken.
つぐみ
It was just loud enough to make out what she was saying.
それが名前
That's my name.
つぐみって言うんだ。よろしくね。
Hi, Sugumi. Nice to meet you. She turned her back. You shrugged slightly. Thought Sugumi might have been embarrassed. There was something kinda cute about her. Sugumi. I think that's a bird's name. I remembered her tugging me along in the aquarium and running like the wind. I guess we'll say thanks instead of being like, hey, fuck you mad about? Hey, Sugumi, thanks for helping back there. I walked over to her and said that.
何のこと
What are you talking about? You saved me in the aquarium, right?
助けたんじゃないわ
I didn't mean to save you.
邪魔だったから
You were in the way. What?
あんなところで転ばれたら邪魔だから
If you had tumbled there, you would have been in the way.
要するに足手まといだったの
I mean, you were an obstacle. Sugumi looked annoyed as she said that. This chick's intense. Scary. In my mind, I retracted my earlier thoughts about her being cute. Sugumi and I glared at each other for a while.
まあまあ、二人とも仲良く。
Hey, you two, let's get along now. You jumped in between us. I walked away from Sugumi, and she looked away from me.
そら、あなたも自己紹介しようよ。
Sora, it's your turn to introduce yourself. You, who was totally in control of the situation, turned to Sora, who was working on the computer.
私ですか
Oh, you mean me? Sora took her hands from the machine and came towards us as if she were gliding.
申し遅れました。私は茜ヶ崎空と申します。
Pardon me for the belated
レミュー
introduction.
開発部のシステムエンジニアです。
I am Akane Kasaki Sora. I am a system engineer in Lemu's development division.
一応主任代理ということになっています。
The assistant chief. Was that right? Something struck me as strange. Actually, it had been bothering me since before. Basically, the assistant chief. She spoke about herself as if she were someone else. Was not able to gauge the situation. She spoke as if the problems in the system were her own. Please do excuse me. System engineer. I wonder if she talks like that because of her job. That was what I thought, but I held my tongue. I'm Kurenari Takashi. I'm 20 years old and a junior in college. Thanks.
倉成さん、改めましてよろしくお願いしま
Kurenari-san.
す。
Nice to meet you.
よろしく。
It sure is.
良きかな良きかな。
Fuck you mean mucho gusto? Fucking Keikaku means plan-ass localization moment. Everyone laughed cheerfully. Everyone except Sugumi. Sugumi never experienced joy once. Took a little effort, but the atmosphere finally loosened up. You started gathering us up.
さてさて、
Okay, now, everyone.
縁も竹縄となってまいりましたが、皆さんそろそろお開きに。
Now that we've just started having so much fun, it's time to say goodbye.
ちょっと待って。
Naku, wait a
まだ
second.
名前を聞いてないよ。
We haven't asked somebody's name yet. Coco pointed to the corner of the room.
僕のこと
Do you mean me? We'd completely forgotten him. He'd been quiet the whole time, trying to stay out of the way and mostly kept to the corner of the room. You looked at the boy and it looked like her face stiffened a little.
ほいちゃんね
So, let's ask.
あなたの名前なんての
What is your name? Coco tilted her head as she asked him the question.
僕は
My... He looked down. I couldn't figure out what he was waiting for.
僕は
Who am I?
え
What?
覚えてないんだ
I can't remember.
自分の名前
My name. Maybe you've got amnesia. Memory impairment. Amnesia refers to memories lost for a certain period of time. It's more common with new memories than with old memories. During the period of memory loss, if the person has no memories at all, it is called complete amnesia. But in instances in which some memories can be recalled, it is called partial amnesia. Generally, amnesia results from trauma to the head, epileptic seizures, mental diseases, and disorders that manifest themselves as memory impairments. When a person has trouble recollecting events prior to the impairment, it is known as retrograde amnesia. If new memories cannot be formed after the onset of the impairment, it's known as anterograde amnesia. Amnesia caused by inherent mental factors is referred to as organic amnesia, while the induced by psychological stress is typically known as psychogenic amnesia, with hysterical amnesia being the most typical example. This is an affliction in which the victim often cannot recall knowledge relating to his or her personal history, such as one's name, history, family, or friends, and is often a reaction to incidents too hard to endure, those which incite an unconscious desire to escape, forget, or repress those experiences or events. Symptoms do not manifest in any particular way physically, and a person's brain function remains normal. People found wandering in this state are often taken in or seek help from authorities such as the police. Young people in their 20s under severe psychological stress, such as those facing domestic violence, academic problems, marriage issues, or financial difficulties, are the most typical victims. However, this illness can be used as a cover for criminal activities, and it can be difficult to detect the difference. This is especially seen in individuals with demonstrative personalities or pathological tendencies to lie. Normally, in a few days or months, or with the help of hypnosis or shock therapy, the memories should return. Complete amnesia can be spurred by retrograde life amnesia. Memories are usually restored gradually, beginning with older ones, and treatment methods include psychiatric care and hypnosis, both narcotic and naturally induced. Amnesia?
そうなの彼は思い出せないのよ
That's right, he can't remember anything.
脳震盪ではないのですか？
Did you suffer a concussion?
どこかでしたたかに頭を打ったのでは？
You might have bumped your head severely somewhere. Yeah, you could have taken a tumble, like when trying to escape. Sugumi had let loose a nasty snort when I said tumble.
わからない何も覚えてないんだ
I don't know. I don't remember anything.
ねえここはどこなの
Hey, where is this?
レミューっていう海洋テーマパーク
We're in Namu, a marine theme park.
レミュー
The kid glanced at Coco. He tilted his head. Coco was playing rock, paper, scissors with her dog Pee-Pee. We moved to a room with a kiosk in it. That was it? Scene over? Okay. Thankfully, at least the electric drink dispenser was working. Each person poured the drink they wanted in a paper
そ
cup.
れじゃとりあえずこれからのみんなの
For
無
now?
事を祈って
Let's
乾杯
make a toast and a prayer to everyone's safety.
乾杯
Okay then. Kanpai.
いただきます
The string of events leading to the sudden toast went something like... Oh, so, okay. So we're flashing forward. Now we're flashing back. Alright. Hey kid, don't you know anything about before? Not even something personal about yourself? What do I know? Oh! I know I'm kind of thirsty. And that was how it started. But, reason aside, we needed a breather, so the timing was good. Hey Sora, what about you? Don't you want a drink? Sora was standing stiffly.
あ、はい。私、喉が渇きませんか
No
ら。
thanks, I'm not thirsty. Well, how about taking a load off? You've been standing the whole
大
time.
丈夫です。お気遣いありがとうございます。
I'm fine, but thanks for your concern. Sure, I thought. Sora seemed older than me. She seemed polite and serious. She seemed the typical Japanese woman. Prim and proper could be one way of describing Sora. I looked around my surroundings. Yu was next to the kid and chatting with him. Sometimes he would laugh or shake his head weakly. I could overhear bits of their conversation. They were talking about his
お
memory.
かしなことじゃないよ。
It's not that out of the
平
ordinary.
気だよ。時間が経てば治るはずだから。
It'll fix itself in time. Looked like the two of them were drinking orange juice. Tsugumi was way off from everyone, looking into the distance. I had no idea what she was drinking. Didn't have any idea what she was thinking either. After agonizing over whether to drink apple juice or cocoa, Coco finally decided on both. Hell yeah. But she proceeded to forget about her drink immediately. Coco took a hold of Pee-Pee's front legs and started dancing around. It was a cute scene. After things had calmed down, you and everyone else gathered in front of the kiosk.
これからしばらくレミューの中で過ごさなきゃならないわけだけど、
It
その
looks
前
like
に
we're gonna
確
be
認
in
してお
Lemon
き
for
た
a
いの。
while. So, there are a few things I would like to go
ま
over.
ず何が起きたのか、
First, what's happened?
そしてこれからどうすればいいのか。
What we should do now.
田中さん、その前者については私からお話ししてもよろしいですか？
Tanaka-san, would you mind if I address the first of those topics?
そら、お願い。
Please do, Sora. Sora stood in front of everyone and held out her arms. Suddenly, a holographic window materialized in the air. I had no idea how the whole system worked, but I figured it was the same one they'd used at the entrance to the park.
それではご説明いたします。
I'll explain. And then she said, 12:45 p.m. A blackout suddenly occurred. Cause unknown. Yeah, we still don't know. Even after the first shonen route there we did, we don't know what caused the blackout. Next, the emergency alarms began ringing. The cause of this, also unknown. 12:54 p.m. So this is 9 minutes after the blackout. The Incel Null elevator shifted to its emergency power source, and an evacuation order was issued for the entire complex. Employees and visitors evacuated the premises. At this point, some people panicked and opened the emergency corridor to the outside in their confusion without going through decompression. It's highly probable they are experiencing serious decompression sickness at this moment. The emergency corridor to the outside was left open for several minutes. 1:03 p.m. The opening of the emergency corridor disrupted the air pressure balance inside the complex, and the devices responsible for adjusting the air pressure encountered problems. The complex started automatically pulling in air from outside. As a result, the mixture of gas in the complex designed to maintain 6 atmospheres of air pressure escaped. Apparently, helium, which is lighter than oxygen or nitrogen, leaked out first. Air pressure in the complex dropped to 1 atmosphere, the same as the level outside. 2:39 p.m. The major power source came back online. Lemmy, the computer system responsible for overseeing Lemu, rebooted and reset the air pressure adjustment mechanism. The air ventilation ducts were closed. However, Lemu was built to saturation diving specifications, meaning that as long as the internal air pressure was the same level or higher than outside water pressure, it was designed not to collapse. Which meant 3:55 p.m. When the internal air pressure dropped to 1 atmosphere, it became impossible for the external partitions to withstand the external water pressure, causing the glass to crack under the pressure, thus resulting in flooding. Subsequently, To minimize the damage from the flooding, the emergency watertight doors had automatically shut, which brought us up to speed.
館内の現在の状況を正しく把握したいのですが、モニターやセンサーの一部に未だ異常動作の恐れがあります。
I'd like to be able to gauge the current situation more accurately. However, some monitors and sensors are still not functioning normally.
よって正確なデータが得られないために、このような概要しか述べることができません。
As a result, I can't obtain accurate data and can only provide an outline of the situation. Hey, sorry to ask the same question again, but the first floor above us is flooded, yeah?
はい。館内管制を行うレミシステムに再度問い合わせましたが、確かです。
Correct. I've requested confirmation from our complex management system, Lemmy, and it has been confirmed. So we can't get out of here.
現在も救助を要請すべく、システムは通信系の回復に全力を挙げています。今しばらくご辛抱を。
The top priority is requesting assistance, so I'm doing my utmost to get the communication systems back online. I must request your patience. Sora bowed her head. I was feeling depressed again. I didn't want to admit it, but we were in deep trouble.
まあ、ひとまず助けを待つしかないってことでしょ。
Well, all we can do for now is just wait for help, right? You just keep trying to make everyone feel better, don't you?
あら、暗く重たく絶望的な方がいいの？
Oh, I'm sorry. Would you prefer my dark, despondent, and desperate approach? That's not what I'm saying.
どう？もう一杯飲む？
Anyway, how about another drink? You came out with a huge industrial-sized bottle and held it up comically. I just can't get over how cheerful you are, given how totally screwed we are. I complained again without
違
thinking.
うって、こんなだから高いの。
I said, that's not it at all. I'm like this because of the situation. You said that with a bit of a sulk. Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
謝ることはないって。まあ、どうぞどうぞ。
There's no need to apologize. Here you go. She filled my cup to the brim with juice. How come a minute ago we had a drink machine and now we're pouring bottles of juice? Hey! Most of it was just bubbles. This is good,
でしょ？
isn't it? Thanks for the juice.
毎度、お代はいらないよ。
Anytime. It's on the house. You shouldered the massive bottle and took it back inside the shop. Carrying it, she teetered like a penguin, which was funny because it didn't really suit her. Geez, she's a funny one. I laughed without thinking. Tsugumi was leaning against the shop wall and staring after you. Her face was expressionless. I wondered what she was thinking. I had no idea. Even if we're going to wait for help, we can't just sit on our butts doing nothing, right? I casually tried to strike up conversation with Tsugumi.
あなたって
You.
深刻ぶってみたりするけど
You act
本
like
当
you're
は
all
何も考えてない
serious.
のね
There's really nothing going on in that head of yours, is there? Read him, sister. Well, that's not true! Reader, it is true. I'm thinking. I'm always thinking. I was just thinking of a way to keep us from getting bored. I rattled off the first thing that jumped to mind. Sure, whatever. Tsugumi gave me an annoyed look. She seemed exasperated. I didn't want her to expect anything from me, but her attitude was frustrating. Ugh. Hey, alright everyone, listen up. I had an idea. I called to everybody. What?
どうしたんですか、倉成さん。
What's
突
the
然。
matter, Kurenari-san?
何かあったの？
What happened?
Huh?
Everyone gathered around. We're not going to accomplish anything, just spending time like this, right? So I just thought, why don't we all split up and look around the complex?
なぜです？ じっとしていた方が安全ではないですか？
Why? Don't you think that staying in one place would be safer? No, I think we should check to see if staying in one place and doing nothing is really the safest thing to do. You know, walk around, see what we find, scope out any dangers. If we find some, we can tell everyone to watch out for them or do something to get rid of them. We can see if there's a safer place, and then we could all gather
で
there.
も倉成さん、
But, Kuranari-san, it's not like the rescue squad is about to burst in the door. So, if we're gonna be here in Lemu for half a day or a day or so, then we should find out what kind of place this is and get to know it like our own house.
それなら私が情報をいくらでも提供します。
In that case, I can provide you with an abundance of information. No, it's not what I mean. Listen, Sora, you have to look after the communications network, right? You were just talking about how some sensors or monitors weren't working right, and you couldn't get a full sense of the current situation.
ああ、なるほどね。
Oh, I see! You clapped your hands
ソラ
together.
が SOS を発信してる間に私たちが自分の足で状況を見てくると。
So, while Sora is trying to send an SOS, we should use our own two legs to see what kind of situation we're in.
どう？ソラもその方が楽になるんじゃないかな。
How about it? Sora, that would be easier on you, wouldn't it?
ええ、そうですね。確か
I
に。
suppose it would, but
でも皆さんに危険が。
there are still dangers. It seemed that Sora was unsure.
そう。それなら私は行くから。
Alright, I'll go then. Sugumi suddenly laughed. It looked like she was laughing, but her lips curled nastily. Hey, Sugumi, where are you going?
手分けして様子を見るんでしょ？
We're going to split up and check things out, right? Sugumi's expression was blank again. Turning around, she headed for the entrance to the emergency corridor. Hey, you can't just... Come back here. Hey, idiot! She was already out of sight. Her shoes clacked on the metal stairs as she climbed.
すぐに行っちゃったね。どうするの？
Sugumin is gone. What are we gonna
心
do?
配です。
I'm worried. Sora's brow furrowed and her expression stiffened.
でもさ、いいんじゃないかな。
I think it's alright. The kid broke his silence, and I was a little
た
surprised.
けしの言う通りだよ。このままじっとしていても意味はない。
It's like Takashi says, it doesn't do us any good to just stay here. He continued without pausing.
つぐみは先に2階を見に行った。それだけのことだと思う。
Sugumi just went to the second floor. I'll bet she's just going to look
だ
around
から
there.
僕らは3階を回ろうよ。
So why don't we look around the third floor?
よし、わかった。賛成。
Alright then, I'm in.
そうだね。そうしよっか。
Let's do that then. Sounds like a plan. I gave a big nod.
仕方ありません。皆さん、くれぐれも危ないことはしないでくださいね。
I suppose there's nothing I can do to stop you. Please, be careful, everyone. Sora finally nodded slightly. Once everyone's minds were set, things picked up. Sora said she was going back to the control room to get data, so we went our separate ways. You, Coco, the kid, and I went to search around the complex. We decided to check the normal corridors and the emergency corridors above and below them on the third floor. Splitting into pairs where the corridor forked, we agreed to meet back at the fork and we checked the corridor ahead. We did that over and over. We walked every corridor we could walk down. Wondered if water was leaking anywhere. Figured that the water pressure would send water spurting through any crack it could find. Also, thought there might be other people who'd been left behind. According to Sora, the system had told her that there were 6 people in the complex. Still, there was no guarantee that was right. Thought that if we found somebody else, it might change our situation. There could also have been a corridor that the broken sensors weren't picking up. I hoped there might be a door to the surface that we were simply unaware of. I couldn't throw away that shred of hope. While we were out searching, Sora continued to try to get into contact with Lemu's central computer, Lemmy, and gather more information. Sora had said that she wanted to establish a means of communicating with the outside. We returned to the front of the kiosk. Sora had arrived first and was waiting, but Sugumi was nowhere to be seen.
戻ってきてないね、つぐみ。
Sugumi hasn't come back. I can't just let her run loose. I don't know where she
確認
is.
してみますか？
Shall I check? We all went into the central control room.
もう一度全館の生態反応を調べます。
We checked the
もし
life
小町
reading
さんが
scan
移動
of
してい
people
ても
inside the
これで見
complex.
つけられます。
Even if Komachi-san were moving around, she should still appear in the
も
results
ちろ
of
ん
the scan.
小町さんが館内にいらっしゃればですが、
That is, of course, if she is in the complex. And if she's alive. I managed to keep that thought from coming out of my mouth. It only took a moment for a map of Lemu and data from the sensors to appear. There was one fuzzy light on the second
あ
floor.
れが小町さんですね。
That would be Komachi-san. There were a number of lights in a room on the third floor. I figured that was the control room we were in.
あ、
Oh!
どうしたの？
What is it?
あれ、なんかおかしくない？
Hey, isn't that strange?
Ura.
Look. The kid pointed at a corner of the monitor. It indicated a single-digit number. Life readings. 6.
よく見て。
Watch it closely. Life readings. 5. Life readings. 7. Life readings. 6. 5. 7. 6. 5. 7. 6.
本当ですね。
Oh my, you're
なぜで
right.
しょうか。
I wonder what it could be. Sora fiddled with the console, but the numbers on the monitor continued to fluctuate. But, even while the life scan numbers changed, no new lights appeared or disappeared.
もしかして、僕
Maybe...
たちの他にも、
Maybe there's someone besides us in
もしもあ
Lemu.
の表示が
The
本当は
number
7だとしたら
really is supposed to be
そうい
7.
うことになるね。
That's what it would mean.
その人を探した方がいいんじゃないかな。
Don't you think we should go look for that person?
そうだ。困ってるかもしれない。助けてあげないと。
I mean, they could be in trouble. We have to help them. Hang on, kid. Calm down. For a while, all of our eyes were glued to the changing numbers. Watching them change was unsettling. Finally, life reading 6. The monitor settled on the number 6. The light on the second floor was moving around slowly. The 5 lights on the third floor were all in one room, unmoving.
先ほどのセンサーの誤動作なのでしょうか。原因がわかりません。もう少し様子を見ますか。
Perhaps it was just because of a malfunctioning sensor. The cause is unclear. Would you like to see what else we can find out? Sugumi's on the second floor, and there are 5 of us here. So that number 6 is probably right, don't you think?
でも、
But... Well, I figure if we go look around a little more, we'll find out soon enough.
そうね。
Yeah. Alright then. So, do you all want to head to the second floor? Thought it was best if we actually took in the situation with our own eyes. We climbed to the top of the long emergency stairs together. In the end, we didn't find anybody else on the third floor. Didn't see any routes that looked like they might lead out either. Sora had told us there was no schedule for the communication system to be back online. We could look at the information displayed on some of the Lemmy terminals, which were set in some attractions and in the corridors, but we couldn't operate them in any way. The cause for that was unclear too. The fact that there were no leaks on that floor was our one saving grace. We arrived at Zweiderstock, the second floor. Sora gave us 30 minutes of free time. That still didn't mean we could go running around as we pleased. So, we decided to randomly hit some of the rooms and search them. Sora held her hands out in front of her and a holographic window appeared.
このフロアは下と違って各種センサースキャンの機能が正常に動くようです。フロアそのものの安全性も比較的確保されています。
All the scanning sensors on this floor seem to be functioning normally. This floor appears safer as well.
あ、小町さんは確かにこのフロアにいます。エレベーター付近を歩いているようです。
Oh, Komachi-san is on this floor. She seems to be walking in the vicinity of the elevator. You can tell that?
はい。私は警備室で作業を続けつつ、皆さんのことをモニターしています。
I
何
will
か
work
問
in
題
the
があれば
security
全
office
体放
while
送でアナウン
monitoring
スをかけ
everyone's
ます。
activities. If a problem arises, I will announce it via the
皆
intercom.
さんも何かあったらすぐに私を呼んでください。
If something happens, please contact me immediately.
わかった。それじゃあ解散。30分したら警備室に集まりましょう。
Alright, okay then. Let's split up and meet in the security office in half an hour.
了解。
Sure, whatever. After closing the holographic window, Sora went into a room a little way down the corridor. Apparently, that was the security office. Everyone headed out in a different direction from the corridor intersection. Took my PDA out of my pocket and pushed the button. It was recharged, and the backlight was working without a problem. I reset the time. After that, I tested it a number of times, but it didn't seem to be able to make a call or go online. Maybe I ought to give up using this to get in touch with the outside. Pushed the PDA back into my pocket. I had 30 minutes left. I was trying to decide which area of the park to visit first. Where are we headed? The dolphin merry-go-round, the souvenir shop, the security office. Let's hit up the souvenir shop, you know? Adjacent to the corridor was a little room for visitors to rest, as well as a shop selling theme park goods. There was a sign with the Limu mascot on it. This was where I had peeled the mascot costume off of the kid. That Mew raccoon dog costume. I didn't see any raccoon dog stuffed animals next to all the keychains, hologram pendants, seafood snacks, and other stuff. Still had no idea what that raccoon dog was. You were calling it a tanuki at the beginning of the game. You can tell this was a multi-person translation project. The kid was sitting on the bench next to me. He wasn't really looking at anything, but his gaze seemed fixed. He just kept staring at the ground. I expected to see a hole open up in the ground from how intensely he was staring. He had his hands on his temples. How's your headache, kid? What's the matter? Did you find something? Or did you remember something?
誰ですかあなたは。
Who are you? Just told you a bit ago. I introduced myself. I'm Takeshi. Kurenari Takeshi.
そうだったっけ
Oh, is that right?
ここは、
This
どうし
is...
て僕はこんなところに
What am I doing here? Oh, great. It's that amnesia thing. Kid couldn't even remember what he had just said. He just moved from one topic to the next, forgetting the last. This is the marine theme park, Lemu. Something happened and we're trapped here.
レミュー閉じ込められたってどういうことなの
What do you mean trapped? That's something I'd like answered myself.
それであなたは
And who are you? Kurenari Takeshi.
倉成武史
Takeshi means samurai in Japanese. Maybe you should start taking notes, you know? Keeping track of my name, the other people, and where we are.
メモかそうだね
Yeah, maybe I
ka.
should. Looks like you understand what taking notes means. Take good ones, even when you're eating. And if you can remember, you can make a memo of your name, too. Gave the kid a memo pad and pen I filched from the
ありが
kiosk.
とうねえところで今は何年なの
Hey, can you tell me what year it is? You forgot that, too?
うん
It's 20... What year is it? I searched around in my pocket. My entrance ticket stub was crumpled and stuck to the back of my PDA. Ah, that's right. 2017. Take notes. Write it
分
down.
かった2017年
Okay. 2017. He was taking it down. It looked like he hadn't forgotten how to take notes. Well, is there something up with the year?
ちょっと
Kind of. Kind of?
年を聞いたら生年月日ぐらいは思い出すんじゃないかと思って
I thought that if I heard the year, then I might be able to remember at least my birthday. See. Come to think of it, you don't even know how old you are, huh?
うん
No. By the looks of it, not a day over 42.
え
Surprised, the kid felt his face. I'm kidding, relax. There's no way. You're probably in the neighborhood of 14 or 15. If you're 18, you got a baby face. Jeez, don't tell me you forgot your own face.
顔
Face? You're worrying about it. Go take a look in the mirror. You can sketch a self-portrait in case you forget later.
ああそうしようかな
Yeah, maybe I will. Jeez, he's got it rough. But his serious expression had relaxed. That at least was good. Alright, well, I'm gonna get going. When it's time, you come to the security
あ
office.
警備室どこなのうんここはどこだっけ
Where's that? And where is this again?
ごめんわからないよ
I'm sorry, I really don't know. It's alright, I understand. If you don't come, I'll come looking for you.
頼むよたけし
Okay, thanks, Takashi. Hey, you remembered.
たけしだろ名前
Takashi's your name, right? The kid had been taking notes, and sure enough, there it was. My name, Takashi, on his pad, but spelled wrong. Lemu kiosk. Situation normal. Headed to the room with the attractions. There was a carousel there. Instead of horses, it had a dolphin theme. Looked like its official name was Dolphin Carousel. No visitors around, the merry-go-round seemed a little spooky and very lonely. Even the dolphins themselves looked sad. Whoa! Suddenly, a happy melody started and the ride began to rotate. Of course, no one was riding it. But all of a sudden, it no longer seemed so lonely, but that much more spooky. What is this? Watch out, this place is haunted! Even thinking about it gives me the creeps. Then, from somewhere, I heard someone snickering.
プリンのふ
You came skipping over to me.
あれクラナリいつ来たの
Hey, Kunanari, when did you get here? Looks like you're having a lot of fun.
だってほら楽しいでしょウキウキするでしょ
But it is fun, isn't it? Doesn't it make you happy?
一回これ回してみたかったのよね
I always wanted to give this ride a whirl once. You pointed to the merry-go-round. Don't just turn it on without any warning. You almost gave me a heart attack. You surprised the heck out of me. I shook my fist at her. May have been exaggerating a little,
クラ
but...
ナリ何イルカ木馬ごときにビビってんのよ
Kunanari, how could you be scared of a silly pod of wooden dolphins? You looked at me sideways and grinned at me mischievously. Nobody's supposed to be here in the theme park. It was like a horror movie.
まったく怖がりね
You're such a chicken. Well, you were wasting energy by turning it on too. What if there were a blackout? We got no idea how long Lemu's backup power is good for. Besides, everybody knows you should save energy.
怖がりな上に心配性ね
You're not only a chicken, but a worrier too.
あのねクラナリ
Wait, I missed a line. What are you talking about? It's common sense. Oh, Kuranari, so you don't know? Next, she held her palms out and feigned exaggerated
こ
surprise.
のレニューは外部から電力を供給してもらってるわけじゃないの
Lemu doesn't get any of its power from outside.
館内に自家発電機を持ってるんだよ
It's all generated inside this complex.
水深100メートルの海底に熱水噴出庫まあ平たく言えば温泉よね
Down more than 100 meters underwater on the ocean floor are thermal seafloor vents, basically hot springs. So, Lemu takes hot water from there and uses it for steam.
その蒸気圧力および施設内で発生した排熱蒸気によってタービンを回して館内で必要な電力のすべてを発電する
The power of that steam is used to turn the turbines, and that's how we generate our power.
テーマパークであると同時にクローズドスペースプラントのテストモデルの側面もこのレミューは持ってるの
Now, Lemu is a theme park. It's also a closed-cycle plant and a test case for self-sufficient power generation.
以上新人マニュアルからの受け売りでした
And that's all memorized from the new employee manual. I see.
ああ、発想はないでしょうに。せっかく説明してあげたのに。
I explain it in that kind of depth and all you say is, I see? Oh. I mean, what a wonderful explanation. You're a model employee.
クラナリ君はイルカがぐるぐる回るのに驚いて「ワオ!」とかセクシーな叫び声を上げた上にちょっぴりブルっちゃいました。
Kurinari, that was sure a sexy scream you let out when the dolphin started moving. You were scared, weren't you?
で、みんなに言いふらしちゃおうかな。
I think I'll tell everyone about it. Do what you want. Then again, maybe you shouldn't. The dolphins had stopped moving of their own accord. You explained that the ride ran for about 3 minutes each time before shutting off automatically. We leaned against the fence surrounding the dolphin carousel. So you only work here part-time during the holidays?
ええ、4月の末から泊まり込みでここで働いてる。今日で4日目かな。
Yep, I started at the end of April and have been staying here. This is my 4th day. Then, out of the blue, you get this. Pretty rough.
クラナリはレミューに来るの何回目？
Kurinari, how many times have you come to Lemu? This is the first time.
私の方が3日余計にいた分だけマシだね。
Then I only got a 3-day head start on you. You laughed happily. She sure was cheerful. I had to respect her unflagging optimism and energy. You're tough. I mean, this situation is so depressing, but it doesn't seem to faze you.
そんなんじゃないよ。さっきも言ったでしょ。
I'm really
暗い
not.
方がいいの？
It's just easier. Said it earlier, didn't I? Would you rather I get depressed? I think it's better to laugh.
そうそう、そんだけよ。
You're right. That's all we can do. Then she laughed again. I tried to force a smile. You stretched like a cat. Then she sat there and hugged her knees. I followed suit and sat down next to her.
本当はね、お
To
父
tell you
さん
the
が
truth,
ここにいるかもって思って来たの。
I came to work here because I thought my dad might be here. Your dad?
実はね、私のお父さん、レミューの開発部門で働いてたの。
Actually, my father worked in the research and development division of Lemu. Research and development?
ああ、コンピューターのプログラムよ。空が使ってるホログラムとか、レミの端末とか管理システム。
Well, he worked on a computer program. It's the hologram that Sora uses, the Lemmy terminals, and the complex control systems.
詳しくは聞いてないんだけど、その辺のどれかを作ったらしいのね。ここができる前、
I don't know the
レミューの
details.
建設中から関わってたんだって。
He worked on all of it from when Lemmy was first being built.
もちろん、一人でやってたわけじゃないよ。
Of course, he didn't do it alone.
プロジェクトの一員として開発に携わってたってこと。
He was one of the members involved in developing the project. Huh, is that so?
でも、お父さんは、
But my father,
お父さん、ある日突然いなくなっちゃったんだ。
my father disappeared one day. What?
行方不明になっちゃったの。
He just went missing. When?
それが、
He...
物心ついた時にはすでにいなくって、
He's been missing as long as I can
私
remember.
が1歳の時、つまり今から17年前のことね。
It was when I was 1 year old. 17 years ago. So you don't remember your father?
うん。写真とかムービーとかでしか見たことはなくて、
I've only seen pictures and movies of him.
ちゃんとした記憶は残ってないの。全然。
I don't really have any memories.
今言ったことも全部お母さんから聞いた話で。
Everything I just told you I heard from my mother. But why? Why did he disappear?
それが分かればこんなところまで来たりしないよ。
If I knew that, I wouldn't have come
た
here.
だ、ほんのわずかな手がかりがここにあるだけ。
But the only clue to what happened is probably
お父さ
here.
んの姿が最後に目撃されたのはこのレミューの中だったの。
The last time my father was seen was in Lemu.
だからここに来れば消えたお父さんの手がかりが何か見つかるかもしれないって。
So I thought that if I came here, maybe I would find some clues about my father. You hugged her knees more
お
tightly.
母さんはお父さんのことを死んじゃったんだって思ってるみたいだけど。
My mom's convinced herself that my dad is already dead. Dead. The word dead had a heavy ring to
で
it.
もでもね、
But, you know,
私は信じてるの。
I believe.
お父さんは絶対どこかで生きてる。
I know that my dad is still alive
だっ
somewhere.
てそうでしょ。
He has to
お
be.
父さんはただ行方不明になっただけで遺体が見つかったわけじゃないんだし。
My father just went missing, and his remains were
最
never
近できたア
found.
トラクションにもお父さんの新しいプログラムが使われてるみたいなの。
I heard that some of my father's research is being used in the new programs on some of the latest
この館
attractions.
内のどこかにお父さんがここで仕事をしてたことを示す手がかりが残ってるはず。
There has to be a clue somewhere in this place about the work my father was doing.
まあもっとも
Well, the
そのアトラ
original,
クションはもう水の中に沈んじゃったけどね。
the attractions are already underwater. After that, we lapsed into silence. I didn't know if I should say something to her. I tried to think of what to say, but didn't hit upon anything. Suddenly, you stood up,
そろそろ BGM が欲しくなってきたな。
kind of in the mood for some music.
こう愉快で軽快な音楽をさ。どんどこどんと。
Something light and fun, if you know what I
つ
mean.
うわけでもう一回イルカを回してきます。
So, I think I'll get the dolphin spinning again.
そろそろ見回りに戻ったら。
Kudanari! Why don't you finish looking around? With that, she darted away. Hey, you! The dolphin started spinning again. You didn't come back. It looked like she had disappeared to the corridor behind the merry-go-round. It was as if the dolphin saw me off. I left the room behind. Dolphin carousel situation normal. Okay. Well, off to the security office. Sora had said she'd be working in the security office, but I wonder what she was doing there. Besides, she was the only one that had been doing desk work the whole time we'd been trapped. I imagined she would be getting a different kind of tired from what we get walking around. Mentally tired, maybe. A situation that Takeshi had never thought enough to ever experience. As I was thinking that, I knocked on the security office door. Hello? Sora? You there? Wait, this metal door is so thick you couldn't even hear me if you were. I pushed the button for the intercom on the panel next to the door, but Sora didn't reply. Wonder if she isn't in there. The door wasn't locked, so I pushed the open button, and it opened. The security office was small, and it was dirty. The front wall was packed with monitors. They were all stained dark from cigarette smoke. Ashtrays were stacked up like it was normal. There was a huge sign plastered on the wall that said, "No smoking!" I recalled the sloppy clubroom back at college. Had 25 years of history being only used by guys and couldn't help but chuckle. But I restrained myself and kept looking. Sora wasn't there. Sora? Hey, Sora, where are you? Didn't think you were the type to go running off without telling anyone. I took another step inside the room. Ah! All the windows and the wall monitors opened and closed.
倉成さん、いつの間にいらしたんですか？
Kudanari-san, when did you get here? For some reason, the voice sounded like it came from the shadow of the desk. It was a blind spot and I couldn't see Sora. Oh, so you are here, Sora. I thought you'd probably be all stressed out from the working situation, so I came to take a look. What are you doing in that weird place? I approached the rear of the desk as I
ダ
talked.
メです。倉成さん、こっち来ないでください。
Oh, no, Kuronari-san, no, please don't. Huh?
今ちょっと手が離せなくて。
I'm busy right now. I couldn't see her face, and she sounded
で
embarrassed.
きれば、もうしばらく部屋の外にいていただけませんか？
If you don't mind, can you wait outside for a little bit? She spoke hesitantly. Oh, are you changing? I'm sorry.
あ、いえ、そうじゃないんですけど、まあ似たような
Not
ものですね。
exactly. But
倉成さんは着
I
替えなくて
suppose
も
it
大
is
丈夫ですか？
something like that. Kuronari-san, aren't you going to
従業
change?
員用の服でよければ、更衣室がこの部屋のすぐ裏にあります。
You
通路
don't
の
mind
角を出れ
employee
ば
work
行けますよ。
outfits? The changing room is directly behind this room. Just turn the corner of the corridor and you'll find it. Nah, I'm alright. Just a little damp and uncomfortable, but I'm
そうで
used
す
to
か。
it. I see.
すみません。まだ作業は途中なんです。集中したいので。
I'm sorry,
時
but
間までには
I'm
必ず
still
終わ
working
り
and
ま
I
す
need
か
to
ら。
concentrate. But I'll be done by the appointed time. Sorry to bother you. I'll go look around a little more. Okay, good luck!
ありがとうございます。
During our whole exchange, Sora was hidden and I didn't see her. I waved in Sora's direction, though I figured she couldn't see me, and headed for the exit. Hey, it's not good for you to stay cooped up in here. Take a break every once in a while. I said it without looking back.
でもお気遣いなく、
Okay, but please, do not worry about me.
仕事が楽しいですから。私その気になれば何日でも。全然眠らなくても平気なんです。
I like my work, and I really get into it. I can go for days without sleep just fine. Days without sleep? That's insane. I didn't really understand what she meant. But I suppose she's probably really into her job. I imagined that the position as system engineer was probably just an occupation that drew interesting types, and felt satisfied with that. Security office. Situation normal. Took my PDA from my pocket and checked the time. 17 minutes until the time Sora had said. Wondered where I should hit next. Sure, let's head for the elevator. See if Tsugumi's still over there. Went in the far door, which was open. Huh? Where am I? I've been aiming for the elevator, but wound up somewhere else. The sign said, Quali. No clue what that meant. Reading the explanation, I learned it was a gondola in the shape of a jellyfish. Wasn't particularly in the mood for a ride. I checked to see that there was no damage to the floors or walls and left. The elevator was next to the jellyfish gondola. Oh. Tsugumi was standing there silently. She was in front of the closed elevator doors with a stern look on her face. So this is where you were. It didn't look like Tsugumi had noticed me, but she didn't reply. Or it looked like Tsugumi had noticed me. Her eyes stayed fixed on the door. This elevator doesn't go to the surface. I was reading a nearby sign. It says that to go to the floating island in Null, we should use the elevator in the center of the floor. Hey, Tsugumi, standing there isn't gonna make the elevator come.
分かってる。
I know that. Tsugumi finally answered me.
さっきこの目で見たから。
I know, because I just saw it. Saw
エレベー
what?
ター。
The elevator. As soon as she said that, she placed her hand on the closed elevator doors and started prying them apart. The door was stopped half open. Thought it might be broken. Tsugumi looked inside.
リフトは3階に降りたまま。
See? The elevator is stopped on the third floor. Scared, I peeked in. Oh, that's the one we rode down in.
私たちが脱出した時のまま、あそこにあるの。
It's still there from when we escaped. A little box in the abyss. The elevator was about 20 meters down. I thought the floors were fairly far apart, but I didn't realize just how far. Whoa! Tsugumi suddenly gave me a little push on my shoulder from behind. But don't push! What do you think would happen if I fell from here?
落ちたら死ぬでしょうね。確
If
実
you
に。
fell, I think you would die. Most definitely. Tsugumi said it without a trace of emotion. So we got another robot situation, don't we? Another robot situation. Everybody's robots. The game. Okay, Sora is a robot. So I'm getting a little suspicious of Tsugumi. Jeez, why do you want to go and try to scare me?
あなたが臆病なだけよ。
You're just a coward. Rude. Tsugumi pulled on the doors, putting them back in their original positions. Just to be sure, I tapped on the elevator button a couple of times. There was no response. The lamp didn't light up. Doesn't look like it's getting any power.
ええ。それにエレベーターのシャフトも折れ曲がってる。
Yeah,
通電しても
and
ま
the
ともに動
elevator
かすのは
shaft
無理
is
でしょう
warped.
ね。
So, even if it was getting power, it probably wouldn't move normally.
そうよ。このエレベーターは使えない。
This elevator is useless. After that, Tsugumi went quiet again. Silence was the rule for a while. Tsugumi rarely talked. She only said the minimum necessary. I thought that maybe she was trying to be careful around me for some reason. I wondered what it could be. I wanted to know. Hey, why don't you tell me what happened?
あなたには関係ない。
It's got nothing to do with you. That might have been true, but still. It had nothing to do with me. It had something to do with me? Hey, you know something I don't?
何を？
Something? Like what? Like about this accident. Like maybe something to do with the reason you're all quiet?
事故？
Accident?
これは事故じゃなくて
This wasn't an accident.
事件よ。
It was planned. What makes you say that?
驚かないんだ。
You're not surprised? Tsugumi gave me a strange look.
あなたも何かおかしいって感づいてるのね。
So you feel like something isn't right too? Well, maybe, I guess. Like, everything is just too neat. We can't communicate with the outside, and our escape routes are all closed. We've got electricity, and the air conditioning still works. It's almost like someone trapped us here on purpose.
見かけによらずまともなことも考えられるのね。
Guess you're not as dumb as you look. Tsugumi's expression loosened into a slight smile. It was a provocative smile. What do you mean by
そ
that?
のまんまの意味よ。
It means exactly what I said.
あなた、頭悪そうだから。
You don't look that smart. What? This chick. Love to tell her what I really think of her. That thought ran through my mind. But I thought that could really make me look stupid. So I resisted the urge.
これは罠よ。
This is a trap. Tsugumi's expression returned to
きっ
normal,
とあなたは出られない。
and you probably aren't going to get out.
いえ、あなただけじゃなく、他の4人も全員。
No, not just you, but everyone as well. All four
み
of
んな
them.
同じよ。
You're all the same. Huh? Well then, what about you, Tsugumi?
私は、
I...
そうね。 ここで死んでもいいかな。
Yeah, I suppose I could die in a place like
それも悪
this.
くないかも。
It wouldn't be that bad at all, I guess. Sugumi looked upward. The ceiling was covered with artificial materials. It felt oppressive. She laughed again. Then, she left, disappearing down the corridor, and I was alone. Elevator out of order, jellyfish gondola, situation normal. Now let's hit up the infirmary. Maybe we'll go to the compression room underneath it again. And we'll get the cranking station. I arrived in front of the infirmary. Yeah, if we go, we'll get a ghostly vision of Sarah, like we got the ghostly vision of Coco in the shonen route. Place a theme park. It was also deep in the ocean and had other facilities. Remu's atmosphere was maintained using a mix of gases at an air pressure different from the outside world. It seemed that it could make some people feel ill. I reckoned that was the reason the room was so large. Beyond the huge sliding door was a room decked out elaborately in shiny new medical equipment. Thought it could have something to do with Lemu's sponsor being a major pharmaceutical company. The room was so clean and white that it was nearly blinding. There were 2 small normal beds and one that looked like it was for surgery. There was also a huge machine attached to one of them. LMRI was written on it. I didn't know what it was, but it looked like some kind of scanner. I saw a shelf on the wall filled with medical tools and medicine. It was probably in case somebody fell ill or got injured here. It wouldn't be possible to move anyone outside, so they would have to be treated on site.
そうだね。きっともう出られないよ。
Yeah, I don't think there's any way out now. I was getting used to surprises, but the voice startled me. I didn't know who was talking.
みんな
Everybody?
助けに来てくれたの？
Help? Did you come to help? It sounded like Coco, but I didn't know who she was talking to. I couldn't tell where they were.
でもきっと無理だよ。
But it's probably impossible.
もうどこにも出られないんだ。
There's no way out anymore. What was she saying? I wondered if something had happened to Coco. I carefully crept towards the rear of the room. I noticed a squarish hole cut out of the floor. I peered down inside. Down below, a small lift was stopped. It appeared there was another room directly below the infirmary. The voice was coming from there. I pushed the button calling the lift and hopped in. It descended slowly and silently. I arrived below. I noticed that the hatch there was slightly ajar.
嘘。
Liar!
だって
Because... I eased closer and opened the hatch. Who are you talking to? Coco jumped as if she'd been stung. She was sitting on the bed. Nothing looked out of the ordinary.
タケピョン。
Okay, so it is Coco down here again. Although we did have our little vision of Sarah right during the intro. I'm Takepyeon.
ぴょんぴょんタケピョンタケピョンぴょん。
Safe place, Pokepon.
よくわかったね。
Hey, you get it! I know the Ninako Song 17. But it's not Pyon Pyon, it's Pokepon, right?
そうそう。
Yeah, yeah!
でも違うよ。
What?
ココ
Coco pointed to herself as she said her name.
タケピョン。
Then she pointed at me.
でもってピピ3歳。
And Pee-Pee is 3 years old. A puppy face peeked out from under the
よ
bed.
ろしくね。
Nice to meet you. Yeah, nice to meet you too. But haven't we already introduced ourselves? I returned upstairs with Coco. So you're calling me Takepyon, is that it? Alright, got it. So, who were you talking with, Coco? Was it someone just in that room?
いないよ。
No, nobody was there.
ピピとちょっと遊んでたんだ。
I was just playing around with Bibi.
ぴょんたけぴょんたけぴょんぴょん。
Whatever. I didn't think Coco would lie to me. There wasn't anyone else around. Infirmary? Situation spooky? I mean normal. And the warehouse. There was a room with no sign indicating what it was for. Caught my curiosity, so I decided to have a look. Appeared to be a warehouse of some kind. Loads of boxes made of reinforced plastic all piled up. There was a push cart, boxes too big to carry, and a few long, narrow ones that a person could manage to hold. There were all kinds of marks, symbols, and letters on the boxes, and I couldn't make sense of them. There were a bunch of round carbon capsules and drum-looking objects. Wondered what was inside them. Figured I didn't really need to know. There was a hissing noise coming somewhere. Looking for the sound led me to an air conditioner that was in bad shape, but still working. On the room's ceiling was a crane, complete with guide rails. One container was still suspended from above. Looked like it had been abandoned in the middle of work. No one had any time to clean up. Everyone had fled at once. Hey! Anybody here? Called out once, but nobody answered. Yeah, there's no reason anybody would be here. There's no reply. Warehouse? Situation normal. Now, took my PDA from my pocket and checked the time. Ah, no. We were only 2 minutes late, but still, we were late. I jogged towards the security office. Coco and Pee-Pee were close behind me. We went in through the sliding door.
フラナリ遅い。
Minari, you're late! You was standing like a guard in the narrow entranceway. The kid was next to her.
僕の方がちょっと早く着いたね。
Yeah, I got here a little before you. Lol. Sorry, my bad I was late.
団体行動は時間厳守が基本なんだからね。分かってるの？
You know that in a group and in our situation we have to be punctual, right? Don't get mad. It's only 2 minutes, give or take.
あのね、その2分のおかげでやばくなることだってあるんだから。
But 2 minutes can make all the difference in the world.
遅刻しちゃった。
I was late too.
ココ、道で迷ったり
Oh,
しなかった？
Coco.
危
You
ない目に
didn't
あったり
get
しなかっ
lost
た？
or have any
大
problems?
丈夫？
You're all right?
大丈夫。まっすぐ来られたよ。
Yep, I'm fine. I came straight here.
お、よかったよかった。
Oh, good, good. You're sure treating her a lot different than me.
まあまあ、無事に皆さん揃ったんですからいいじゃありませんか。
Well, everyone made it here in one piece, so that should be sufficient. Sora looked up in the Lemmy terminal and smiled. She walked towards us. So everybody's here. What about Sugumi?
ここにいるわよ。
I'm here. Sugumi was leaning against the lockers on the far side of the room.
何か調べがついたのなら話を聞きたいんだけど。
If you found out anything new, I'd like to hear about it. Did you?
あ、はい。それではお伝えします。
Ah, yes, I will tell you.
まずは確認事項から。
First, there are a few things I want to review. Sora gave us a lecture about the structure of Lemu.
レミューは水面下に3つの層を持っています。
Lemu has 3 layers below the ocean's
エルス
surface.
トボーデン、ツバイトシュトッ
Ersterboden,
ク、ドリット
Zweiterstock,
シュトック。
and Dreiterstock.
各フロアの間隔は17メートルです。
There are 17
フロア
meters
を一つ
between
降りれ
each
ば
floor.
17メートル深くなります。
If you go down a floor, you go 17 meters
したが
deeper.
って3階、ドリットシュトックは
Thus, the
水
third
深
floor
51メー
is
トルの位置に
51
沈ん
meters
でいる
deep.
ことになり、ドリットの外は約5気圧の
Outside of
水圧
Dreiter
プラス
is a
大気
total of
圧1
6
気圧で
atmospheres of
合
pressure,
計約
5
6気圧
atmospheres
の
of
圧力
water
がかかってい
pressure,
ます。
and 1 atmosphere air pressure.
仮にドリットから突然海中に出てしまった場合、
Even if, hypothetically, you were to suddenly go out into the ocean from
肺が
Drider,
6分の1に押しつぶされるか
your lungs would be
または
crushed to about
海洋石
1/6
の
of their
6
size,
分の5の海水
and
が
approximately
肺に流れ
5/6
込ん
of
で
them would be
お
flooded.
そらく数分以内に絶命するでしょう。
You would likely die in a matter of minutes. Hell yeah. Gotta go on the other point of view of absolutely just demolished in the ocean life. Got a question? I've heard that skin divers can dive to depths of about 30 meters. Can't somebody just tough out the water pressure on the way up?
フリーダイビングの現在の世界記録は150メートルです。
The current world record for free diving is 150
アクアラン
meters.
グをつけてそれなりの手順を踏めばおそらく35メートルぐらいなら誰でも潜れるでしょう。
With an aqua lung and pauses along the way, probably just about anyone could dive around 35 meters.
しかしその場合肺に送り込むエアーは高圧のガスを用います。
However, the air sent to your lungs would be highly pressurized
素
gas.
潜りの場合は息を止めて潜るわけですが素人だったら20メートルが限界ですね。
But with skin
それ以上
diving,
になると
they don't
熟
stop to
練が必
breathe
要にな
along
り
the
ます。
way. Amateurs can't make it past 20 meters. Huh, is that right?
それから大事なことがもう一つ。
And there's one other important
仮
thing.
に5気圧の水圧に耐えられたとして
Even if you could withstand 5 atmospheres of water
倉
pressure,
成さんあなたは51メートルも上にある海面まで泳ぎ切ることができる
could
で
you
しょうか
really swim over 51 meters to the surface? You making fun of me? I may not look it, but in high school, I swam a kilometer.
それは水面での話ではないですか
But aren't you talking about swimming on the surface?
横に51メートルと縦に51メートルでは何もかも全然違うのです。
Swimming 51 meters across something is nothing like swimming 51 meters up something.
高さ51メートル
I'm talking about 51 meters in height.
15階建てのビルの屋上まで泳いで登るのと同じことです。
It would be the equivalent of swimming a 15-story building. No. Fuck you. Tell me more. But wait! I persisted. That's still the same distance, right? It's just vertical instead of horizontal. I just have to try extra hard. And with float rings or something buoyant, it'd be even easier.
ねえ倉成は50メートルの長さに敷いた布団の上何秒くらいで走れる？
Hey Kuranari, how fast do you think you could run 50 meters on mattresses? You suddenly shot me the question. Why mattresses?
いいから答えてよ。
Because. Just answer the question. 50 meters? 6 or 7 seconds?
じゃあ寝てる倉成の上に高さ50メートル同
So
じ布団が
how
積み上が
about
って
if the
たら
mattresses were piled on you? Huh?
全部どけるのに何秒かかる？
How long would it take to get them off of you? How would I know? I've never tried that.
7秒でできる？
Think you could do it in 7 seconds? You know I couldn't. Running on something and taking them off of you are two different things. I gasped. Oh, I get it.
やっとわかったみたいね。
Now do you finally see?
海中を闇雲に進もうとするのは
And
自
the
殺
ocean
行
is
為だと言い
pitch
たいの
black. It'd be suicide.
そうです。
That is correct.
皆さんもう一つ申し上げにくいのですがお知らせがあります。
There's something else I want to say. It is an
レミュ
announcement.
ーと外部をつなぐ通信系統について先ほどから調査を継続回復を試みていましたが
I'm still working to gather information and reconnect Lemu's communication network with the outside. However,
すべてのケーブル通信電波通信ネットワーク接続の機能は物理的断線や施設の浸水故障によって使用不能
all cable, radio, and network functions are down due to malfunctions, physically severed cables, or flooding.
これらの回復の見込みは今後もありません
I cannot provide an estimation of when we will be in touch with the
音
outside.
波通信機の使用も艦外の送信機の破損によって不可能となっています
Sonic communication to the outside is also down.
したがって SOS を発信することはできません
Therefore, I've not been able to dispatch an SOS.
報告終わります
That concludes my report. 2 hours had passed. There was no sign of help. That hedgehog got drowned. There were people up on the floating island. Least they could do was send someone to check on us. I was trying to be upbeat about things, but the first floor flooded and the partition shut. No one was going to be coming through there. Coming through the ocean, that seemed even more impossible. The flooding of Lemu had disrupted the flow of the currents around it. It would be hard for a diver or small submersible to get anywhere near it. We left behind the security office that reeked of smoke and gathered in front of the souvenir stand. That's another win for Pee-Pee! I had just finished my 34th match against Pee-Pee, and I'd lost 34 times. It was a pretty one-sided affair. Is there any way Pee-Pee could lose? Are you making excuses? First off, you're the one who's making Pee-Pee's face all funny. I can't make faces that crazy by myself. Well, there's no other way to do it. Pee-Pee can't make faces alone. Besides, I don't know how to make a dog laugh, so it's not really fair. Well, that's just something you have to get used to. Losing. Ha 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 ha. I wondered if it was really just about getting used to it. Pee-Pee laughs when he's happy, right, Pee-Pee? Well, just have to admit defeat. Kid, you want to take my place?
僕が
Me? Yeah, I'm begging you. I'll be the referee. The kid had been talking with you, but he came over. All right. Game time!
お手柔らかに
Don't be too hard on me.
あ、何して遊んでるんです？楽しそう。
Oh, what game are you playing? It looks fun. Sora, who appeared taken with the game, also came over. It's a staring contest. Canine versus human.
まあ、それはすごそうですね。
Well, that seems pretty incredible. Sora covered her mouth with her hand and giggled. Actually, Pee-Pee's incredible. I think we're gonna have nightmares about this. I shuddered. And now, in their first contest, we have the champion Pee-Pee versus the challenger, the Kid, facing off in a face fight. I want to get underway, but first, let's hurry up and do this! Well, we need to decide what we're gonna call the kid here. Is Kid okay? What do you think?
そんなこと言われても
I don't know.
しょうちゃんって呼んでいい？
We can call him Kiddo.
ああうんいいよ
Well, they've been calling him Shonen, and her actual suggestion was Sho-chan, which is actually pretty cute.
しょうちゃんしょうちゃんしょうチャンネル
Kiddo, huh? You want me to call you that too? Gotta be a more nameable name than that. John. Be fitting to call him John Doe.
適当だからゴンベイだというのは全国のゴンベイさんに申し訳ないのではないですか？
Wouldn't calling him that just because it's fitting be rude to all of the people named John Doe? Well, it's only for a little while, so it doesn't have to be perfect.
倉成さん、しょうちゃんよりも名前っぽい名前をと言ったじゃありませんか。
Kuranari-san, I thought you wanted a name more name-like than Sho-chan.
じゃあねココがもう一個
Well
名
then,
前をつけよう
Coco will think up another name.
しょうちゃんまたの名を
Kiddo's other name could be...
パブロ・ディエゴ・ホセ・フランシスコ・デ・パーラ・ファン・ネポムセのマリア・デ・ロス・レメディオス
Pablo Diego Jose Francisco de Joro Juan Novencia Maria de los Remedios. Remedios.
ブリアーノ・クリスピン・クリスピニアーノ・デ・ラ・サンティッシマ・トリニダット・ルイス・イスピカソ
Suburiano Critiano de la Santa Shima Trinidado Luis Picasso. That's too long. Anything longer than Tanaka Yubise Harulakana is out.
ちょっと倉成武
Hey, Kudenari!
フルネームで呼ばない
Just
でよ
go blurting out my full name. You, who'd been standing over by the shop, came walking directly towards me. Ugh, what a pain. In honor of the mascot, I name you John Raccoon Dog Smith.
乱暴ですね、倉成さん。
Crude, Kudenari-san.
そうですね。私も一つ考えましょう。
Well, let's
そ
see.
れでは、
Why don't I think of
キ
one?
ワクさんというのはいかがでしょう
How
か。
about Meadows-san? Why Meadows?
記憶忘れちゃったくんの略
Like, short for memory loss? Oh, it's bad luck to name him that.
すみません。直接的すぎました。
Sorry, I didn't mean to be so
あな
direct.
たたち何を揉めてるの？
What are you all bickering about? Sugumi cut in.
一時的な名前を適当につけたりしたら彼が本名を思い出した時にいろいろ困るわよ。
If we come up with some random name, it'll be a hassle when he remembers his real one.
少年なんだから
He's a kid.
少年でいいじゃない。
Why don't we just stick with kid? The conversation had come full circle. The light suddenly went out and then flashed back on. There was a dull, heavy metallic echo. At the same time, there was a slight tremor. What was that?
今の揺れ下から来てる。
That tremor felt like it came from below.
下のフロアで何かあったのかな
Below? I wonder if something happened
ちょっ
below.
と調べてみます。
I will try to investigate. Saying that, Sora held her hands out in front of her. Oh. Just then, a strong lateral vibration jolted the floor. The holographic window that Sora had conjured vanished.
大丈夫です。
It's
モニタ
all
ー
right.
回復。フロアスキャン開始。
The monitor is back online. I'm
クレ
initiating
ッ
a
トストック
scan.
第6区画。資材置き場付近から浸水中。
Water has penetrated the material storage space in Sector 6 of Driderstock. It's flooding? I didn't see any signs of that when I made the rounds. The sound of metal giving way accompanied the massive shaking. Scenes from old movies of luxury liners being swallowed by the ocean flashed across my mind.
区画連結部に破損。
There's damage to the passageways connecting the
浸
sectors.
水箇所。複数の区画に拡大していきます。
Multiple leak areas. It's increasing. Hey,
どこかに捕まっておいた方がいいんじゃない？
don't you think we should grab a hold of something?
そうね
Yes.
みんな何かに捕まって
Everybody grab
体を
something.
固定して
Steady yourself. Okay. I reached out for a support pillar nearby. Coco crouched down as she squeezed Pee-Pee tightly. Everyone held their breath. Oh, we partying hard. A huge shockwave rocked us. The whole floor, or rather, the whole of Lemu shook. Thought I would be thrown into the ceiling one second or pulverized into the floor the next. The souvenir shop in front of me trembled. The display of dishes in the shop fell to the floor and shattered. Pile of empty cans clattered and gave way. A stuffed animal made a beeping noise as it fell on its stomach. We all steadied ourselves against the shaking. All we could do was endure it. No one said anything. We could hear the squeal of steel twisting. Finally, the sound seems to get farther away. The vibrations gradually subsided. And then I was attacked violently. Sora announced the second wave of flooding had finished. Still wary, we headed downstairs. We carefully moved forward down the wet and slippery stairs. With every step, the scent of seawater seemed to get stronger. We arrived at Driderstock, the third floor. The water level in the corridor reached around my shin. Must have been around 15 centimeters
完
deep.
全には排水できないの
Lemu can't pump out all this water?
できないようです。
It appears not.
大きな浸水箇所は隔壁で遮断したのですが、細かいダクトなどを通して今もこの区画に少しずつ水が流れ込み続けています。
All major areas where leaking has occurred have been closed off by shutting a partition. However, water is continuing to flow in through small ducts even now.
排水ポンプはフル稼働していますが、現在の状態より水位を下げるには おそらく
The water clearing pumps are operating at full capacity. But to make the water level recede, the big hole will have to be plugged. Is that what you were gonna say?
でも浸水元の区画には隔壁が降りてしまってるから、ここから修理に行くこともできない。
But with the partition shutting off the sector of the original leak, there's no way to access it.
ええ、そうです。
Yes, that is so. We entered the central control room. Sora checked the damage via the Lemmy
そ
console.
れにしても本当に申し訳ありませんでした。
Sincerely
二次浸
apologize.
水の危険が迫っていたというのに、皆さんに前もってお伝えできていなかったなんて。
Even though the second flooding was about to occur, I failed to notice and warn you all. As she manipulated the key, Sora bowed her head, looking deeply apologetic. Everybody fucks up sometimes. I will go with it's not your fault, Sora. Not your fault. It was an accident. We may have overlooked the cause of this when we were checking around a little bit ago. We're in this together.
いいえ、そんなことはありません。
Not at all! Sora answered without looking away from the monitor.
私の計算と予測がいい加減だったんです。
My calculations and predictions were irresponsible. Don't you go trying to blame yourself for this. Everyone is fine, so let's just consider ourselves lucky. With her head bowed in silence, Sora kept working. Finally, her hand stopped typing on the keyboard. Sora turned and stood
状
up.
況がわかりました。これから表示します。
I've gauged our situation. I will now display it.
皆さんどうか驚いたり気を落としたりしないでくださいね。
Everyone, please, do not be shocked or let this get you down.
そうだ、そんな風に言われると逆に身構えちゃう
Sora,
よ。
when you say it like that, it makes us nervous.
すみません。
Oh, I'm sorry.
めったなことじゃ驚かない自信があるけどね。
I'm fairly confident there are few things that'll shock me.
そうですか。それ
Let's
で
see. In that case, I thought everyone was probably numbed by what we'd experienced so far. Simply put, the cause of the second influx of water we experienced a short
1
while
度目の浸
ago.
水の時に被害を免れたいくつかの区画は強制換気により急激に減圧された状態で水没した区画から隔離されました。
The sectors that were able to avoid damage during the first flooding were isolated from the flooded sections, and forced ventilation created a sudden reduction in air
しかし
pressure.
水没区画が内部の水の重さに耐えきれず傾き、隣接した区画とのジョイントに亀裂が生じました。
However, the inundated sectors were not able to withstand the weight of the water and tilted, causing a rupture of the joint in the adjacent section.
管内外の圧力差により小さな亀裂からスポイトのように周囲の海水が吸い込まれたために
The gap in the internal pressure and the external air pressure caused seawater to be sucked into the complex through the
そ
rupture.
れまで健在だった多くの区画も短時間で一気に浸水したのです。
So many of the sectors that were stable until that moment were instantly flooded.
これが現在のドリットシュトックの状況です。
This is the current situation of
明
Dritterstock.
滅している箇所がこの中央制御室です。
This blinking area is the central control room, and
こちらがツバイトシュトックの
this
状
is
況
the
です。
status of Zweiderstock. Are you serious?
レミューの約半分は水の中ってわけね。
You mean nearly half of Lemu is underwater?
ドリットには水没していない区画が3箇所あ
Way
り
more
ま
than
す。
half when you consider the whole first level, which maybe isn't the kind of correction that you want right now. There are 3 sections of Dritter that are not flooded.
このマップの中心に表示されているのが
The area displayed in the
私たちのいる
center of this
第
map
8
is
区画
Sector
です。
8, where we are.
あれ地図には大まかに2つに分かれた場所が示されてるみたい
Looks
だけ
like
ど
the map is displaying
More
roughly
一つの区画は？
2 areas. Where's the third
実
sector?
はシステムの不備のせいで詳細なマップ表示ができていませんが、
Actually, due to a flaw in the system, a detailed map cannot be
この第
displayed.
8区画の対角線上にある第4区画の一部も健在なのです。
One part of Section
しかし、
4, diagonally above Sector 8, is
そこ
stable.
に行くことはできないの
There's no way to get there?
はい、不可能です。
Correct. It is
どう
impossible.
して
Why?
2つの区画を結んでいる通路が全て水没してしまったからです。
Because all of the corridors connecting the sectors are
距離
submerged.
にしておよそ100メートル。
In terms of distance, it's roughly 100
無呼吸
meters.
状態で100メートル泳ぎ続けるような能力をお持ちになっている方はこの中にはいらっしゃらないでしょう。
I don't think there's anyone among you that's capable of swimming 100 meters without
ゆえ
breathing.
に不可能なのです。
Therefore, I say it is
それ
impossible.
にもしも仮に第4区画まで行けたとしても事態が好
Furthermore,
転するようなことは
even
な
if
いと思
someone
わ
did
れま
reach
す。
Sector 4, I don't think it would improve our situation at all.
第4区画もここと同じなのです。
Sector 4 is in the same predicament as
浮
here.
島へ登るための非常階段は全て完全浸水しています。
All of the emergency stairs to get to the floating island are completely
つま
flooded.
り行っても無駄ってことね。
So even going there would be a
そういう
waste.
ことです。
That is correct.
だったらしょうがないか。
Then there's nothing we can
第
do,
4区画のことはこの際忘れてしまった方がいいわね。
so we should forget about Sector 4. We'll just have to wait quietly and wait for help to come. Well, guess we can take it easy for now. I left the room and hit the food stand, snagging some cola for everyone. All right, cola time. I'm gonna toss everybody one. Ready? Oops. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm one short.
私はいらないです。
Oh, I don't need one. Oh, don't worry about it. I'll go get one more. You can have
い
mine.
え、結構です。私喉乾いていませんし、コーラは苦手なんです。
No, really, I'm fine. I'm not thirsty and I don't really like cola. Sora smiled. Well, in that case, I tossed out a cola to everyone in order. You, Sugumi, and the kid all took one. But then the kid started shaking his can. Stupid. What do you think you're doing? You do that, it's going to explode everywhere.
そうなの？危険なの？
Really? Is it dangerous? Did you forget that cola is carbonated?
ごめん。
Sorry. Jeez, I'll give you mine. Here. I switched cans with him. That time, the kid slowly lifted the tab without shaking the can. The cola erupted powerfully. The rest of us hurriedly jumped to get out of the way. The kid got a blast of cola in the face. Hey, you alright? Just so you know, that wasn't my doing.
コーラ甘いねこれ。
Cola, it's sweet.
ああもう気
Oh,
をつけない
guys,
と。
you should be more careful. You said that as if she were at her wit's
その
end.
間レミューの特殊ガスの気圧に合わせて6気圧で封入してあるんだから。
These cans contain special gas so that they can be used at 6
会員
atmospheres.
料の持ち込み持ち帰りは現金ですって入場するときに聞かなかったの？
Weren't you listening when they said the bringing in and taking home of canned beverages was strictly prohibited? Whoa, I didn't know that. I must have missed it. It was true. Normally, the inside of the Lemu complex was maintained at 6 atmospheres using a mixture of gases. Since the floor's pressure had lowered to 1 atmosphere and the gas in the cans was still highly pressurized, the gap in pressure with the surrounding atmosphere made them burst when opened.
僕も知らなかったよ。
I didn't know that. The kid wiped his face with a nearby towel. Kid, no one expected you to know that. You've got to tell an amnesiac these things ahead of time.
へいへい、以後気をつけます。
I didn't notice until after the fact. Huh? Coco, what's wrong? Coco was embracing Pee-Pee and looked downcast. Thinking about it, I realized Coco hadn't said anything for a while. It didn't seem like her. Hey, aren't you gonna drink your cola? I held out a can of cola in front of Coco. It's a little warm, but it's the best I can do.
いらない。
I don't want it. Coco mumbled that.
ここちょっとね、
I don't
調子良くないん
feel
だ。
very good.
さっきからずっと考えてるんだけど、
I've been thinking about it since
いい
before,
コメッチョがなかなか
and
思
I
いつかな
haven't
く
been
て。
able to think of any jokes. Jokes? I peered down at Coco. She didn't look too good. She was sweating and having a hard time breathing. Hey, you don't look very
クラ
good.
メリ、どいて。
Kudenari, get out of the way! You came rushing over to Coco, pushed me out of the way, and put her hands on the girl's shoulders.
頭痛くない？
Coco, do you have a headache?
少し痛い。クラクラする。
A bit. I feel kinda dizzy.
で、ブラブラ動かしたら痛い？
Does it hurt if you swing your arms around?
ちょっとだけ。
Just a little. But it looked like it hurt more than just a little.
フロアの急激な減圧による減圧症の疑いがあります。
I suspect it might be decompression sickness due to the sudden loss of pressure on this floor.
そうね。
Yeah, it could well be. Pee-Pee looked up at Coco worriedly.
スバイトの救護室に行こう。クラナリ、おんぶ。
Let's get her to the Zwider infirmary. Kuranari, carry her. Huh?
おんぶ。
On your
早
back.
くおんぶしてよ。
Hurry up and squat down. All right.
ココをおぶるのよ。
I want you to carry Coco. Got it. You don't have to scream in my ear. We were rushing to Zyderstock, some 17 meters above us. I held Coco on my back with you and Sugumi supporting her from my sides. Sora led the way and the kid brought up the rear. We emerged on the second floor emergency corridor. Hey, are you sure we shouldn't take a normal corridor?
ここをそのまま進んでください。
Please proceed straight
近道にな
ahead.
っています。
This is a shortcut. The emergency corridor was directly connected to the lift below the infirmary. Whew, we made it. Let's get her up
いい
there.
え、クラナリさん。
No,
そのままそこ
Kunari-san,
にある部屋に
please
入
go
って
ahead into that room there.
医療用の加減圧室、再圧チャンバーです。
This is a
ここ
medical
で減圧
compression
症の治療
chamber.
が行い
We
ま
can
す。
treat decompression sickness here.
ココをそこに寝かせてあげて。
Just let her sleep there. Okay, I got it. Coco lay on the bed. Sugumi and the kid stood next to me and looked down at Coco. So what are you going to do in this tiny room? Is it a little cramped for examining her? The space was so small we could hardly move with everyone in there.
私は何もしないよ。
I'm not going to do anything. What are you talking about?
ココにはしばらくこの部屋でおとなしくしててもらうの。
We're going to have Coco relax in this room for a while. I tilted my head, confused. What?
高圧酸素療法です。ご説明しましょう。
This is hyperbaric oxygen therapy. Allow me to explain.
減圧症は周囲に急激な気圧変化が起こった際に体内に排出できないガスが溜まってしまうために起こるのです。
Decompression sickness occurs when there's a sudden change in the surrounding air pressure, and gas bubbles that can't be discharged accrue in the body.
ガスは気泡となって筋組織や静脈中などにとどまります。
Gas
ガ
becomes
ス
air
が体内に
bubbles,
多く残
and
ってい
these
ると
gather in tissues
酸
or
素呼
veins.
吸効率が著しく低下します。
Gas bubbles remain inside the body. The oxygen respiration efficiency drops dramatically. So, no matter how many deep breaths you take, it feels like you're suffocating?
はい。また血液中に溶けた窒素が気化すると
That's
血栓を作ってしまうことがあります。
But also, if any nitrogen which had been dissolved in the blood turns to gas, it could produce a thrombus, or blood clot.
血流を塞いでしまい
Of
危
course,
険です。
this could hinder blood circulation, which is very dangerous.
そこでこの部屋を密閉して
We will seal
高濃
this
度の
room
酸素を
and
注
pump in a
入
high concentration of
一旦
oxygen,
約3気圧までゆ
slowly
っくり
taking
と
it
加
up
圧し
to approximately 3
その後
atmospheres.
ゆっくりと減圧し再び1気圧に戻します。
After that, we slowly decompress it back to 1
圧
atmosphere.
力差を利用して体内の気泡を再び血液中に溶け込ませ呼吸によって自然に排出できるようにするわけです。
Using this difference in pressure, we dissolve the gas bubbles in the body back into the blood, where they were removed naturally by breathing. So basically, you make us like a can of cola that won't blow up.
ええ、その通りです。
Precisely. I got it. I lifted my hand. Oh, that dash up the stairs sure wore me out. I heaved a breath.
クラナリさん、苦しくないですか？
Are you in pain at all? My muscles feel kind of sore and I'm a bit sluggish, but...
ねえ、クラナリも部屋に入った方がいいんじゃない？
Kunanari, don't you think you should probably go in that
軽
room
い
too?
減圧症はすぐに自覚症状が現れるわけじゃないの。
In light cases of decompression sickness, you aren't necessarily aware of it immediately. But you figure out you're in trouble. It's too late.
ええ、症状が長引くかもね。
If I had a nickel for every game about getting the bends, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird it happened twice.
そうですね。念のためですが皆さん全員この部
Just
屋
to
に
be
入
on
っ
the
ていただ
safe
きます。
side, I want you all to enter the room. The decompression process took place over several hours. Coco lay on the only bed. In Shonen's route, Takeshi took the entire bed up, like a dipshit. The kid, you, Pee-Pee, and I sat next to her. It was cramped. We were like sardines in a can. There was nowhere to move. I wondered what time it was. Took out my PDA and checked. 11:54 p.m. I was sleepy. Coco was sleeping and her breath was relaxed. Looked like she was doing better. It didn't look like you or the kid were sleeping, but they sat quietly with their eyes closed. Pee-Pee had crawled under the bed. Sora had sealed the hatch from outside and was adjusting the pressure as necessary. Sora, what about you? Don't you need to be treated? Before the process had started, I'd asked Sora that.
ええ、私は体が慣れてますから。
No, I'm used to this.
あ、それと皆さん、再圧の時には耳の音声変換器を一旦外してください。
Also, everyone, please remove your voice converters during the
そ
repressurization
れは
process.
鼓膜を気圧差から保護する役割がありますが、再圧中は邪魔になってしまいますから。
They are designed to protect your eardrums from the change in air pressure. However, during pressurization, they can interfere. I removed the earphones that I had become completely used to and held them in my hand. Sora still stood just outside the hatch window. Sugumi wasn't inside or visible outside the room. She had left just before the pressurization process had started. Where did Sugumi go anyway? Just before the hatch was closed, she'd suddenly started talking.
あ、それじゃあ私は行くから。
Robot!
急に行くところができたのよ。
There's a place I just realized I need to go. Where? Treatment's more urgent than that.
必要ない。
I don't need it. Sugumi, that's irresponsible and selfish.
こんな狭苦しい場所に
I
い
can't
つま
stay
でもいら
cooped
れない
up
わ
in
よ。
this cramped place.
ま、一人で逃げ出したりはしないから。
Well, I won't go
安心したら。
escaping alone, so just take it easy. It's not the point.
要するに付き合いきれないの。
To be blunt,
あなたたちと
I
は。
don't have the patience for you. Any of you. Sukumi ignored you, me, and went off somewhere. Sora had reported to us that she was somewhere on the floor and safe, but it still bothered me a bit. But it was Sugumi after all. I was sure she'd probably be back in a little while saying something else. That's what I thought, but nearly 2 hours had passed. I'll just wait a little bit longer. Even as I thought that, my eyelids got heavier and heavier. But still, even so, today really was an eventful day. And then I fell away into slumber. I'm sleepy. Lack of sleep made the echo of the shoes scraping the ground seem louder than usual. As I walked down the emergency corridor, I stretched. You was next to me. Coco and the kid trailed a little way behind
あ
us.
んなにぐっすり眠ってたくせに。
You slept so hard. Yeah, but what time is it right
5時
now?
半。
5:30 a.m. That's right. So that means I only slept 4.5 hours.
しかじゃなくて、もでしょ？
Not only, you slept
こ
that
の
much.
状況でよくそんなに眠れる
I
わ
don't know
ね。
how you could sleep like that given our situation. It's because that it is this kind of situation that we gotta sleep. Our minds have to be sharp. You have to be ready for anything,
じ
right?
ゃあ、今は回転してるんだ。
So, your mind is sharp right now? Well, I'm still a bit sleep deprived, so not all my pistons are firing. But think I'm doing about as good as the next guy. Hey, aren't you? The next thing I noticed, you was no longer next to me. I stopped and looked back. Saw the kid and Coco vanish into a small side corridor to the right. I hurried after the three of
で、
them.
どうなのよ？
And
睡眠の成果は？
how is Sleeping Beauty? You spoke to me sarcastically once I'd caught up. Just told you I'm not running at full power.
あ
You let out an exasperated sigh and shrugged her shoulders. She also arched an eyebrow as if annoyed.
ー、くらなり。いっぺん鏡見た方がいいんじゃない？
You know, I think you'd better take a look in the mirror. Huh? Mirror?
あんたね、ともかくさっさと顔洗った方がいいよ。
You'd really better wash your face. We entered the emergency stairs from the emergency corridor. We had just been roused from sleep by Sora, and the four of us shuffled to the control room on the 3rd floor. We seemed to have passed through the decompression process without a hitch, as no one had any complaints. Even Coco, who'd seemed to be having such a rough time, was...
ぽっかりぽかぽか日曜日。ぷっかりぷかぷか
Even the dog seemed in high spirits. They looked even happier than the day before. The water on the corridor floor splashed and sprayed as we walked. You, walking next to me, had clammed up. Wonder what she's peeved about. Slowed down my pace to walk with the kid. Hey, got any idea what you's all miffed about?
さあ
Who knows? The kid answered, grinning. Hey, what are you laughing about? You know something I don't?
心当たりないの
You sure you don't have any ideas what it could be? If I did, I wouldn't be asking you. You told me to look in the mirror, but...
なんだ教えちゃったのか
huh?
つまんないの
That's no fun. Kid kept glancing at my face and trying not to smile. My face? I wiped the palm of my hand on my face. Looked like black ink was smeared there. What's this? Tried to wipe it off with my shirt collar, but it wouldn't come off.
トイレならあっちだよ
Ah, there's a toilet over there. The faucet was broken and the sink was overflowing with water. I hurriedly washed my hands and then my face. The mirror in front of me was shattered into so many shards it was useless. But most of the black had come off in my hands, so thought my face was probably all right. Damn that girl, said it disgustedly and hurried out of the bathroom. I went up to you again. Hey, what did you write on my face?
Huh?
While I was asleep, you scribbled all over my face, didn't you?
落書き
Scribble? As she walked, you gaped at my face.
何言っちゃってんだかねこ
What
の
are you
人は
talking about?
ひょっとしてまだ寝ぼけてるとか
You're probably still asleep. Don't play dumb with me, you. You were just talking about a
言
mirror.
ったっけそんなことを
Was I? A mirror? You said it. I know you said
間
it.
違えたんじゃないのやっぱり寝ぼけてるんだ
Are
よ
you sure your ears aren't playing tricks on you? I'm pretty sure you're still half asleep. Yeah, because it was Sarah who had the marker and scribbled on his face because he took up the whole bed and snored all night. Well, weird things is occurring. I showed her my shirt collar where I'd wiped the ink.
どれどれ
You mumbled that, so I stepped closer.
うんうん
Suddenly, she grabbed my hand and stared at my palm intently.
こいつは珍しい手相
Oh,
をしてるの
your palm has an interesting future for you. Palm reading. Is that what you're into now?
変婚一滴の相と言ってな運命が大きく二手に分かれることを示しておるのじゃ
Your palm tells me that your fate diverges into two distinctly different
つまり
futures.
オール・オア・ナッシング
Kind of an all or nothing
す
outcome.
べてを得るかあるいはすべてを失ってしまうか
You'll either acquire or lose everything.
一方に進めば金運仕事運ともに上々で美しい女
One
性
path
と巡り合
puts
い
you on the
子
road
宝
to
にも恵
riches.
まれ幸せな家庭を
A
築ける
good
じゃ
job.
ろう
An encounter with a beautiful woman and bless you with a strong home and offspring.
おまけに健康運も最高ときとる
You'll be as healthy as
人が
possible.
悩むほどの長寿長命を全うすることになりそうじゃ
You'll live to a ripe old age that'll make those around you jealous.
ただしじゃ
However,
もう一方に進んでしまうとこれは本当に大変なことになるぞ
if you take the other path, you'll be in dire straits. Dire?
これ以上はわしの口からは言えんの
Yes, but I can tell you no
この
more.
生命線の真ん中のところをよーくよーくじっくりと見つめてみるのじゃ
You should take a good look at the middle of your lifeline,
そこに答えが刻まれておるのじゃからな
because that is where the answer can be found. I looked down at the palm of my hand. My eyes traced a line down my lifeline. Wide-eyed, I scrutinized every wrinkle and line. I didn't see an answer anywhere. There was still black ink in the creases of my hand. Black ink? Black ink? I remembered what I was angry about. Forget fortune-telling. You're trying to trick me. Hey, what? Next thing I noticed, you was no longer next to me. I stopped and looked back. saw the kid and Coco vanish into a small side corridor to the left. Ah, don't believe these guys. Hurried after the three of them. Tsugumi was in front of the control room. She was leaning against the wall with her arms folded and head down. I peered at Tsugumi's face. I was curious where she'd gone off to the day before. She could at least have given me a hint. Hell yeah, this is a nice pause we're having. Tsugumi didn't budge. She stood there with her mouth half open, only blinking her eyes a couple of times. Robot.
なーに
What? Tsugumi
なんか
finally
文句あ
spoke.
るの
You got a problem? Then she scowled. Oh, good morning. Did you get a good sleep last night? I didn't. That damn room was so small I ended up sitting on the floor all night. I yawned and rubbed my eyes with both hands as I spoke. So what did you do after that yesterday? Then, Tsugumi's eyes narrowed into slits and she leveled a steely glare at me. It was the kind of look that could
ひ
kill.
どい顔
Your face is
最低ね
the absolute worst. Huh? Tsugumi shook her head as if she was fed up with me and vanished inside the control room. Absolute worst? Hey, hold on a
倉
sec!
成さん、
Kurenari-san? Sora's voice came from behind
そ
me.
んなところで何をやっているんです
What are you doing
早
here?
く中に入ってくだ
Please
さい。
hurry inside. But
いいから早く お
just
願いします。
please go inside. The expression on her face appeared more stressed than the day before. Seemed as if her face said that something serious was unfolding.
こんなにも早い時間に皆さんにお集まりいただいたのは他でもあり
Sorry,
ま
I've
せん。
had to gather you so early. There was no other way.
実は皆さんに一刻も早くお知らせしなければなら
There's
ないこと
something
が
I
あっ
need
た
to
の
tell
です。
you right away. Sora paused for a second. Sora looked at all five of us in turn. You, Tsugumi, Coco, the kid, and me. The cooling fan whirred away in the silence. Occasionally, the sound of metal on metal rang through the room. The five of us waited on Sora's next words.
昨夜、小町さんを除く4人の皆さんが影円圧室に入られた後、
Last night, after the four of you apart from Komachi-san entered the pressurization chamber,
私はこの制御室で
I was in the
ここ
control
からの
room
脱
here,
出方法や
thinking about
外
ways
部
to
への通
escape
信手段
or
について考え
contact
て
the
いました。
outside.
そしてレ
And
ミュー内の状況を一つ一つ調べていくうちにあ
while I
る事
was
実が
checking
判
the
明した
internal
のです。
status of Lemu, I discovered
脱
something.
出するルートが見つかったの？
You found a way to escape?
いいえ、
No.
ってことは新たに外部へ連絡する方法が
A way to contact the
そ
outside?
れもまだです。
Not yet. Then what did you
そ
figure
う
out?
ですね。圧力核兵器の耐久強度、
I
その限
discovered the
界が
amount
分
of
かりまし
pressure
た
the。bulkheads can withstand. I found their limits. In the darkness, a three-dimensional image of Lemu sprung up.
圧力核壁って
What's the
何？
pressure bulkhead thingy? Coco held Pee-Pee tightly
レ
as
ミ
she
ューの
said
壁の
this.
ことです。外側の海水と内側の空間を隔てている部分。
I mean Lemu's walls, partitions between the outer seawater and the inner
その
air.
限界が分かったってどういうことなの
What do you mean when you say you found the limit?
昨日もお伝えしましたように、レミューは基本的に飽和潜水仕様の設計をもとに建造された構造物です。
Like I said yesterday, Lemu was a structure basically constructed on a saturation diving specification
つま
design.
り内部の気圧が外部の水圧と同等か、それを上回るような構造になっていたということです。
In other words, the internal air pressure equals or is greater than the external water
しかし
pressure.
今や艦内の気圧は1気圧。
However, the complex's internal air pressure is currently at 1 atmosphere.
ですから
Therefore,
レミューの外核は常に苛烈な水圧の力にさらされてるということになる。
Lemu's outer shell is constantly being subjected to severe water
Right.
pressure. Correct.
ところがレミューはもともとこのような状
But
況に
Lemu is
長
not
く耐えられる
constructed
よう
to
には
endure
作
this
られていない。
situation for a long period of
必然
time.
的にいつかは限界が訪れることになる。
Inevitably, it'll at some point reach
お
its
っしゃる
limit.
通りです。
Well put, Tanaka-san. So, when is this
レミュー
limit?
の計算によると、今から約119時間後に
According to Levy's calculations, 119 hours from now.
119時間
119
5日
hours.
後
か。
5 days, huh?
完全悪化推定時刻は5月7日午前4時30分前後となっていま
The estimated time of implosion is 4:30 a.m. on May
す。
7th.
もちろんあくまでも推定ですから
Of course,
誤差はありますが、
it's only a calculation, and there is a margin of
誤差はど
error.
のくらいなの？
What is the margin of
プ
error?
ラスマイナス12時間
Plus or
程度です。
minus 12 hours. Everyone went silent, lost in thought. Sora's talk had made it clear that we were in a crisis. I still didn't know what to make of it. I didn't know if 5 days was a long time or a short one. We didn't have a schedule, but we could find a way out. We figured we'd be sticking around 5 days. Even if we didn't call anyone, a rescue team might have been on its way anyway.
ねえねえ、ソラさんソラさん、ここバカだ
I'm
からあ
not
んま
very
りよく
smart,
わかんなか
so
っ
I'm
たんだ
not
け
sure I
ど、
understand.
それってこういうことだよね。
What does all that mean?
5月7日午前4時30分頃にレミューはくしゃっとぺったんこになっちゃう。
Does that mean at 4:30 a.m. on May 7th, Lemu will get squashed like a pancake? Yeah, kinda. You ever put like start a fire inside a can and then seal it and watch it just like crush? It'll be like that. It's gonna be great.
もしかしたらそうなっちゃうのは6日の午後4時半ぐらいかもしれないし、
But
7
that
日
might
の午後4
happen
時半ぐらいかも
4:30
しれ
p.m.
な
on
い。
the 6th or 4:30 p.m. on the 7th?
ここまでは OK だよね。
Is that okay so far?
ええ、
Well, no, it's not going to happen at 4:30. It's going to be anywhere in that 24-hour 4:30 span.
ってことはさ、逆に言うとこういうことにならない？
So doesn't that mean the opposite is also true?
最低でも6日の午後4時半ぐらいまではレミューはぺったんこにならない。
I mean, at the worst, Lemu will last until 4:30 p.m. on May 6th.
だからそれまでは
So we're fine until then.
で
There's nothing to
心
worry
配する
about.
ことなんか
Hooray!
よろりーね。そういうことでしょ？
Is that what it means?
絶対に安全だと断定することはできませんが、
We can't be absolutely certain we will be safe.
でも確かにレミの計算結果から判
Judging
断
from
す
the
る
results
と
of
そうな
Lemmy's
りますね。
calculations, that would appear to be the case.
なんだ
Ah, goody.
だったらそ
Good,
れでいいじゃん。
no problem.
ソラさん、眉間にキュッてし
Sora-san,
わなんかさせ
you
て
look
るか
all
らさ、
serious.
ここ
So
はちょっぴり
I
ドキ
got
ドキし
kind
ち
of
ゃったよ。
scared. Thanks, Pee-Pee.
まったく脅かすんじゃないぜ、ベーブ。
Jeez, don't scare me, babe. Think that's what Pee-Pee's trying to say.
そうだよね。あと1日でなんて言われたら思わず大暴れするかもしれないところだけど、
I see. If you'd said, we only have one more day or something, I might have burst out
まだ
crying.
まだ時間は十分あるんだし、
So, we still
そ
have
れま
lots
でに
of
は
time.
きっと
Someone
誰
will
か助け
surely
に来
come
て
to
くれ
help
る
us
よ。
before that, right? The kid, standing next to you, agreed. He nodded rhythmically, as if answering a question. Tension in the air gave way, and smiles returned to the faces around the room. Even Sugumi, who didn't smile, looked relieved. It was 5:50 a.m. I gave a large yawn. Tuna sando time. One, two, three, four, five, six. That's all of them. Here we go. There's wrapped in place and the freshly made breakfast sandwiches on a tray. Why is it that I have to make breakfast for everyone? Oh, and then in Shonens, he was like volunteering to do it. I complained, took the tray in both hands, and opened the small door of the
しょう
stand.
がないでしょ。民主主義の原則にのっとって決めたんだから。
That's the way it goes. We decided it democratically, you know. Yu was waiting in front of the shop and snatched a sandwich from the tray. She peeled back the wrapping and opened her mouth. Democracy is overrated. Just means the majority rules.
そうだよ。
Yeah, you got it. She said it flatly as she munched her sandwich. Come back here. Come here, give me a scooch. There we go. Now I can see you again, chat.
つまり民意を最大限に反映した結果ってわけ。
It's a reflection of the majority of the people's will. It was true that it had been an overwhelming vote. I had only been appointed breakfast chief minutes before. I hadn't even run for the office. I know that you're the one in the shadows running this conspiracy.
うわ、失礼な。そんなことはしませんよーだ。
That's low. I wouldn't do that.
きっとみんなはこん中で一番たけちゃんが料理うまそうだなーって純粋にそう思ったから手を挙げたんだと思うよ。
I'm pretty sure it's because everybody sincerely thought you'd be the best cook. You're sure full of it.
ごちそうさま。
Thanks for the sandwich. You already ate it. That's so
と
fast.
いうわけでおかわりを。
Yummy. I'll have another. I slapped away Yu's outstretched hand. I only made one for each person. You want another one? You make it.
たけ様、もう一個作って。
Come on, Take-sama. Make me one more, please. First, I wanted to get away from you. I took the remaining 4 sandwiches over to the rest area to hand them out. Breakfast is ready. Come and get it. As I called out, I set the tray on a bench.
ご飯だご飯だ6番だ。
Yay, yay, food! Glorious food! Coco came running and splashing towards me. Pee-Pee the dog paddled alongside her.
いただきます
Ah, this looks good! All of a sudden, I noticed the kid beside me. Hey, where are Sugami and Sora?
トラなら制御室に戻ったよ
Sora went back to the control room.
まだ調べたいことが残ってるって言ってたけど
She said there was still stuff she had to look into. Ah, that again.
すぐみんはね。
I think Sugami took off somewhere. Same old, same old. I turned my eyes to the 3 tuna sandwiches left on the tray. What to do? Well, Sora's a hologram and won't eat, so I guess we'll go look for Sugami. I'd go see Sora after that. Took their sandwiches in hand and left the room. Hey, Sugami! I called out as I walked the corridors at random. Chow time! I knew she wasn't the type to answer that. Finally, at the end of the corridor, I spied Sugami. Ah, there she is. What are you doing here? Himmel was written on the door. Sugami wasn't really doing anything. She just stood in front of the door.
別に
Nothing.
あなたには関係ないでしょ
It's none of your business. None of my business, huh? Sure, whatever.
あなたこそ何しに来たの
What are you doing here? This. I held out one of the tuna sandwiches to Sugami.
何よ
What's this? Breakfast.
ふーん
You're not gonna eat? Sugami tilted her head a little and stared at the sandwich. If you don't want it, I'll give it to you.
食べないなんて
I didn't say I don't want it. Sugami indifferently took the sandwich from me. Good. I went to a lot of pain to make that. You said you didn't want it? I don't know what I'd. Sugami began to walk away without listening as I was talking. Hey! Hold on a second! Suddenly, grabbed Sugami's shoulder. You should at least say thanks. Sugami didn't try to turn around. She shook my hand off her shoulder effortlessly. She let out an annoyed sigh.
私に触らないで
Don't touch me. Don't touch me, motherfucker. Sugami said it in a low voice without turning around. My shrugged off hand floated in the air with nowhere to go.
私に
Don't
触らないで
touch me. Sugami repeated the same words again and silently started walking away. Down the water-covered floor of the corridor. Rings rippled out slowly from where Sugami stepped as she walked. Just then, the lights in the corridor began to flicker uneasily. I instinctively glanced up at the ceiling. Listening carefully, I heard what sounded like a rumble of thunder far away. What? What's happening? It couldn't be. Tiny waves formed in the water pooled on the floor. The walls and ceiling trembled slightly. Metal screeched on metal. I could see Tsugumi's back down the corridor. The lights clicked and flickered. Tsugumi turned and looked back at me, as if she wanted to say something to me. Here, I think I can turn off that flicker. That's kind of a lot. So I'll just... Pew! No flicker, please! Just a little... Yeah, a little too flashy, probably. Tremors and sound stopped. But an eerie silence filled the area. Only the emergency lights glowed dimly. Is this a blackout? Tsugumi! I kicked up water as I ran. I ran to where Tsugumi was, shouting. Tsugumi, it's a blackout! A blackout!
わかってる。
She's not stupid, Takeshi. What should we do?
なんで私に聞くのよ。
Why are you asking me? Yeah, right. So, what should we do? I know. First, we should go to where everyone is. We cut through a nearby door and came out in front of the kiosk. You wasn't there. I sprinted to the room next door. There was no sign of anyone there either. Scanned the area. My eyes weren't used to the darkness yet, and I couldn't see into the corners of the room. Hey! Coco! Kid, you! And the echo of my voice was swallowed, vanishing into the darkness. Where could they have gone? My eyes stopped on the bench. On top of the tray I'd left, there was one tuna sandwich remaining. I still had one of the sandwiches in my hand. The emergency didn't seem to faze Tsugumi, who was stuffing her face with the sandwich I'd given her.
ねえ。これ。
Hey, this... Tsugumi handed me something. It was the balled-up sandwich
捨てとい
wrapper.
て。
Needs to be thrown away. Saying that, Tsugumi left the room. Jeez, I can't believe that girl. I took the crumpled-up wrapper, put it back on the tray, and soon followed after Tsugumi. No, you forgot your pocket sandwich! Pocket sandwich! Though I suppose it's the kid's the one who picked up pocket sandwich, so we do need to leave it on the bench. In part of the control room. In the far darkness, I could just make out 3 familiar outlines.
クラナリつぐみ
Splashing through the water, the 3 of them walked over.
ねえ、空のこと見かけなかった？
Hey, have you seen Sora? I looked at Tsugumi. She shook her head. Wasn't she in the control room?
それがもぬけの殻なのよ
It's empty now. Wait, I thought you knew that she was a hologram. So why is you like, oh man, she's gone, it's crazy. Are you sure? Let's check. I pushed the panel next to the door, but the button remained lifeless. Hey, how do you open this? Does the electricity have to be on?
ああ扉の下の方に緊急用の開閉装置があるから
Oh, there's an emergency mechanism for opening the door near the bottom of it. Pulling on the lever, I pushed the door over to the side. The door opened just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. I peeked inside the room. It was pitch black. I couldn't see a
懐中
thing.
電灯いる？
Do you want a flashlight? Oh, thanks. Taking the flashlight, I turned it on and stepped into the room. A circle of white light appeared on the wall. I shined the flashlight left and right, lighting up all the corners of the room. The electrical system was completely down. Like an abandoned castle, there was no sign of warmth left. There was clearly nobody there. Well, what should we do? I joined everyone and asked that calmly. It had been one crisis after another since the day before. I guess we were all already used to the situation because nobody had
事
lost
前
it.
に何も言わずに空がいなくなるなんて
I thought you knew. You tilted her head as she said that. Hmm? Looking at her then, I noticed something. When did you change clothes?
ああ、これ
Oh, this old thing? You was wearing clothes I hadn't remembered
さっ
seeing.
き制服にソースこぼしちゃって
I spilled sauce all over my
更
uniform.
衣室に着替え一着だけ入ってたからこ
I
れは
had
普
one
段
change
着
of
なわ
clothes
け
in
よ
the changing room. These are my everyday clothes. I see, so you had a change of clothes. Spilling sauce on your uniform? That's pretty clumsy. You scratched her head as if to offset her embarrassment. Anyway, we should be thinking about Sora.
とりあえず
Yeah, for now.
みんなで手分けしてソラさん
Everyone,
を探すしかないん
Let's
じゃ
split
ない
up
の
and look for Sora-san.
ソラさんがいなかったら
Without
なんで停電した
Sora-san
のかな
around,
って
we won't know why there was a blackout or
そう
anything.
だね。レミューに一番詳しいのは
Yeah?
空なんだから。
Sora knows more about Lemu than anyone. Alright, let's do this. You and the kid, you guys check this floor. Sugumi, Coco, and I will hit the second floor. Okay?
あ、
Alright.
了解。
Roger that.
ピピ
What
は
about Pee-Pee? He'll go with you, of course. I petted Pee-Pee's head. Alright, let's go search. Sora! Sora! 3 people and 1 mutt, myself, Sugumi, Coco, and Pee-Pee, split up once we reach Zyderstock. The entrance to the neutral buoyancy elevator. Inside the infirmary. The changing room. The security office. The merry-go-round. We searched everything, even the jellyfish gondola. Then we retraced our way back to the front of the infirmary. And then...
タケピョンタケピョン
Coco was shaking the flashlight and signaling to me. I'd handed it to her before we started searching. How'd it go? Any luck? Coco used the flashlight to make a big X, signifying nothing found.
そっちは
How about you? Nothing. She's not on this floor. What about Sugumi?
スグミンはねさっきここの目の前を通り過ぎて
Sugumi just passed by in front of me. Passed by?
あっちの相乗り場の方に行っちゃった
She went that way, towards the entrance to the egg elevator. The neutral buoyancy elevator, huh?
なんかね大きな荷物持ってたみたい
She was carrying something big. Is it our frozen tuna friend again? Sounded like Sugumi was up to something solo again. I'll go check it out. Coco and I moved to the room next door. There were signs of someone there. Ahead, in the total darkness, was something rustling around.
スグミン
Calling out, Coco shined the light on the shadow.
眩しい。
Hey, that's bright. As expected, it was Sugumi. She held out the palms of her hands as she stood up. Coco hurried to turn off the flashlight and rushed over by Sugumi. I followed her over with Pee-Pee.
何やってるのこんなとこで
What are you doing here?
じゃわからないよ
I don't understand what you mean by,
ねえ何やってたの
Hey, what are you doing?
調べてたの。
Looking into something.
何を
What?
このエレベーターを。
This elevator.
愛のこと
The egg elevator?
そう。
Yeah.
それを調べるのにこんなでっかい荷物が必要なの
What do you need this big thing to investigate for? Coco pointed down by Sugumi's feet. There lay a massive plastic case. I was sure I'd seen it in the warehouse the day before. It looked like a toolbox, but
これは後で必要になってくるの。
I'm gonna need this later.
今はただエレベーターの状態を見てただけ。
Right now, I'm just checking the status of the elevator.
ちゃんと動くかどうか、扉は手動で開くのかどうか。
Whether it'll move or the doors open manually. Sugumi was way more talkative than usual. Her attitude toward Coco was much nicer than the one she had towards me. It seemed to me that Coco's unique personality kept even Sugumi off balance.
それでどうだった の？
So,
エレベーターは動きそう？
how about it? Does it look like the elevator will move?
多分ね。
Maybe. Sugumi glanced at me as she said that.
ほいで、エレベーターに乗ってどうするの？
Hey, but what good would using the elevator do you?
3階に降りようと思って。
I thought we'd go down to the third
3
floor.
階に？だったらいつも通り非常階段を使えばいいんじゃないの？
Third floor? Why don't we just use the emergency stairs like we
あ
always
の階
do?
段じゃ行けないから。
Because those stairs won't get us where we need to go.
発電室には行けないの。
They won't get us to the generator room.
発電室？
That reminded me of what you had said. Lemu didn't receive any power from the outside, but had an in-house generator system. There was a thermal seafloor vent where hot water was pumped out of the seabed, and heat from that was used to operate the generator.
だっけなしてこんなとこさ行か
But
ねばな
why
ら
do
ね
you
だ？
need to go there?
だって不便でしょ。
Because it's a
このまま
pain
明か
with
り
the
がつか
lights
なか
off.
ったら。修理するのよ。
To make repairs.
停電の原因は多分発電機にあると思うの。
I think the cause of the blackout is the generator.
なるほどね。
I see.
だからこんなでっかい荷物が必要なんだ。
So that's why you need this big box?
ふーん、そっかそっか。
Oh, I get it now. That makes sense. Sugumi was finally freed from Coco's barrage of questions.
それじゃあ行ってくるから。
All right, I'm going down.
たけし、ちょっと付き合ってくれない？
Takashi, could you come along? Huh? Me? Without thinking, I shot a question back at her. Her question was pretty sudden and caught me off balance. Besides, I thought that was the first time she'd called me by my name. First, there's one thing I want to ask you. What? You just said something about the emergency stairs not leading to the generator room, right? So, why's
昨日
that?
見たレミューのマップ覚えてない？
Don't you remember the map of Lemu that we saw yesterday? Map? Map. Map. I pressed my temples with my fingers, trying to tease out a buried memory.
3階のマップは
The map
エ
of
リ
the
アが
third
2つに分
floor,
断されて
divided
いる。
into two areas.
思い出した？
Do you remember? Yeah, I can't remember it exactly, but kinda, yeah.
じゃあその2つのエリアの間には
And
何
what
があっ
was
た？
between those two areas? Between them? How am I supposed to know? There wasn't anything there.
そう
Exactly.
ということは
Which means the two areas are divided by a block, which is now
Dakara.
underwater? So we can't move directly from the control room area to the generator
That
room
is
area. So what? Oh, I see. To get to the generator rooms area, we had to access the second floor. And the only way we can do that is by using the neutral buoyancy
手伝
elevator.
ってくれ
Could
るでしょ？
you help me out? But do you think it's alright? I mean, we haven't asked Soro's opinion. And we don't know if the cause of the blackout is really the generator.
きっと無駄だと思う。
I don't think that'd do any good.
空を探したって
I don't think you're going to
無駄停電
find
してるんだか
Sora
ら。
because of the blackout.
制御室のコンピューターは完全に使い物にならない。
The control room computer is going down.
たとえ空がいたところ
Even
で
if Sora were
レミ
around,
とコンタクトを
she
取る
wouldn't
こと
be
は
able
で
to
きない。
contact Lemmy.
今はとりあえず発電機を見に行くことぐらいしか私たちにできることはない。
So the only thing we can do is go check out the generator, right? Well, I suppose so, but...
ねえ、どうするの？
So, what are you going to do?
付き合ってくれるわね。
Will you come along?
たけし、あなたのことが
I really
どうしても
need you.
必要なの。
Those words shocked me. I thought my heart stopped for a second. I really need you. These were not words I ever expected to hear from Sugumi's mouth. Sugumi stared straight at me. Her intense gaze made me uncomfortable. Please. Alright, I'll go with you. I stared back into Tsugumi's eyes. I didn't think about going against her. Tsugumi nodded.
ねえ、ココはココは行かなくていいの？
Coco, shh. I'm an idiot and I'm getting seduced.
そうね。ココには別の仕事を頼みたいから。
I've got another job I want Coco to
別
do.
の仕事？何それ？
Another job? What's
今
that?
話した事情をユウと少年に伝えてほしいの。
I want you to tell you and the kid what I just told you.
私とたけしがこれから発電室を見に行くって話を。
I mean, tell them that Takashi and I are going to the generator
そん
room.
なことか。
Oh, that!
ラジャー、了解しました。
Roger! 10-4! Coco clicked her heels together and gave a kind of salute. Like a cutie patootie. A neutral buoyancy elevator I meant egg in German. It was a literal take on the egg-shaped elevator that traveled up and down rails into the ocean on the side of Lemu. A ballast tank was attached to the floor. It would take in or release seawater from the tank as necessary to increase or reduce buoyancy, making the elevator rise or sink. Once Tsugumi and I were inside, we sealed the watertight doors on the Lemu side of the elevator. All we had to do was release the lock connecting us to Lemu, and the egg would sink away. Tsugumi pulled the operating lever on the door. Good pause we're having. What's going on? We're not sinking at
そう
all.
みたいね。
Doesn't look like it. Tsugumi calmly opened up the toolbox she'd brought with her. Inside were things like an electric screwdriver, hydraulic cutting machine, some kind of laser or welding device, a small gas burner. The box was packed with any and all kinds of tools. What are you gonna do
沈まないなら。
with that? If it won't sink,
沈めるしかないでしょ。
then we'll just have to sink it. Huh? Hell yeah! Tsugumi! Are you crazy? Tsugumi took the lit torch in hand and slowly stood up. Blue flame erupted from it like a jet engine, hissing in the dim light. That's right, look directly at the welding! Look directly at the welding! You're kidding, right, Tsugumi! Tsugumi didn't answer. She grinned triumphantly. She put the flame to the edge of the elevator's shell. There was no time to stop her. The coin-sized hole opened in the egg-shaped elevator, and seawater came spurting in with tremendous force. You idiot! What are you trying to do? A hole! There's a hole!
開けたのよ。
Yeah, I made it. Duh? She extinguished the flame as if nothing had happened. She placed it into the toolbox and shut the lid. The seawater created a mist, descending all around us. Tsugumi licked the droplets off her lips. You're crazy, right? Yeah, being cooped up in here's made you crazy. Tsugumi just snickered. As we continued that exchange, water continued to pour in. It pooled in the bottom of the egg. It covered our ankles, then our shins, swallowing our knees and then lapping at our thighs. I thought maybe I'd wash my hair. Let's try and get out of there. I decided it would be best to escape. I didn't want to be around that crazy woman anymore. I discreetly reached for the handle of the watertight door.
何やってるの？
What are you doing?
さっき
You
付き合っ
said
てくれるって。
you would come along
そう言
with
ったじゃ
me.
ない。
Tsugumi grabbed my wrist. Tsugumi's palm was soft and wet. There was a soft, suction-like feeling as she grabbed me. Tsugumi stared at me. It was a serious, hard look. Fine. Have it your way. Go along with you to the end, even if we sink to the bottom of the ocean. I made up my mind. Just then, boom! The egg elevator took a big jolt and started to move. I began to descend, ever so slowly. Peeking through the window and into the blue, we could see the outside of Lemu. The blue gradually got darker, and the steel bulkhead appeared to move farther away upward. The higher water pressure increased the force of the water pouring in. The speed of our descent picked up. I wondered how many meters we had dropped. I shifted my gaze towards the sea bottom, but Driderstock still hadn't come into view. The water in the elevator had already reached my chest. My legs were floating. I was on my toes. I kicked off the floor with all my power and seized an edge of the ceiling. Hey, don't you think this is pretty dangerous? A strange smile appeared on Tsugumi's face. It seemed she was getting a little worried. I wonder if we'll die like this.
かもね。
Maybe. No, not maybe. This harebrained idea was all your... The surface of the water reached my throat and cold seawater rushed into my mouth. I lifted my chin and desperately tried to stick to the ceiling. Tsugumi! Tsugumi! I screamed crazily. I looked sideways and saw Tsugumi struggling to stay above the water. Just then, boom! The egg was shaken by a strong shock. We made it to the 3rd floor. I wanted to shout that, but it was impossible. There was no longer enough air for me to yell. I didn't know she'd panicked or what, but Tsugumi was thrashing her arms and legs around desperately. In the blur underwater, I pinned down Tsugumi's shoulder. It's all right. I'll take care of it. I felt Tsugumi's body relax. I kicked off against the wall and clung to the handle of the watertight door. Focused every bit of strength in my body on turning the heavy handle. Because my body would float, I couldn't gain traction with my feet. Bracing one leg on the handrail, I continued turning and turning it. The water pressure was pressing in on my eardrums. My body was screaming for oxygen. Open! The double-ply door opened. The mass of water, Tsugumi and I were all spit out of the elevator and onto the floor. But we didn't have time to catch our breath. Seawater was flooding into the hole in the elevator more ferociously than ever. I got up immediately and rushed to the watertight door on the elevator. First, I closed that door, locked it, and then closed the door on the Lemu side as well. Okay, maybe the frozen tuna wasn't as bad a plan as, previously thought. Team Frozen Tuna, you had the right idea. For a while, I couldn't move. Tsugumi was sprawled out on the floor too. I didn't feel angry with her, because relief was the dominant emotion. That was such a stupid thing to do. What if we really had died? Tsugumi was coughing a little, looking down. She didn't try to look at me. I thought that maybe she was reflecting on what she had done. That's it. Maybe. Maybe she just wasn't a people person and has a hard time getting along with others. She seemed fragile and lonely. Maybe she needed someone's help. It was the first time that I'd realized there was anything weak about her. Sitting all alone in the middle of that sprawling floor, she looked small, like a newborn chick. The hallway was dark. The darkness hid our surroundings from us and felt oppressive. I walked slowly forward, making sure of each step. In my right hand, I had a huge toolbox. It was so heavy that it felt like my shoulder might break under its strain. I wonder if this area is full of water from yesterday's flooding. Tsugumi shot a question back at me. So what? 2 syllables. That's all she said. What's your problem, anyway? Just a minute ago, you were desperately screaming for help to keep from drowning.
そんなこと言ってない。
I didn't scream anything. Yeah, but your eyes did.
訴えてない。
Did not. There you go, acting all tough again.
強がってなんかいない。
I'm not acting tough.
それに、
Besides... Smash. Don't just stop all of a sudden like that. It's dark and I can't
いい
see.
繰り返すけど、私はあなたに助けてなんて
Listen
一
up.
言も言ってないから。
I'll only tell you once more. I never, ever asked for help. Tsugumi turned back to me. Shrouded in the darkness, I couldn't really make out her expression. Yeah, but if I hadn't opened up that door, the chances are you and I would both be floating drowned in that egg.
あなたに助けられるくらいなら死んだ方がまだ良かった。
If I had to be saved by you, then I'd rather die. Damn, girl. Oh, really? Jeez, why can't this girl ever be honest with people? I went around Sugumi and walked further along the flooded corridor. One more thing I want to get off my chest. What were those words all about anyway?
あの言葉?
What words? She fired another short question at me. Sugumi passed me again. Yeah, I know, the rare soon, no dairy included. What you said before we got in the egg on the second floor. I really, really need you. Your eyes were watery. You were begging me, right?
ええ。したわ。
Yes. I did. Oh, that was an unexpected
それが
answer.
どうかしたの?
What about it? So you were depending on me after all. And now you finally admit it? Sugumi continued forward without talking. In other words, if something were to happen, you want to be with someone you can rely on. You're afraid to be alone, that's why you wanted me to come.
あなた、
You
バカでしょ。
are such an idiot. Huh?
まだ気づかないの?
Don't you get it yet?
あのエレベーター、愛は中性浮力を利用してるから、基本的には動力を必要としない。
That eye elevator is a neutral buoyancy elevator, so for the most part, it doesn't require outside
ただし、
power.
バラストタンクの注水時、排水時、その時にだけ電力を用いる。
But it does need power for the intake and release of water from the ballast tank. In fact, that's the only time it needs
今は
power.
停電してるから。
And since this is a blackout, you couldn't operate the ballast valve. That much I
じゃ
know.
あ、アルキメデスの原理
Well,
って知っ
Do
て
you
る?
know the Archimedes principle? Oh yeah, it's a zero escape game. How could I have missed it when there's dialogue such as, do you know the Archimedes principle? No! I remember hearing about it a long time ago in school, but I forgot.
物体にかかる浮力は、その物体が押しのけた液体の重さに等しい。
The buoyancy of a submerged object is equal to the weight of the liquid displaced by the object. Oh, you mean that? That's the Archimedes principle? What's that got to do with this?
あとは自分で考えれば。
How about you figure out the rest yourself? There she went again. She'd tease me along, but that was it. I gave a deep sigh and shook my head, switched the heavy toolbox to my other hand, and continued walking. After walking a while, Sugumi turned right ahead of me. I followed after her. Oh! Turning the corner, it finally hit me. I see, that's what you meant. Thought it was weird you invited me along. To sink that egg elevator to the third floor, its total weight had to be greater than the force of the buoyancy. So just one skinny girl like you wasn't going to be enough weight.
そう。だから、勘違いしないでくれる?
So, don't get me
ここに
wrong.
閉じ込められた5人の中で、
Of the 5
あな
people
たが
trapped
一番
here,
重いでしょ?
you're the heaviest, right? I'm not just some big rock paperweight.
そうね。あなた
No.
は漬物石っていうよりも、
You're more than a rock.
ぶ漬物。
You're a rock head. Damn. Got him. As I was thinking of a comeback to Rockhead, we arrived at our destination. Dim yellow and black stripes appeared ahead. This is it? This is the generator room? Tried bringing my face close to the plate on the door, but it was too dark to read. I'll take a look. I reached towards the door handle.
待って。
Wait! Sugumi grabbed my arm. What's up? What? If you don't talk, I don't understand. Sugumi held my arm firmly. The wet palm of her hand felt cool. I didn't know what she wanted to say. I tried to read something from her expression, but it was too dark to see.
開かない方が
I don't think you should open it. Why not?
危険だから。多分。
It's dangerous, maybe. Dangerous? Inside this room? Sugumi nodded and gently removed her hand from my arm. Then she quietly approached the door. She tossed some of the water droplets from her hand at the steel door. Okay, wait. So, is she like the kid? And Sarah? So does she have the infrared vision like they did? I mean, she must. Because she is just kind of like doing fine in the dark, even though like Takashi can't see. And then she was able to identify the door as hot like the kid was. Is there a fire or something inside? Sugumi shook her head.
熱水を利用した発電機から出火するとは考えられない。
So I mean, assuming that the game was correct in establishing that Sarah was like the long-lost sister of the kid, does that just make Sugumi just another one of the experiments? I don't know. I don't know. The generator uses hot water, so I don't think it could be a fire.
きっ
Then
と蒸気が
it's probably steam.
とても高い温度の水蒸
I
気が
think it's just packed full of extremely hot steam.
ここの発電機はもともと6気圧の下で正常に作動するように設計されてたのよ。
This generator is designed to operate normally at 6
Demo.
atmospheres.
レミュー内の大気は今1気圧。
But right now, Lemu's air pressure is at 1 atmosphere. Thank God we reiterate this like every 3 minutes.
高圧力の蒸気が充満したタンクとかパイプとかそういったものに亀裂が生じる可能性もないとは言えないわ。
There's a possibility that a tank or pipe filled with high-pressure steam could have ruptured,
あるいは異常が感知されたせいで
or that some
安全バルブが開放さ
abnormality
れ
was
たとか。
detected and triggered a safety valve to be opened. Oh, I get it. Either way, steam's leaking from somewhere and there isn't enough power to turn the turbine. So the generator stopped. If that's what happened, that could have been pretty dangerous. The instant I opened the door, my whole body would have been showered with several 100-degree steam. Like Sugumi, I tossed some water on the door. After that, Sugumi and I made for the room next door to the generator room. We were implementing Sugumi's plan. First, shut off the hot water flowing to the generator room. It was dark, and I couldn't see everything, but the room was covered in an astounding network of pipes. The pipes continued into the generator room next door. It seemed that opening and closing the valves could adjust water and oil pressure. Yeah, you know, some makeshift swim lessons. It'll be a good time. Normally, Lemmy is responsible for maintaining the generator room, but even Lemmy couldn't do much when the generator itself goes out. I wonder if we'll get an equivalent scene with Coco then. Anyway, this is all because the power supply is down. The room is designed so that maintenance can be performed manually at times like this, or during blackouts. That's what Sugumi told me. Why does Sugumi know so much about Lemu? She seemed to know where the generator room and the room with all the pipes was. Those doubts nagged at my mind. As I was thinking, Sugumi plugged away next to me. Sugumi selected one pipe from the countless rows of them and closed its valve. I had no idea which pipe was doing what, but Sugumi knew. What kind of girl is Sugumi anyway? I still hadn't found out how she'd known that the inside of the generator room was dangerous. I wonder if Sugumi has some kind of connection with Lemu.
これで多分大丈夫だと思う。
I think this should do it. As soon as the work was done, Sugumi left. I was left alone in the room. There were still a number of nagging doubts that I hadn't resolved. With that, we'd been able to shut off the hot water flowing to the generator room. Even so, on the other side of the door, it was still hot enough to scald. Sugumi and I waited in front of the generator room until the temperature inside had cooled down sufficiently. We sat on the water-covered floor and leaned against the wall. We sat next to each other. We were both already drenched, so we didn't have any problem sitting in water. Besides, the water was warmer than it looked. Thought it was probably the heat from the generator room. Hey, how long do you think we're gonna have to wait? An hour? Sugumi didn't even try to answer. It was so dark I couldn't even tell if she'd nodded or shaken her head. In the darkness, there were intermittent and repeated clicking noises. It was like the sound of dry plastic crinkling, like on the top of a champagne bottle. It sounded like it was coming from near Sugumi's hands. What's that?
Eh?
What? That crackly sound you're making. The sound stopped. Sugumi took whatever it was and put it away in her pocket. Thought it might be her way of saying, I'm not going to tell. What is it with you? You only answer when you feel like it? You're like a cat.
猫は嫌い。
I hate cats. Oh, stream over. We're never playing this again. Huh?
ネズミを食べちゃうから。
Because they eat mice. I don't have a clue what you're talking about.
私は 猫じゃない。
I'm not a cat. That's for sure.
私が答えるかどうかは気分とは関係ないの。
My answering has nothing to
意
do
味
with
のあ
my
る質問
mood.
には答える。そうじゃ
If
な
the
ければ
question
答
has
えない。
meaning, I
ただ
answer.
それだけ。
If it doesn't, I don't. That's all. Really? You're serious.
だからそういう質問には答えたくないの。
So that's the kind of question I don't want to answer.
確認のための質問。
Question to check
あなたには
something.
知る必要のない
A
質問。
question about something you don't need to know.
私が知らないことを知って
Or
るくせに
questions
聞いて
about
くるような
things
質
you
問。
know I don't know, but you ask anyway.
世の中にはあまりにも不毛な会話が多すぎる。
There's more than
So
enough
what?
pointless conversation in the world, don't you think? All right, I get it already. How about I ask you a meaningful question? I wanted to ask. Sure, let's go with why she knows so much about Lemu. I decided to ask about something that had been nagging me for a while. Sugumi, why do you know so much about Lemu? I mean, you seem to know a bunch of details, like about this generator room or the pipe room or whatever. I couldn't check her expression, but it seemed like she was deep in thought about something. How's that for a meaningful question?
全然
Completely
意味なんかないわ。
devoid of meaning. Sugumi muttered that.
そんなことを聞いてあなたは何か得する？
How is my answer to that going to help you?
私のことを知っても何の意味もないでしょ。
It doesn't matter whether you know about me or not.
あなたには知る必要のないこと。
It's something you don't need to know. Oh, I see. If you don't want to tell me, that's fine. Still, I really did want to know. Sugumi's evasion of the question had made me interested in finding out what there really was to her. But I didn't think that she would answer if I badgered her about it anymore. I was irritated, but decided to play it cool and pretend like I didn't care. Then,
ね
I didn't know what she was thinking, but Sugumi suddenly put her face in front of mine. What?
え、今度は私の番ね。
It's my turn. Yeah?
質問してもいいでしょ？
Can I ask you a question? Sure, go ahead.
目閉じてくれる？
Will you close your eyes? Is that the question?
正確に言うと
It's more of a favor. There in the darkness, in that narrow corridor, just a few centimeters from my nose, the two of us. My mind turned to steam and evaporated. Are they closed? Almost as if I were hypnotized, my eyes began to sink. And immediately after that, I didn't know what to make of those noises. I opened my eyes without thinking. Sugumi was grinning mischievously right in front of me.
閉じてて。
Close them! She covered my eyes with one hand. And then... Hey, what are you doing?
このゴキブリ野郎ゴキブリ野郎
You jerk! You dumb jerk! I screamed. What are you doing? Some kind of spray showered my face. That went in my
それでも
mouth.
食らえ
Take
くそー
that, you loser! What is the matter with you? I desperately tried to resist, but my body wouldn't obey me. Tsugumi had me by the neck.
そうだ参ったかかまど馬よ
How's that, you slug?
名便所コオロギよ
Scum on the pond of life? At those words, the eruption in my face stopped. My mouth is numb. What did you spray on me? I thought she was laughing, but the next thing I knew, Tsugumi had started rubbing my face with a claw. It was rough, and her technique didn't make it any better. I stopped my futile resistance. I was almost choking.
これでいいかな
That's just about right. Tsugumi took her hand off my neck. Unable to open my eyes, I scooped up seawater from the floor and put it in my mouth. It was salty, but I didn't have any other choice. Bleh.
ちょっと
Hey!
汚いからこんなとこに吐き出さないでよ
That's dirty! Don't go spitting it over here! You! I wanted to say something to her, but washing my face took priority. I scooped more water, splashed it on my face, and gargled again. I opened my eyes. What do you think you're doing? What did you put on my
Acetone.
face? Acetone? Oh, great. I'm so happy it wasn't some pesticide. You think I'm serious? You idiot? I'm not. What are you doing spraying that on me all of a sudden?
見苦しかったから
It was hard to look at. What
顔
was?
が
Your face.
あなたの
Whose? Yours? And then I realized something. I remembered. The black ink that had been on the palms of my hands. I see. It was the graffiti. It was still there? You erased all of it. I'd completely forgotten about it until just then. When I'd been making sandwiches, looking for Soren coming there, the writing had been on my face the entire time. And the acetone. That's supposed to be like nail polish remover, right?
工具箱に入ってたの見つけたから
I found it in the toolbox. There was a strong stench from it in the air. It stung my nose like overripe fruit. It smelled like a hangover. Thanks. So, what did the writing say? I asked her about the graffiti.
待ってても答えないよ
You can wait if you want, but I'm not answering
意味のない質問だから
because it's a meaningless question. In the end, I never found out why she called me a slug. We waited for the generator room to cool before going in. The heat inside must have defied imagination. The air in the steam-filled room was heavy and stuck to the skin. Inhaling felt like swallowing globs of sticky, hot steam. I was opening and closing my mouth like a fish out of water. Isn't it hard to breathe? Tsugumi seemed to have ruled that question of mine meaningless as well. She completely ignored me as she started working to get the generator up and running again. We did the work together. Tsugumi gave commands and I followed them. I did the grunt work, tightening bolts, loosening valves, working on the pipes. When I finished tightening the last bolt, whew, that should do it. I wiped my sweat away with my collar. It was just like Tsugumi had said. The blackout had been caused when the safety valve had opened due to the drop in air pressure. When pressure from the steam became excessive, the valve automatically opens to release the gas and prevent damage. Normally, after a release of surplus gas, the valve is designed to shut automatically. But we're at 1 atmosphere, so because the safety valve never closed, the steam continued leaking. Anyway, that was the gist of the explanation. Tsugumi and I went to the generator room, and then to the pipe room. There, we opened the valve we'd closed before the repairs, and returned to the generator room. So, should we try and fire it up? I'm turning it on. You ready? Start the countdown. 30 seconds. 25 seconds. Oh, see, versus in the shonen one where he started with like a whole minute. Like a maniac. 20, 19, 18, 17. Click. Tsugumi pushed the button. Hey, where are you going? We still had 17 seconds to go. You can't wait a little more than a mere 13 seconds? Anyway, this is kind of like a ritual. It's very important.
0
The lights lit up all at once. The light poured down, illuminating even the corners of the room. It was like our field of vision had expanded in an instant.
ほらね、電気がつくまでちょうど17秒。
See? It took exactly 17 seconds for the lights to come on. Tsugumi flashed me a condescending glance and strolled out of the room. I shouldered the weighty toolbox and followed after Tsugumi. We found ourselves back in front of the neutral buoyancy elevator. Tsugumi was waiting with her arms crossed.
遅い。
You're slow. What do you expect? The one carrying this leaden
知
toolbox.
ってる。
I know. Forgot it was Tsugumi who took the toolbox out of the warehouse. As I recalled that, I turned my eyes to the egg-like elevator. On the other side of that door, the egg we came in should have been waiting. It was an egg with a hole in it. It was useless to us. To the left, the floor display was lit up with the number 3. Did you know there was another egg elevator stopped down here?
知らなきゃ来ない。
Wouldn't have come if I didn't. I suppose not. Oh, this is heavy. Inside the egg elevator, I put the toolbox on the
おっ
floor.
さんみたい。
You sound like an old man. Shut up! I am an old man compared to you. As I said that, I pushed the up button next to the elevator door. The internal and external watertight doors had already sealed automatically. We could hear air being sent into the ballast tank under the floor. Finally, the egg-shaped elevator didn't start to float up. Huh? Are you serious? The sound beneath the floor had stopped and silence had returned. Not again. Why do we keep running into problem after problem? Knowing it was useless, I pushed the up button repeatedly. Tsugumi was as matter-of-fact as always. She was playing with and coiling her long, still damp hair with her finger. Alright, so what do we do? Just as I said that, a monitor just to the right of the round window flickered to life.
倉成さん、小町さん、
Sora, where have you been? We looked everywhere for you.
大変ご迷惑をおかけしました。
I am terribly sorry. Please, accept my apologies. The image of Sora in the monitor bowed deeply. That's not important right now. Tsugumi and I fixed the
その
generator.
ようですね。
It would appear so.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think you should know this, but we're in this egg? This eye?
ええ、わかっています。
Yes, I know.
愛が動かないのですね。
The eye is not moving, correct? What should we do?
その原因についてなのですが、
First, in regard to the
お
cause,
そらく内部気圧が減少した関係で、バラストタンク内の海水を十分に排出することがで
it's
きない
likely
から
the
だと
result of a
思われます。
decrease in internal air pressure has made the device incapable of sufficiently expelling the seawater in the ballast tank.
つまり、
In other words, you mean it isn't buoyant enough?
はい、浮上させる方法はいくつか考えられますが、
There are a number of feasible methods for making it rise, but it was then that Tsugumi acted. She suddenly opened the watertight door. Hey, wait, what do you think you're doing? Without answering, Tsugumi also opened the Lemu side
じゃあ
door.
ね。
Okay then. Tsugumi tried to get out of the elevator. I grabbed her arm, trying to stop her.
触らないで。
Don't touch me! An immediate, brutal slap.
触らないでって
I told you, don't touch me.
言ったでしょ。
My cheek didn't hurt. I absently watched Tsugumi return to the floor. The egg quietly started to ascend. I could no longer see her on the other side of the door.
50 meter, tiefe 40 meter, tiefe 40 meter.
The recorded announcement echoed with a tinny sound. Oh, Tsugumi! Tsugumi! When I met everyone on Spiderstock, they greeted me with friendly
つ
shouts.
ぐみがどうかしたの？
What happened to Tsugumi? The idiot decided to stay alone on the floor
そう
below.
みたいね。
It sure looks like it. No, it doesn't look like it. She did. She's all alone down there. Aren't you worried about her? But... Going back down. Going down, I'm bringing Sugumi back. We can't leave Sugumi alone down there. Look, she's really not as tough as she acts. Somebody has to be with her. What are you doing? Get your act together. Sugumi can be a bit of an ass, but that doesn't mean you have to be so cold to her. Enough. Anyway, I'm going back for her. She's behind me, isn't she? With that, I went back to the entrance to the egg and waited in front of the doors. Next. When the doors opened...
どいてもらえる?
Will you move?
邪魔なんだけど。
You're in my way. I simply stood there. Sugumi pushed me out of the way and walked by. There was a rock there. I would have crawled under it. So I did the next closest thing I could think of.
I
went back down to Drider stock in the egg for no reason. He didn't have enough buoyancy, so he had to come up one by one. Was I stupid or what? If I could have right then, I would have liked to sink down to the bottom of the ocean. Nearly an hour had passed since the power had gone back online. We gathered in the conference room on the 3rd floor. Sugumi, Sora, you, Coco, and I were sitting in chairs, just letting time pass. The rescue team still hadn't come. Our situation didn't show any sign of changing. My yawn spread from one person to the next. Only Sora had her head down and looked as if she was thinking about something. Oh, that's right! Coco suddenly started talking. When I was in the changing room a little bit ago, I found this! As she spoke, Coco plucked something out of her pocket. It was a set of cards. Hey, don't you want to play cards? I mean, we've got nothing to do. Cards, hmm? So, what do you want to play? Let's see. How about Super Memory?
めくりんちょ?
What? You don't know Super Memory? You, Sugumi, looked at each other. You're kidding, right? You have to know this game. Right? Takepyon, you know it, right? I'm assuming it's just memory, but I'm gonna go with of course I know it. I answered, full of confidence. You wanna help me set up the cards?
ちょっと待ちなさいよ。
What in the world are you talking about? What? Are you guys scared to play Super Memory? Are you bad at it?
違う。
No.
苦手とか得意とかそういう問題じゃないっての。
I don't know if I'm good or bad at it.
もしかして。
You mean you really... You guys really don't know the game?
ええ。
Me neither. You're kidding. I don't believe this. I was stunned.
そんなこと言われても知らないものはしょうがないじゃな
Well,
い。
we don't know what we don't know. With that, you clammed
そう
up.
なんだ。結構有名なゲームだと思ったんだけどな。
It's a pretty famous game. At least, I thought it was.
まあいいや。
But it's no problem.
簡単なルールだから教えてあ
The
げる
rules
よ。
are simple. I'll teach you. Coco started shuffling the cards
ま
brilliantly.
ずね、よく切ったトランプを
First, you shuffle the cards really
こんな
good.
感じでテーブルの上に広げるの。
Then, you spread the cards on the table like this. She spread them out randomly so that they didn't
そ
overlap.
したらじゃんけんをして負けた人から順番にカードをめくるのね。
Then, we do rock, paper, scissors, and you turn over cards, starting with the loser.
こういう風に
Like
1枚め
this.
くったらもう1 枚めくるみたい
Turn
な
over
感じで、
one card, then one more.
もしもこの2枚のカードが同じ数だったら、そのカードはめくった人のもの
And
にな
if
るの。
two cards are the same number, the person who turned them over gets them.
簡
So
単でしょ？
it's easy, huh? Everybody get it? Let's play.
神経衰弱。
That's called
ピロ
concentration.
ピロピンポンドーン。
Mental guts.
それは神経衰弱って言わない？普通。
People usually call the game concentration, don't they? Well, maybe in some backwater places they might call it that.
違う。
That's not what I mean.
どう考えてもそれってピロピロピンポンドーンじゃないの。
The game is
どっからど
clearly
う見て
mental
も
guts. It's obvious. What are you talking about?
違うよ。スーパーメクリンチョだよ。
No, it's super memory.
神経衰弱。
ピ
Concentration.
ロピロピンポンド
It's called mental guts.
ーン。メクリンチョだってば。
Jeez, you guys are fussy. All right, I know what we'll do. Everybody, calm down. We'll compromise and call it mental consumori.
神経。
ピロリンチョ。
And just then,
お待たせ。
here you go. The kid came into the conference room, cradling 6 cans of cola against his chest. The card game stopped.
ちゃん、おかえ
Hey, kid.
り。気が利くじゃん、
Oh,
少
that
年。
sure was thoughtful of you. You took a cola from the kid and popped open the tab. She held down the carbonation to keep it from erupting. Like a pro, she kept from being showered with sticky liquid.
あとついでだから
I got these on the way. He noisily set the 5 other
これ
cans
も
on
持っ
the
てきたん
table.
だ。
I brought these too. The kid turned around. Eh?
これだよこれ。
Kid was pointing to the hood behind his neck. I stuck my hand in the hood. There were 2 tuna sandwiches inside it. They were the sandwiches I'd left on the bench during the
誰
blackout.
かお腹減ってる人もいるかなと思って。
Pocket sandwiches! Thought somebody might be hungry.
おー、素晴らしい。君って本当に気が利く
You're so thoughtful. You went over to the kid and mussed up his hair affectionately. He stood there, stiff as a rod, not resisting it at all. I figured Yu's hands were probably pretty sticky from the cola. Ahem. Sugumi raised her
他にいな
hand.
ければ私に一つちょうだい。
If no one else wants one, I'll take one of them. Sugumi, unlike her normal self, spoke up. So all that repair work made you hungry? Of course, she didn't see any need to answer my question. Alright, this one's for Sugumi. Sugumi took it without saying anything. Then, I held the remaining one to Sora. The other one is Sora's. You didn't have breakfast, right?
いえ、
No,
私はいいんです。
I'm fine. Don't be polite, I made it. I know it tastes good.
ええ、でも
Still? Hey, I'm not
美
kidding.
味しいってのはココも保証するよ。
I'll vouch for its deliciousness.
あ、僕も。
Me too. Coco and the kid raised their hands. Sora, what? You can't eat my food?
そんなことおっしゃられても
Not it. Then what is it? Eat too much yesterday? Or are you on a diet?
いいえ、でも
No, but You have to eat or you'll get weak. Here, take it. I tossed a cola and tuna sandwich towards Sora. They traced a gentle arc through the air. Sora suddenly stretched out her hands. She reached out, but... But Sora didn't catch them. No, she couldn't catch them. This'll all be the same, so we can skip forward a little. We already saw that as a kid. She's a rabbit. You knew and yet was acting like she didn't know. I don't know. No, I know. I know everything. I'm a smart boy. I'll guess. For some reason, I didn't want to have you tell me. Sora is... I got it. Sora's the ghost of a beautiful system engineer that died in the prime of her life with her dreams still unfulfilled.
違いますよ。
No.
クラナ
She
リ
said it
全
bluntly.
然違うって
Kuranari, you're not even
つまん
warm.
ないボケしないでよ。
Don't be stupid. Well then, tell me what she is. Looking around, I saw that I was the only one who was confused. Coco and Peepee were looking at Sora as if they were impressed at something.
はいはい仕方ない
Alright.
ソラ悪いんだけどもう一回自己
はい。
She's a
わかりました。
hologram. They project it directly into our retinas in every room, but they only project one at a time because they don't want to break the illusion. The
あなたは衝動や意志を持ってるみたいだけど
Seems you have
自立した
motivation
考えを持っているよう
and a
に
will
見
of
える
your own. How you're programmed for your own way of
それは
thinking.
莫大なサンプリングから無作為あるいは作為的に抽出して結果を返しているだけです。
That's simply the selection of responses from a massive bank of sampling data, the results of which I give back.
無作為
Random?
あ
Oh,
あなるほ
I see. You're a
ど
learning
デタラメなこと
program
をして
in
褒
which
められた
positive
ら
responses are
それ
saved
が
in that
正
way
しい
and
ことであるこ
reused.
とを学習するのね
Close enough. Welcome back, ChatGPT.
そうです。それに好奇心
That's correct.
集中力を
I've been
有効に
designed
機
with
能させる
specific
ことに関
emphasis
し
on the
て
functions of
かなりの配
curiosity
慮が
and
払われています
concentration.
音声入力による形態素解析もおそらく他に例を見ないレベルで高速かつ正
Morphological
確
analysis
なも
from
のを
my
持っている
audio
と思いま
input
す。
very likely operates at a speed and level of precision without
あと
peer.
はちょっと特殊な技術を使っている部分がありますね。
There are
詳細
also
は
a number of
企業
special
秘密ですが
technologies used to create me. However, the specifics of those are trade secrets which cannot be revealed.
そうね
I see.
普通の AI ではちょっと説明のつか
There
な
are
いと
things
ころ
about
も
you
残
that
るけど
normal AI can't explain, but I think I get the picture. I really didn't get it at all. It was more a headache more than
ところで
anything.
空
By the way, Sora,
私ね実は男だって言ったら
if I told you that I
Shinji.
was actually a man, would you believe me? Huh? Sugumi tossed that bizarre question out of
邪魔
nowhere.
しないで私は空に聞いてるの
Don't anybody jump in just yet. I'm asking
Shinji.
Sora. So, would you believe me?
いいえ、
No.
じゃあ私の年が20歳を超えてるってのは
Well, what if I told you that I were over 20 years old?
可能性はあります。
That is possible.
私は独身なのこれからも多分そうね主義だから
I'm single. I'll probably stay that way. It's what I believe.
ええ、そうかもしれませんね。
That might well be true.
実はねたけしは3年前に性転換して男になったの本当よさっき聞
Actually,
いたの
I just learned that Takashi had a sex change 3 years ago. It's true.
それはさすがに信じら
That
れませ
I
ん。
cannot believe.
あなた本当に優秀みたいね
You really are quite amazing. Sugumi laughed a little. Sugumi, what do you think you're doing? I had to ask.
つまり
I wanted to see
空は他人の嘘を見抜けるの
if Sora can tell when people are lying.
未知の情報の真偽を分析でき
To
る
see if she can determine truthful information from non-truthful, even when she has no background
の
data.
さらに与えられたデータを比較参照するだけでなく
She does more
運
than
や勘の
compare
要
and
素も取
reference
り入
data
れ
with
て自
data
立
in her
判断ができ
memory.
る
She's been programmed to factor in chance and intuition to make her own judgments.
コンピューターが自分で取捨選択をしてデータを更新してプログラムを書き換え効率化されていく
The system is designed to make choices based on updated information and boost its efficiency by
もの
rewriting
すごく
itself.
高度なことなのよ
This is an incredibly advanced level of technology. Is that right?
はい。最新の技術が使われています。
My system uses state-of-the-art
でも
technology.
自分が嘘をつくのは下手
I'm
なん
not
です。
very good at lying.
そち
My
らの機
lying
能はまだま
function
だ未
is
発達なんです
underdeveloped.
よ。
Sora smiled. But when you introduce yourself, you say that you're a system engineer. That's a lie, isn't it?
あれはただの設定です。私に設定されたプロフィールがそういうことになっている
That's
という
simply
だ
a
けです。
setting of mine. This is how my profile in the mainframe computer reads. Oh, so that's how it works. In the end, I seem to be the only one flabbergasted that Sora was a product of AI. Yu was an employee at Lemu, so of course she knew. Sugumi was always cool as a cucumber. I wonder why she knew so much about Lemu. I guess she'd looked up a lot of information in advance. Coco didn't seem to care one way or the other whether Sora was a hologram or not. she was just laughing and playing with Pee-Pee. The kid didn't seem surprised. Well, put that down to his circumstances. Several hours passed. Here, let me check the flowchart, see where we are. Uh-huh. Nope, not in any of this yet. Oh wait, there's the decompression sickness. Okay. So he must have gone through this? Man. No idea. I guess it doesn't help, but those choices didn't affect anything. They won't be on the flowchart, so. In the dark depths of the ocean, my sense of time had eroded. Checked the time on my PDA, finally making sure it was night. Nothing changed in Lemu. No one new showed up to visit us. But things hadn't taken a turn for the worse either. There didn't seem to be any impeding danger of floor collapse. We each spent the time as we pleased. We'd long forgotten we were trapped. I decided to go see Sora. Honestly, I was a little confused. Sora was an AI. I wanted to know what RSD was. It might have been something I shouldn't have even bothered worrying about, but I wanted to ask Sora about it. Not really understanding what she was all about. I didn't think I would know how to act around Sora. Can you tell me more about RSD? Well, clearly he doesn't understand since he went to a room for it. Yeah, we got the whole guy. We got the whole guy. You just We're here-ish, I think. It's a mystery. It's a mystery. Dunno. Let's see if we can
わかりました。と言っても専門用語を並べ立てるのはあまり意味がありませんね。
Jargon won't work for
余計にわけ
Takashi.
がわからなくなってしまうかもしれません。
Well, I'm no technician. If you start throwing out a bunch of technical terms, I'll just get lost.
それでさっき小松さんと私が話していた時に困っていらしたんですか？
I see. So you were completely lost when I was conversing with Komachi-san? Yeah, I had no clue what you two were saying. So yeah, in Shonen's route, the conversation with all the technical terms was with Sarah. I scratched my head, realized that I was blushing.
あ、すみません。私言い方を間違えましたか？
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say something wrong? Sora looked apologetic. No, that was a good comeback.
ナイスツッコミ？
Good
ナイ
comeback?
スツッコミって何です？
What's a good comeback? Sora looked confused. It's when you say something to needle the person you're talking with, or make a sharp and witty comment that makes them feel awkward.
あ、そうなんですか。ごめんなさい、倉成さん。
Oh, I see. I'm sorry, Kuronari-san. You don't have to apologize. It didn't hurt my feelings or anything.
そうなんですか？
Are you sure? I don't mind. It was fun, okay? Meanwhile, the man
相
looks
手
like
に
he's gonna
弱点を突かれ
cry.
たけど面白かった？
Making a people feel awkward. Is this...
それって矛盾してませんか？
That seems to be a contradiction. It is, but it's not. It depends on the time and the place.
少し難しいです
It's
ね。
difficult.
困りました。どういうのがナイスツッコミなんでしょう？
It's hard for me to comprehend the concept of nice comeback. Forget about it. Knowing that Sora was a product of artificial intelligence, I was impressed that she was even able to register a joke. I wondered if I could still be thinking that Sora was human if I hadn't tossed that can of cola to her. To get back to what we were talking about, can you tell me more about RSD?
ええ、そうですね。
Let
実
me
際
see.
に例を
Let
示し
me
なが
try
ら
to
説明
explain
します
using
ね。
specific examples. Please. Sora and I headed from the rest area to the control room. As we walked, Sora started
倉成さ
speaking.
ん、 ちゃんと私が見えますか？
Kurenari-san, can you see me? Yeah, I see you, no
私も
problem.
倉成さんを見ています。
And I can see you as
倉
well.
成さんのすぐ隣に立ってい
I'm
ます。
standing right next to
間違いあり
you.
ま
You're
せんか？
sure? Yeah,
で
positive.
すが、
But suddenly, Sora faced me and reached out towards me. And then Sora's hand slipped into my chest without resistance. Reflexively, I tried to grab her arms, but my hands met with nothing. My hands were in front of my chest, but there was nothing
そ
there.
う、
Yes.
倉成さんは今、
So,
私を見ています。
you are seeing
し
me.
かし私は
However,
実
I
際
am
に
not
倉
right
成さんの
next to
隣
you.
にいるわけではありません。
Saying that, Sora pulled her hand back.
RSD、
RSD
Retinal
stands for
Scanning
Retinal Scanning
この
Display.
表示装置には表示部があ
The
りま
display
せん。
device is not actually a display. There we go. Okay, now we can skip it. I was gonna say, we're definitely treading the old dialogue, so it should be able to let me skip. I heard someone come running up to us.
たけぴょんたけぴ
The small footsteps were those of Coco and Pee-Pee.
ょんねえねえたけぴょんそら
Hey,
さん見なかった
Takepyon, have you seen Sora-san around? What are you talking about? She's right in front of
目
you.
の前
Right in front?
誰もいないじゃん
But there's nobody here. the it's being right into your retinas thing just immediately went whoosh above the man's head. Huh? Coco tilted her head questioningly as she said that.
まあいいや
Huh,
ま
well,
た後でね
see you later. After looking around us, Coco left. Sora was still standing next to me. Coco hadn't been able to see Sora. No, that wasn't it. So that's it. So your image wasn't being scanned
さ
onto
す
her
が
retina.
飲み込みが早いですね。
There you go. You're quick to pick it up.
通常私の姿はここにいる5人の方の網膜に映し出されています。
Normally, my image is scanned on the eyes of all
同
five of
じ
you.
場所にいて同じ動きをして同
It's
じことを喋っているよう
coordinated
に
so that it looks to
整合
everyone
性を
like I'm
保
in
ち
the
ながら
same place, doing the same movement and saying the same
だ
thing.
けどそうではないように見せることも可能なのです。
But it's also possible to show you something else.
例えば
For example,
こんなと
ah,
こにいたんだ
Sora-san, there you are. Coco's voice came from behind me. Looking back, I saw Coco looking towards the flower bed and speaking. Oh, so to Coco, it looks like Sora is in front of that flower bed, huh? Hey, Sora? I didn't see Sora anywhere.
そうなのだからそらさんに
Yeah, that's why I wanted to talk to you.
違う違う
Huh?
そうじゃ
Oh,
なくて
no, that's not what I...
あああれを
I
持ってくればいい
see.
のね
You want me to bring it? Coco was continuing her conversation with Sora.
わかった
Okay,
さっきにも
I
言っとく
understand. I'll go tell Nakyu. See you later. Coco ran off somewhere. Pee-Pee followed
こ
her.
ういうこともできるわけです。
So I can do this kind of thing as well. Sora suddenly appeared before me. It's kind of like you're a ghost.
ええ、よく言われます。
Yes, I hear that a lot.
同じ場所にいて同じものを見ているにもかかわらず
Being
あ
in
る
the
人に
same
は見え
place.
てある
Looking
人に
at
は
the
見え
same
ない
thing.
存在。
Only some people can see it and some people can't.
私は見たことはありませんがもし本当に幽霊みたいなものがいるとするなら
I've never seen one, but if ghosts really
それは
do
きっと
exist,
私と同じ
I
ような
imagine
存
they
在なので
exist
しょう。
much the way that I do. Booga 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 booga. When we entered the control room, I heard her being called from the
倉成さ
console.
ん、それでは
Well,
レミに呼
Kurenari-san,
ばれてしまいましたので
Lemmy is calling
少しの
for
間です
me,
が
so I will
行ってきま
leave
すね。
and then come back shortly. Saying that, Sora disappeared. Only the three-dimensional hologram depicting Lemu hovered silently in the darkness. It was nighttime. But deep below the ocean's surface, it was only slightly darker than before. Fortunately, the damage to Lemu hadn't worsened. We had a light dinner at the tuna sandwich shop and gathered in the conference room. The yawn wave!
それにしても
Still,
なんかみんな眠そうだね
everybody looks so sleepy. Well, there's really nothing to do. The only person that seemed completely awake was Coco. Everyone else was slouching in chairs, just spacing out. There was no impending danger, no new developments. The situation we were in remained unchanged, and it somehow felt as though time had stopped.
くらなりだらしないぞ。
Nari, you're such a slob. You said that in a tired-sounding
だら
voice.
だらするなよ。
Stop dawdling. There's no reason to go wandering around the complex now, right? We're just gonna have to wait for help to come anyway, right?
そう。
Yeah, I suppose.
さてさて。
Alright.
私はちょっくら
Now I'm off for a little
出
bit.
かけてきますかね。
Rubbing her shoulders, you stood up.
ねえ、ナッキュ、どこ行くの？
Not you. Are you going somewhere?
うん、どこってわけじゃないけど。
Nowhere in
散歩に
particular.
でも
Just a walk.
体動かさないと余計に疲
Gotta
れるの
move
よね。
around or I'll get
私。
tired.
ほいじゃあ、
Oh,
こことか
I
けっ
know.
こしよう。
Let's run a race. Coco's eyes lit
か
up.
けっこ？
A race?
ダメ？
You don't want
う
to?
ん。ダメってわけじゃな
I
いけ
didn't
ど。
say that. You made a face, but she didn't seem to be in a bad mood.
じゃあ、鬼ごっこ。
Then, how about tag?
オッケー。賛成。
Okay, I'm in.
あ、でも二人で鬼ごっこはちょっとどうかな。
Tag with 2 people doesn't sound very
僕
fun.
も参加しようか。
Want me to play? The kid stood up.
私もご一緒していいですか？
May I participate as well? Sora approached Coco and the others.
やろう。一緒に
Yeah.
やろう。
Let's play together!
はい、お願いしますね。
Yes, please.
よし、負けないよ。
Alright, I'm gonna win. I couldn't tell why, but everyone was excited to play. I suppose everyone was bored.
ねえ、どこでやろうか。
Hey, where do you want to play?
どうしよう。
How
この部屋でい
about
いかな。
in this room? Coco looked around the conference room. I surveyed it too. Tsugumi sat alone with an annoyed expression on her face.
うるさいわね。
You never shut up. She lazily stood from her chair and walked briskly to the corner of the room. Flipped off the light switch. Tsugumi returned to her seat and slowly sat down again. What are you thinking? It's dark.
眩しくって落ち着けないわ。
It was too bright for me to relax.
休みたい人もいるんだから。
Some people want to rest. That doesn't mean you just go turning off the lights. Just because you want to rest.
あなたはどうなのよ。
What about you?
休みたいんじゃないの？
Don't you want to rest? No,
あ
I'm...
そうだ。たけしはどうする？鬼ごっこ。
Oh, yeah. Hey, Takashi, you want to play tag? Tag, huh? We did the whole kick the can thing in the kids. Like, I wonder how different it is if, like, we don't. Nah, I think I'll pass. I want to rest, like Sugumi said. I think I'll hold off for now. Once you get older like me, tag takes its toll on your body.
年ね。
Older,
あんたって見
Well,
た目以上に
you
老け
must
て
be
る
older
ね。
than you look. What?
確かにクラナリって鈍そうだし
And
な。
besides, Kurenari doesn't seem too sharp anyway. Get him, you.
鬼ごっこしても真っ先に捕まるんじゃない？
I bet he'd be caught right away. You don't know what you're talking about. I stood up energetically.
クラナリ選手、
Oh,
参
does
加
that
表明
mean
か？
Kurenari wants to play now?
やろうやろう。
Come on, Takepyon. It'll be fun. Wait a sec. I didn't say that I'm
ま
playing.
さかやらないの？
Oh, you're not gonna play?
戦わずして負けを認めるか？
Surrendering
な
without
んじ
a
ゃともの
fight.
め。
Sounds like a chicken to me. Alright, I'll play your dumb game. I was overruled by the majority. Well, figured it was better than sitting there doing nothing. I was playing, but I wasn't happy about it. Tsugumi glanced at me out of the corner of her eye and then
電
looked
気を消
away.
したままにしようか。
Should we leave the lights off? The kid whispered this to me. The emergency lights are on, but it's kind of dark. You okay with that?
つぐみの意見も尊重しよう。
Let's respect Sugumi's wishes. This doesn't seem like tag at all.
ピカピカプカーン懐中電灯。
Give me a flashlight to go. Coco pulled out a flashlight as she recited the
そうだ
rhyme.
ね。このまま闇鬼ってのも
How
オツだ
about
よね。
kick the can instead? It's also fun, don't you think? Coco lit up her face with the flashlight from under her chin, trying to get everyone to agree. Kick the
闇
can.
鬼って何でしょうか？
What's kick the can?
暗いとこで鬼を
You
一人
pick someone to be it in a dark
みんな
place.
が隠れて
Then everyone hides. Hey, that's just hide and seek tag.
違うよ最後まで聞いてよ
No, it's not. Listen.
で鬼の人は空き缶を部屋のどこかに置いて
The person that's it puts a can somewhere in the room.
隠れた人は
And the people that hide try to kick the can before the person that's it finds
無
them.
事缶が蹴れたら蹴った人の勝ち
If a person kicks the can, he or she wins.
鬼は誰か他の人を見つけたら缶を踏んで宣言して
If the person that's it finds somebody and steps on the can while calling out his or
そ
her
したら
name,
その
then the
見つかっ
found
た人は
person can't kick the
もう
can
缶を
anymore
蹴
and
れなく
loses.
負けなのねああそれって缶蹴りだね
Oh, that's a kind of hide and seek, right? Everyone knows how to play that. No, it's kick the can.
缶蹴りじゃないの
That's glorified hide and
闇
seek.
鬼闇鬼
Anyway, who cares about the name? Let's play it. As we were getting all pumped for the game, Sugumi let out a sigh.
やかましい。
You are so noisy. Sugumi quietly stood up and walked to the far exit, leaving the room.
怒っちゃったかな。
Is Sugumi mad? Who knows? Anyway, she'll come back after a while, you'll see. After that, we decided who was it using rock, paper, scissors. Alright, we got it fixed. We got it fixed. We're back. We back. We're not looking at Shamira's tit tats no mo. But I only had like 30 seconds left and I remembered that I wanted to make tea, so now I gotta listen to me make tea. Nope. Tea bag ASMR. This is the Friday afternoon tea. Moonlight Jellies tea. Ugh. It's lavender, blueberry, jasmine, green tea, and little aloe pieces, which are remarkably pleasant. They give it an almost silky texture. I love it. Absolutely one of my favorite teas of theirs. I put too much of it in this tea bag. It feels remarkably like wasting it then. Ugh. Even though I think I've got a bunch extra. I think I've got a whole other bag of it somewhere. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Ah. Alright. Cup of tea. Not looking at Shamir's titties no mo. But I mean, they're good titties. You know? Alright. Kuninari, it first. I'll try and be better now, not clicking outside the window and destroying
頑張って
everything.
くださいね。
Everyone was grinning at me. Damn.
はい。よろしく、
There you
た
go,
けし。
Takashi. Kid handed me the empty can.
でもって隠れられるエリア
You
は
can
この
hide
3
anywhere
階全部
as long as it's on the
よし
third
みん
floor.
な隠れるぞ
Alright, everyone, let's hide.
おーい
Wait a second. I held up a hand, hurriedly stopping you from sending everyone off. You, what did you just say?
隠れるぞ
Let's hide. No, before that.
隠れられるのは3階全部
You can hide anywhere on the third floor. Are you serious? Not just the conference room?
この部屋だけじゃ狭いし
This place is
隠
too
れられるとこ
small.
が少ないじゃ
There
ない
aren't that many places to hide. But the whole third floor?
あもちろん
Oh, well, of course the areas that can't be reached by walking from here are off limits.
階段に隠れるのも
Same
なし
for the emergency corridors and stairs. That's still too big. It's not fair to the person that's it. Well, he's looking for one person. Someone else will definitely kick the can.
いいじゃないそのくらい
I think it's fine. It's not fine. The game won't work. This is a major problem. Is this a major problem? I don't know. Okay, good. We can skip the kick the can, because God knows, this goes on kind of a long time. Alright, I took the can, closed my eyes, counted to 100 in the conference room. As for skipping, everybody teamed up into pairs. And you gotta stay with your hide and seek buddy. So it's, I believe it's you and the kid, And then it was Sarah and Sora, so it's probably Coco and Sora. During that time, the others scattered throughout the 3rd floor. 100. I opened my eyes, put the can by my feet, looked around in the dim light. There was no one around. Guess I'll have to go look. I faced the nearby door. My footsteps reverberated, producing an unnaturally deep sound. It was kind of like how I imagined sonar would sound. Oh, also, Sora is enhancing all of the sounds. Yes, this is what Sora meant by making the sound carry better. Felt like I was in a submarine. Bad news, you are in a submarine, sir. Oh, I didn't mean to leave music playing. Kind of fit. It was like, I was vibing. I thought that I'd have to pay attention to which sounds were mine and which were others. All the lights were off, but the doors opened automatically. First, I thought I would head for the elevator hall. But the elevator wasn't moving. I was sure no one would be there. But that might have been exactly what someone was hoping I would think. I entered the elevator hall. There was really no place for anyone to hide. I checked along the walls, but there wasn't anyone there. All the elevators were stopped, and there was no sign of anything moving. Maybe I should ignore this area? The central control room was one idea. The monitors in the room were off, and the room was only dimly lit. The computers weren't moving. I peeked into the lockers and under the desks, but no one was there. Well, I figured no one would want to hide in a place that would be cramped and hard to get out of. I gave up looking any more thoroughly and left the room. Thought about where I should go next. Oh! Just then, I heard a sound. Someone was running along the corridor. The footsteps were headed towards the conference room from the Lemurian ruins. Oh no! I rushed back the way I'd come. Who is that? When I stopped, or when I shouted, the moving person flinched. The person I found at the corner was the kid. I don't know if he had given up because I ran after him, but he had stopped in the corridor.
いやー見つかっちゃったね。
Oh
僕が最初か
no!
な。
You caught me. Am I the first one? Yep.
参ったな。これで全員捕まったら次は僕が鬼？
That means that if you catch everyone, then I'm it next. I reckon
そ
so.
っか。早く誰か助けてくれないかな。
I wonder if someone will show up to help me.
ねえたけし、カンフンダしに行かないと僕蹴りに行っちゃうよ。
Takashi, if you don't go step on the can, then I'll go kick it. You sure know your kick the can rules. You attack! Suddenly, you came flying from the side and completely cold-cocked me with a jumping chop to the neck. My head went underwater, my mouth filled with salt water. You was pointing at me in the water and cackling crazily. Floundering about in the water, I stood up. Hey, you!
この勝負もらった
I won this battle! Stop messing
何度
around.
言われ
Wait!
て待てますかっての
Wait, for you to catch me? No thanks! I'll get you back for that, just you wait! I took off in a mad dash after you. You disappeared into the conference room. She tried to close the door before I got there, but I made it in first. Alright. You couldn't find the can and was wandering about. I ran by you. I caught sight of the can and slid into it. Put the can under my foot and declared, I found you! I stomped on the can! Soon after that, the kid came in. I found the kid! I stomped on the can! I continued my declaration. Did you really think you could outwit me?
ずるいクラナリ缶の場所変えたでしょ
Kuranari, you cheater! You changed the place of the can! Nobody said where we had to put the can, right? Besides, you smacked me! So I figure we're
はい
even.
はい
Alright,
それにしても何を
alright,
私が
whatever.
一番最初に缶踏んだされちゃったわけ
So I'm the first person you caught? You got it.
作戦失敗か。
That plan sure was a failure. She was gonna try the, overwhelm him with numbers, but it just didn't work out for him. Oh, good. There was the grand ghostly escape. I wonder if Sugumi kicked the can. Despite what she said, Sugumi was probably playing on the sly. She should have said so then. Alright, counting to 100. Here I go. I'm gonna get all of you. I thought about where I should start looking. Let's go check out the tuna. The tuna stand. I arrived at the tuna sandwich shop. The area was dark, but it still smelled delicious. Dang, I'm hungry. Maybe I'll just stop for a bite. I reached up for some of the sandwiches packaged and lined up on the counter. I took off the wrapping and took a bite. Oh, that's hard. Oh, it's a display model. I'd taken a bite of a wax sample and it was tasteless. Takashi. You smooth-brained man. There's no way I was eating that. Oh well. I went around to the back of the shop and went inside. Thought I'd make myself a fried tuna sandwich. The light inside the shop was dim. But since I'd been appointed chairman of the breakfast committee that morning, I knew exactly where the food and cooking equipment were. I stooped over to open the fridge by my feet. There should still be loads of food in here. Huh? Something was there sticking out beside the fridge. A hand. It was a pair of white hands. I'd seen them before. Above them was a face I'd seen before. She was looking around nervously. Hey, what are you doing? I guess she hadn't noticed me. Looking up and seeing me, she stiffened. She seemed flustered, her mouth agape and eyes looking around desperately. There's Coco. Welcome to our restaurant! いらっしゃいませ! Bent over awkwardly, Sora shifted gears and suddenly shot me a smile.
お客様、ご注文は
Oh, another customer? What do you have?
何をお召し上がりになります
What
か
can I get you today? I'll take a fried tuna sandwich. But I'm pretty sure that's all you've got anyway.
そうでしたっけかしこまりまし
Is
た
that right? I'll get right on it.
ご一緒にドリンクはいかがですか
And would you like a drink with that? Sora, I'm amazed that you were obeying the rules of the game so strictly. Thought maybe you'd vanished somewhere or gone off where I couldn't find you.
それだとゲームにならないじゃありませんか
But that would ruin the
私ちゃ
game,
んと
wouldn't
ルー
it?
ルは守ります
I play by the rules. I know, but still. This is a pretty cute CG. You're going through the trouble of hiding. You should try to hide a little better. Sora had simply squatted down and covered her head.
そうですか
Ugh,
簡単には見つからないと思ったんですけど
didn't think I would be that easy to find.
まあ見つかってしまったものは仕方ありませんですね
Since you found me, there's not much I can do about it. I took some bread out of the fridge for a sandwich.
倉成さん缶踏んだをされるまではまだ勝負はついてませんよ
Kuranari-san, I'm not out until you step on the can. Yeah, I know.
のんびりパンを召し上がっている場合ではないと思いますが
Don't you think this is not the time to be eating bread? No, it's okay. With you here, it means that Coco is around here also, right?
ええはい
Don't worry, I'll hound her out after I finish this. Ow, wow. I pounded on the stainless steel kitchen counter. I know you're hiding in the back of the shop already. Well, that's where you want to be, that's fine. If you aren't there, then tell me.
いないよ
I'm not.
ココちゃん返事したら見つかってしまいますよ
Coco-chan, if you talk, he'll find you. You fell for the oldest trick in the book. Coco and Pee-Pee came out from under the counter together. I found Sora, Coco, and Pee-Pee. I stepped on the can. Thought I'd check some other rooms. To the ruins! I stood in front of the Lemurian ruins. The lights inside the attraction were off. Apparently, the inside was like a maze. I wonder if somebody's hiding in the maze. Thought about going in, but the inside was even darker than the room. Even if I did go in, coming back out would have been a royal pain. Getting out of there looked a lot more difficult than going in. Figured it was silly to take the risk and go look in there. I took a look around the perimeter and didn't see anyone. I strained to listen. I didn't hear anything. Whoa! Suddenly, I heard music from within the attraction. I thought it might be the attraction's song. Mixed in with the music was the sound of someone running away. Stop right there, you! I ran to block the exit, moving in the direction I thought the footsteps were heading. I knew it.
あれなんで私だって分かったの
How'd you know it was me? It's the same trick you used to scare me with the dolphin carousel before. I don't fall for the same trick twice.
あ、そっか
Ah, that's
もうやったん
right.
だった
Forgot I'd already done that. You're not gonna try and tackle me now that I've got you, are you?
そこまでバレてるの
Oh, you know I was gonna do that too?
だね
Dang. I can read you like a book. She was the kind of person that was mostly transparent once you knew what they were about.
分かったコウさん観念するよ
Alright, you got me. I give up. You held up her hands. I reckon she knew she couldn't squeeze by me. She'd given up on getting to the can. She walked behind me with her hands in the air. I found you. I stepped on the can. Just like that, I rounded up everyone, stepped on the can, and ended the game. Only Sugumi was left. What? I looked around outside the room and was surprised. Sugumi was sitting calmly in a chair, waiting. I found Sugumi!
は
Don't play dumb with
別に
me.
何もとぼけてなんかいないわ。
I have no idea what you're talking about. Ha! I know better than that. You're playing dumb. I know it.
いけず
Playing dumb, sister. You're the one who kicked the can, remember?
缶
Can?
あなた、何を言ってるの
What are you talking about? Sugumi stood up. I jumped. If Sugumi kicked the can first, I thought I'd lose. I frantically ran to where the can was. I found Sugumi! I stepped on the can! What?
もう、何やってるのよ、
What
た
are
け
you
し。
doing, Takashi? What? My foot was searching for the can, but found only space. The can is gone! I squinted, scouring the area around me. The can shined in the emergency lights, dimly visible in a corner of the room. Hey, once you've been caught, it's against the rules to kick the can. I shouted that into the darkness, but everyone had already run away. There was nothing I could do. That was it again. I had to go search. The kid, you, Coco, Pee-Pee, Sora. I knew they couldn't have gone far and thought I'd find them quickly. Sugumi stayed around in the conference room. Didn't look like she felt going anywhere. Just to be safe, I got everyone and stepped on the can again. The next time, nobody kicked the can. This time, the kid is it.
わかった。100数えればいいんだね。
Alright, so I count to 100, right? The kid took the can and sat in the chair with his face down.
じゃあ始めるよ。
Alright, here I go.
1、2、3。
He left the conference room, running around the floor. Coco, Pee-Pee, and Sora vanished down the corridor amidst the sound of splashing. You approached me.
クラナリタッグ組もうか
Kurenai, what do you say we work together? Ganging up is against the rules. I think I'll pass.
お堅いのね
Don't be so stubborn. You is in it to win it, Bibby. Why'd you
たま
approach
たま行
me?
く方向が一緒なだけだよ
We just happen to be going in the same direction, that's all. I see.
ここなら見つからないかな
I wonder if here would be safe. Bathroom could be against the rules. It's not a good idea.
あっと
Oh,
こっちは行き止まりか
and this way's a dead end, huh? Let's go back. I wonder if we still have time. I strained my ears to listen. I could faintly hear the kid counting. Looks like we still got some time.
やっぱり非常通路もありにした方が面白
I
かっ
think
た
it
か
would have been
な。
more fun if we made the emergency corridors part of the game. That would make searching a
で
hassle.
もさ、会議室に行く道が限られてるからちょっとつまんないのよね。
There are only a few routes to the conference room, so it's kind of boring. Well, that's because you run around so loudly that anyone can hear you coming a kilometer away.
あ、言ってくれるわね。
Oh, thanks a lot.
ちょっと待
But
って。
wait, be
静
quiet.
かにして。
You could still hear counting. Let's find somewhere to hide.
そうね。
Yeah. We ended up at the Lemurian
遺跡
ruins.
の中に入ろうか。
You want to go in the ruins? The maze? Getting out will probably be a pain,
そう
but
言わずにさ。
don't
ほら。
say that. You pushed me towards the entrance of the ruins. I peered into the attraction. But the inside was dark, as if it had been painted pitch black. I couldn't see a thing.
あれちょっと暗す
It
ぎ
might
る
be
な。
too dark.
照明が落ちてる。非常灯も。
The lights and the emergency lights are both off. I strained, looking into the darkness. It looked as if the darkness went on forever. Heading in there like this would be reckless. Huh? Something moved in the darkness. A person appeared from the ruins. You were in there, Sugumi?
ええ、一回りしてきたわ。
Yeah, I took a look around.
真っ暗だから入らない方がいいと思う。
It's completely dark. You'd best not go in. Completely dark, huh? Sugumi left us. Looking tired, Sugumi kicked the water under her feet lightly. And I heard the sound of something click in her hand. It was a sound I'd heard before. Sugumi, did you take the flashlight?
じゃないと無理でしょ。あの中歩くの。
It'd be impossible to walk inside without it. Coco came running and splashing up with Sora in tow.
みんなここにいたんだ。
So this is where everybody was?
おっす。
It's Coco and Sora. Welcome. We're supposed to be hiding. Clumping up like this isn't too bright, is it?
それもそうだ
You're
よね。
right.
でもそろそろ
Won't we
100
finish
数え
counting
終
to
わっちゃ
100
うよ。
soon?
そうですね。
You're right. And Sugumi's playing too, right?
参加なんかしてない。
I'm not playing.
たまたまここに来ただけ。
I just happened to be around here.
たけしが変なこと言って私を疑うのが嫌なだ
Stop
け。
talking about me that way. I hate being doubted. Alright, alright.
みんなで集まってどうしたの？
What are you all
作
doing
戦の
here?
相談？
You planning a strategy? No, not exactly. Well, I guess we better scatter and
うん
hide.
そうだね。
What? What's the kid doing here?
え、何のこと？
What are you talking about? Kid, you're... Did you forget that you're it?
ん
？What the fuck?
ねえ、
Hey,
今の誰の声？
whose voice is that? What the fuck? The lights turned on. Who turned the lights on?
私です。
I did. We were able to see the area around us. You, Sora, Coco, Sugumi, the kid, me. Everyone was accounted
皆さん。
for.
ちゃんとこの場にいらっしゃいますね。
Everyone appears to be present. Sora extended her hand out
前
into
回
the
の
air.
生体反応正常。異常は感知できません。
The life readings of the complex do not appear to be
会議
abnormal.
室周辺にも移動体はありません。
There is nothing moving around the conference room. I don't get it.
一体誰が数を数えてたの？
Who could have been counting? It wasn't you?
違うよ。
No? I thought it sounded like you. So then who?
知らないよ。
I don't know.
ね
Hey,
え今の
that was...
蹴ったの
The can being kicked.
誰？
Ooh.
幽霊でしょうか。
Could it be a ghost? Sora said it with a straight
幽霊さ
face.
んなら会ってみたいですね。
If it is a ghost, I would like to make its acquaintance. The sound of someone moving through the water reached us from outside the room. And then, the empty can came rolling to a stop in front of us. The can stopped in a shallow area with a hollow metallic sound.
ピピどこ行ってたの？
Pee-Pee, where have you been? Pee-Pee took the can in his mouth again and ran circles around us. That was the end of Kick the Can. In the end, it remained a mystery who was counting. We passed the rest of the night uneventfully. It was a peaceful time, and I decided to enjoy a satisfying rest. I awoke from my slumber. A stale, cold feeling. I remembered slouching in the chair and slumping forward on the table. Even then, the sleep that I'd gotten was far better than the day before. Hey, morning.
ああ、おはようクラナリ。
It appeared that you had gotten up just before me. What time is
5
it?
時50分ってとこかな。
Almost 5:50, I think. You sure are an early riser.
何言ってんの？ぐうたらしてるのはあんただけ。
What are you talking about? You're just lazy. Saying that, you let out a big yawn.
ずっと張り詰めてたらくたびれるし、眠れるうちに眠っておいた方が正
Being all
解かも。
tense for so long just gets you tired. It's probably better to sleep when you
こんな
can.
状況だからこそ、ちゃんと睡眠はとっといた方がいいよ。
Being in a situation like this, we really need to keep well
い
rested.
ざという時になって頭が回転し
When
な
it
かっ
comes
たら
down
や
to
ばい
it,
しね。
if we can't think our way out of this situation, we're in trouble. Hey, I said that yesterday.
まあね。
I suppose you did. Dodging the subject, you laughed
起きる
slightly.
なら顔洗ってきたら？
Hey, since you're up, why don't you go wash your face? Yeah, I might as well. Aw, hey, you didn't write on my face again, did you? I instinctively rubbed my
大
cheeks.
丈夫。別に何も書いてはしないから。
Worry, I didn't write anything. I stood up slowly and checked my surroundings. Coco had arranged some chairs to create a makeshift bed. She was asleep on top of them. And at the base of her pillow, Pee-Pee's neck was cocked to the side. It looked like he was sleeping too. I got up, squeezed by the sleeping Coco, and opened the door.
いや、
Oh, morning, kid.
たけし、なんか不景気そうな顔してる。
Hey, don't look so depressed, Takashi. I'm still sleepy.
おととい、昨日といろいろあったからね。
Well,
疲れ
a
溜まっ
lot's
てる。
happened in the last couple of days. Are you worn out? I'm alright. I just need to freshen up, that's all. See ya. I headed to the nearest bathroom. The water covering the floor seeped into my shoes, which had only just finished drying. I got wet all over again. My socks got heavy and clung to my feet. My pace slowed. Ugh, what a freaking pain. Scooping up water from around my feet, I splashed it on my face. Oh, that's cold. Yeah, they're gonna get trench foot in all these wet socks. I was shivering, but at the same time, my whole body felt awake. So that was why people washed their faces in the morning. Oh, my man's made it to 20 without washing his face. Jesus. When I went back to the conference room, the conversation quickly turned to what we were going to eat. Sugumi and Sora aren't here. You sure it's okay?
そうだね。でも、
That's
きっと
true.
そのうち現れ
They'll
るよ。
probably show up eventually. Yeah, knowing those two, you're probably right. I decided to wake up Coco. Hey, get up. It's morning. I shook her shoulder gently. Oh, let the baby sleep. Rubbing her eyes, Coco got up slowly.
お兄ちゃん、おはよ
Good morning, お兄ちゃん. Huh? Oh, I see. You have a brother, Coco? But I'm not your brother.
う。違うよ。お兄ちゃん。
No.
それより、早くし
Oni-chan,
ないと学校
we
に
need to get
遅
ready
刻す
or
る
we'll be
よ。
late for school. Coco was still half in dreamland. Late for school? What are you talking
そう
about?
いう設定なんだよ。
Well, that's just the setting it is. Listen. Stop messing around or we're gonna eat.
オッケー、タケピョン。
Okay, Takepyon. We all made our way to the kiosk. Everyone okay with hot
ホッ
dogs?
トドッグ？ここにホットドッグ
We
なん
have
かあっ
hot
たん
dogs
だ。
here? Well, I found a few in the back of the fridge. Must have been on the stuff menu. I was relegated to cook duty again.
ねえ、ブラナリー、まだ？
Are
ど
they
うしてお
done yet?
腹が空くのか
I
な？
have to be so
お
hungry.
腹と背中がくっつくぞ。
My stomach is gonna cave
くっ
in.
ついたら
gonna
二次
become
元人になっ
2D.
ちゃうぞ。ひらひらのぺったんこだ
Float
ぞ。
away on the wind. Would you shut up already?
あ
I was inside the kiosk that had been made to look like a submarine. Yeah, I appreciate the little U-boot. Sticking with the German. They sold sub sandwiches there, so I guess the exterior of the place was a sorry play on that. Why am I thinking about stupid things like that? In a little while, the place started to smell great. I carefully placed a sausage in the toasted, lightly buttered hot dog buns. Alright, whoever wants to eat, get in line.
じゃあここ一番。
I'm first! Oh, well, here you go.
Thank you.
Help yourself to ketchup and mustard.
あ、僕にも一つください。
I'd like one too.
ちょっと。
Hey, wait in
待ちなさい
line.
よ。
The
次が
next person
私。
is me. That was probably the way things usually were at the shop. There still wasn't any schedule as to when we might get out of Lemu. But in the meantime, we'd stopped thinking about the difficult and negative
なんか
things.
知らないけど楽しそうだね。
Not sure why, but you look like you're having fun. Who? Me? You think so? Fun. I guess, maybe. I wiped the sweat caused by the heat of cooking from my face.
なんか暮らし生き生き
Yeah,
って感
you
じ。
look like you might even be enjoying your life here. I wonder how that'd feel. I guess it'd be kind of fun owning a stand like this.
やったい。へ
Owning
え。
a stand? The kid stifled a
タ
laugh.
ケピョン、本物の屋台のお兄
Takepyon,
ちゃんみ
you
たい。
do look like you work here. Hot dog, get your hot dogs. They're on the house.
ひょっとすると前世がホットドッグ屋さんだったかもね。
You don't think that maybe you could have sold hot dogs in a past life? Aw, shucks, dear customer. You're just saying that.
違うってここ。
No,
ミスター
Coco.
ホットド
I
ッグ
don't
とい
think
う
he
よ
was
り
a hot
は
dog man. I think he was
サンドイッチマン。
Sandwich Man. Aw, come on, you. I suppose we were just happy to be eating hot food. We could worry about the details after our stomachs were full. For the time, we were enjoying eating that simple meal. After spending some time laughing,
あ、
the kid suddenly looked at the ceiling.
あれ？
What's that? He blinked. His eyes were focused on the ceiling as if he'd seen something. What's wrong? My curiosity piqued and I asked him. And following his gaze, I looked up at the ceiling, but I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary.
なんだろ
I
う。
wonder.
なんだかわからないけど見たんだ。
I don't know what it was, but I swear I saw something. Saw something? Like
う
what?
ん、そうじゃない。
Hmm.
見たっていうか
I didn't really see it.
嫌な予感がする。2階どこだろ
I just have a bad feeling about the second floor somewhere. What the heck are you talking
う。
about?
ねえ、もう一度フロアを調べた方が。
I think we should check that floor one more time. His eyes looked upward again and he started mumbling incoherently. Concerned, I shook his shoulder. And then he snapped out of it. Don't worry about it. If something's up, Sora would warn us about it, right?
うん。確かに
Yeah.
そうだよね。
You're right, but
だけど。
still. Looks like I'm not the only one who's tired. Then, Sugumi appeared out of nowhere.
何かあったの？
What just happened? Ah, everyone was eating hot dogs. Hey, I got one for you too. Sugumi took it without saying anything. I could hear the sound of her taking the hot dog out of its wrapper, and I watched her motions carefully. I swallowed, watching her. Sugumi placed the wrapper on the counter. Slowly, with the ketchup in her right hand and the mustard in her left, she squeezed the tubes. Her contents gushed out. Hey, Sugumi!
Nani?
The hot dog was entirely covered in red and yellow. You eat that much mustard and it'll kill ya!
So?
Really? Sugumi bit into the hot dog. Hey, is it spicy? I bet it's spicy.
そんなことない。
Not really. You're probably thinking to yourself, dang, I put on way too much, right?
別に気にしない。
I don't really care. After that, she continued eating in silence. But I thought I'd seen a glimmer, of eyes slightly starting to tear up. Hey, don't strain yourself.
無理じゃない。
I'm not. I'm finished.
もう食べたから。
Oh. You want another one? I can make you one.
いらない。
No thanks. You always just wolf your food down. I don't know. There isn't much satisfaction in cooking for you. Besides, with all that ketchup and mustard on it, you probably couldn't even taste it.
味なんてどうでもいい。
It doesn't matter how it tastes. Of course it matters. I'm doing my best to show you how real cooking tastes. Real cooking. A hot dog. Just you wait. Cook you up a meal that'll wake up your taste
もう
buds.
十分食べたからいい。
I've had enough to eat, okay?
お腹いっぱいだから。
I'm full. Well, if you say so. More explosions! Suddenly, a low metallic sound reverberated throughout the complex. It was a dull, muffled sound. What was that?
少し揺れたわね。
This whole place just shook a little. Sugumi's eyes darted around as if searching for something. Moments later, the kid and Coco, who'd both been resting in another room, appeared. Hey, kid, what was that?
さあ、わからない。
I don't know. Hey, this doesn't have anything to do with that bad feeling you had earlier, does it? The kid shook his
わ
head.
からない。
I don't know.
空に聞ければいいんだけ
Maybe
ど。
we should ask Sora.
呼びましたか？
Did you call for me? From out of nowhere, Sora appeared in midair and floated down in front of us. Hey, Sora, where were you?
申し訳ありません。寝坊してしまいました。
I'm terribly sorry. I overslept. Sora looked embarrassed. Overslept? But you're... We'll save that for later.
ねえ、今何があったの？嫌な音がしたけど。
Did something happen just now? There was an awful noise.
フロアを支えるシャフトの一部に歪みが
One of
発
the
生しま
shafts
した。
that supports this floor has started to warp.
昨日は兆候が見られなかったと思うけど。
You didn't see any sign of it
は
yesterday.
い。事前の計算にはありません。海流の乱れに影響された模様です。
Yes, well, it wasn't in my calculations. It appears as if the ocean currents may have caused it. How dangerous are we
誤差
talking
の範囲
here?
内だと思いますが。いえ、待ってください。
Well, it should be within the margin of error, but... No. Wait a second.
ツバイトシュトックの倉庫、圧力制御用の配管に異常があります。
There's an anomaly in one of the pressure regulating pipes at Svitostock's warehouse. What are pressure regulating
レミューを覆
pipes?
っている多重隔壁、その内部の圧力調整を行っているパイプです。
These pipelines are responsible for adjusting the pressure inside the multi-layered bulkheads comprising Lemu.
万一これが破損していた場合、私の力ではこれを修復することができません。
If any of them should rupture for whatever reason, I am incapable of repairing them.
異常は軽微ですから緊急は要しませんが、倉庫の状況を確認いただいた方がいいと思います。
The
お願いで
anomaly
き
is
ます
only
か？
slight, so you shouldn't have to hurry, but I think it is best if someone goes to check on it. Would you please go there for me? Sure, leave it to me. I volunteered right away.
私も行くわ。
Sugumi, I'll go too. Unexpectedly, Sugumi also agreed to go.
修
Sugumi,
理
you
するな
sure?
ら工具類が必要なんじゃないの
If we're going
私
to
なら
fix
いろいろ
something,
扱い方を知って
we'll
る
need tools, right? I know my way around a workshop. Alright, let's go.
ココも手伝うよ
I'll help too! Okay, you can come too, Coco. Hey, does anyone know where you went? I looked around but didn't see you
さっきの
anywhere.
揺れがあった時に制御室に確認に行ったよ。
She went to the control room when things were shaking
私と入れ
earlier.
違いになってしまいましたね。
We must have just missed
ちょっ
each
と行って
other.
たけしたちが上に行くことを知らせてくるよ。
I'll go and tell her that you're going up above. Alright, kid. I'll leave it to you. Keep an eye on things from the control room, will you? Just to make sure we don't miss anything.
何か分かったらレミを通じて私を呼んでください。
If anything comes up, use Lemmy to
わかっ
contact me.
た。それじゃあ。
Alright, see you later. Bounding across the water's surface, the kid shot down the corridor. We climbed the emergency stairs quickly. We were told it wasn't urgent, but we still couldn't afford to be careless. Sugumi quietly shouldered the heavy toolbox, climbing higher and higher. Coco and Pee-Pee followed right behind. By the way, Sora, I asked Sora, who's gliding alongside me, something that had been on my mind.
はい、倉成さん。何でしょう。
What is it? You mentioned you'd overslept earlier?
ごめんなさい。
Yes, I'm sorry. Sora's face went a deep shade of
実は
red.
今朝、私のデータが入っているサーバーの定期メンテナンスが自動で行われたのですが。
Actually, there was some routine maintenance on one of the servers where my data is stored. It initiated automatically this morning. Oh, Windows updates. Will you
その
ever
復帰処理
stop?
に手間取ってしまったようです。事前のチェックが甘かったですね。申し訳ありません。
It appears that it took some time for the return processing. I was a little too optimistic on the preliminary check. I'm terribly sorry. Huh, so that's what it was. I laughed for some reason.
何か
Did I
お
say
かしかっ
something
たですか
amusing?
私。
Sora was confused. No, I thought it was funny that even you could oversleep, Sora.
はあ、面白い
That's
ですか。
funny? How should I put it? It's cute.
かわいいですか？
Cute? Yeah.
寝坊がかわいい？
Sleeping in is cute?
理解不能です。
That does not compute. Sora's eyes went round. Maybe it was because that particular use of the word wasn't in her
私は
database.
皆さんにご迷惑をおかけしたのに。
I've caused all of you such trouble. Hey, nobody's angry. Don't let it bother you. Everybody knows you're working hard.
はい、
Yes,
ありがとうございます。
thank you. Although Sora looked somewhat puzzled, her cheeks seemed to glow with joy. And for some reason, I found that amusing
そ
too.
うですか。かわいいです
Really?
か？
Is it cute? Thought it was a charmingly innocent reaction. I suppose it was the kind of thing you'd call cute. We finally arrived at Zwiderstock. Looking around the floor, everything seemed normal, but we could hear a hissing sound coming from somewhere. We walked towards the sound. Yesterday, everything was fine here. Why do you think something could go wrong all of a
そう
sudden?
ですね。何もかも予測通りとはいかないものですが。
Well, everything doesn't always go according to plan.
みんなが飛び跳ねたからかな
Is it because everyone was bouncing around so much? Coco said that casually. Huh?
ほらみんなで騒がしくしてたから
You guys were
だ
making
から
such
レ
a
ミューが
fuss.
傾いちゃ
You
ったのか
probably
な
threw Lemu off its axis. I don't think so.
そうかもね
Maybe it is. Sugumi laughed softly.
修理すれば大丈夫だから
But if we make some repairs, everything should be fine.
そうだよねねつぐみ
I guess so. Right, Sugumi?
ええ心配いらないわ
Yeah.
こ
Don't worry about it, Coco.
よかった
I'm so relieved.
ピキピプップクプ
Hell yeah. Pee-Pee agrees. We stood in front of the room where the hissing sound was coming from. So it is coming from inside the
ちょっ
warehouse.
と倉庫内の状態をスキャンしてきますね。
I'll run a scan to determine the situation inside. Saying that, Sora disappeared. The steam in there isn't going to explode if we open the door, right? After I asked that, Sugimi eyed the door uncertainly.
そうね。平気なんじゃない？
It's probably fine. How would you know, do you?
適当に言ってみただけよ。
I'm just saying what you want to hear. Sora appeared in front of the
確
door.
認しました。
I finished the
気
diagnostic.
圧正常。有毒ガスの発生なし。
Atmospheric
室内
pressure
気
is
温、湿度
normal.
はともに
No
わずかず
traces
つ
of
ですが上
toxic
昇
gas
中。
detected. However, the temperature and humidity of the room are rising in slight
パイプの
increments.
一部が破損して少し水が漏れています。水深は深いところで10センチ程度です。
An area of the pipe has ruptured, and there is a slight water leak. The water is about 10 centimeters at its deepest point.
それなら大したことないわね。
That's hardly anything at all.
まあそうですね。
No, I suppose not. Let's go in. If we fix it, there won't be a problem,
は
right?
い、お願いします。
Yes. Please hurry. I opened the door. I looked towards the wall that was making the hissing sound. There was a faint crack in the pressure regulating pipe, and water was dancing out of it in a fine mist. If that was all it was, it didn't seem like we had anything to worry about. It seemed like we'd be able to fix it in no time. Sugimi opened up the toolbox and started spreading a few tools out in front of her. What should I
パイプが
do?
少し歪んでしまっているわ。
The pipe is
金具を
bent
締
a
め
little
直すか
bit.
ら、パイプを持って支えてくれ
I'm
る？
going to clamp a metal sleeve on it. Would you support the pipe for me? Roger that.
ここは
What should I do?
向こうのこのパイプがつながっているバルブがあるの。
On the other side of this,
あれを
there
少
should
し
be a
だけ緩
valve
めてほしい
attached to
の。
this pipe. Do you see it? I want you to loosen that a bit.
了解
We all started working in unison. We opened and closed a number of valves, connected and repaired pipes, and welded shut cracks. You seem really used to all this.
何が？
What do you mean? Welding. Where'd you learn
知り
that?
たいの？
You want to know? Well, it's just that,
どうでもいいことを聞くの。
you
悪
know,
い癖よね。
asking meaningless questions is a bad habit of yours. After that, I didn't feel I could ask anything else. Sora watched us for a while from the side. After a while, an intercom in the corner of the room sounded. Huh? Did someone call?
すみません皆さん。田中さんが私を呼んでます。
Excuse me,
向こうに行か
everyone.
なくてはな
But
らないのですが。
Tanaka-san is calling me. I must be going. Alright, go for it. We should be able to handle the rest ourselves.
はい。では、あとはお願いしますね。
Okay, I'll leave the rest to you. Sora approached the intercom and disappeared, as if it had sucked her in. I knew she could travel instantly, but it was still an odd
たけ
sight.
し、ぼーっとしてないで。次のパイプをお願い。
Don't just stand there. On to the next pipe. Huh? Oh, okay.
まず、そこの青いバルブを。
First, take that blue valve, and the water underfoot hadn't gone down at all. Although the drain pipe was moving, the drainage pipe was broken.
そしたら、次に赤いバルブをひねって。
Now, twist the red valve. We'd fixed a number of pipes, but the sound of escaping steam still hadn't
それじゃ
stopped.
ここ、少しそこで待ってて。
Alright, Coco, wait just a bit.
準備 OK だよ
I'm ready.
たけし、今言った順番でバルブをお願い。
Takashi, turn the valves in the order I told you.
ちょっとたけし、
Takashi, are you
Peter.
listening? Huh, yeah. I'm sorry. Blue, then red,
そ
right?
うよ。緩めて、
Yeah.
それから閉めるの。
Loosen them, then shut them again. I set to work on the blue valve in front of me. I was supposed to loosen it. Which way was I supposed to turn it again? Sir. Righty, tighty, lefty, loosey. I turned the blue valve with all my strength. The sound of rushing steam grew softer. Next, close the red valve. Next valve is nearby. This one went clockwise, right. I turned the red valve. Strength of the steam blowing from the pipe weakened. Alright, that does it.
ここ、
Okay,
あとちょっとだけ支えてて。
Coco, hold on a little longer. Holding up her left hand to shield her face, Sugimi operated the welding torch with her right hand. The crack in the pipe closed visibly.
たけし、ここをつけたらすぐにそっちのバルブを元に戻して。
Takashi, after I finished attaching this, return the valve to its original position right away. Okay, gotcha. Sugimi finished welding.
バルブを
The valve,
Ayaku.
hurry! Alright, jeez! I quickly turned the valve back in the other direction. I could feel the steam flowing through the
Coco.
valve.
そのパイプはもういいわ。
Coco,
Sige,
this
oh,
pipe's
right.
done. Go on to the next one.
どこ？
Okay, where is it?
そうね。
Hmm.
ちょっと待って。
Hold on, just a second. The water underfoot still hadn't gone down at all and was swirling like a whirlpool. The air conditioner on the wall was sucking in water and gurgling it out. It appeared it had shorted out. I could see blue-white sparks jumping around inside. I hope it doesn't shock me. I was starting to get a little scared. The air conditioner made an awful sound. All of a sudden, muddy water started overflowing from the exhaust vent. The area around my legs was quickly getting
排
grimy.
水が逆流してる。
The
Kyotsukete.
drainage is starting to backflow. Be careful. My legs got caught up in the jet of muddy water and I lost my balance. I reached out to grab something. I caught onto a stack of crates and old containers lying nearby. Although the crates caught my weight, they shifted and began spilling over. Countless containers and rusty pipes started raining down. They passed me and headed on a direct course to hit the wall. And in their path was... Coco! Watch out!
避けて
Metal was raining down. The old pipe broke apart into thousands of pieces. Containers were splintering. They all struck the surface of the shallow water violently. The sound of hard, heavy objects falling echoed in the room. The whole room quivered. A few pipes along the wall had ruptured and were spewing out water. And where Coco had been sitting only a moment earlier, Sugumi lay, fallen over. Coco looked around at the spectacle and hugged Pee-Pee to herself tightly, her hands trembling. Just before the metallic objects had crashed down on Coco's back, Sugumi had thrust her out of the way. She protected her while risking her own life. Sugumi! A metal shard had dug deep into Sugumi's right thigh, and it didn't look like she could move. Steam was pouring out of the burst pipes surrounding us. And the drainage pump, not doing its job, continued belching out muddy water in large quantities.
しくじったわ。
Guess I messed up. Sugumi grimaced and clasped her thigh tightly. She was losing a lot of blood. The murky water was getting redder by the moment. Hey, you okay? Does this
これ
look
が大
okay
丈夫
to
に
you?
見えるの。まったく。
Always asking stupid
バカなこと
questions.
聞くのね。
Stop laughing! I'm gonna get that stuff off you. Wait! I hurried through the water to Sugumi and tried to lift the metal off of her. But no matter how hard I tried, the heavy chunk wouldn't budge. Damn it!
無駄みたいね。
Looks like it's no use. In the meantime, the water level had risen from ankle to knee height. Coco crawled over to get closer to
来
Sugumi.
ないで。
Get away from me! Stung by Sugumi's cold words, Coco stiffened and
逃
stopped.
げなさい。ここ。
Get out of here,
た
Coco.
けしも
You too, Takashi.
早く逃げた方がいい。
Get out while you can.
このままだと
At this rate,
こ
this
の部屋
room's
の隔壁
partitions
が持
won't
たない。
last.
みんな
You'll
死ぬこ
both
とにな
die
るわ
if you stay. So hurry.
逃げなさい。
Get out of here! Stupid idiot! You think I can just leave you?
しょうがないでしょ。
There's nothing you can do,
ここか
right?
ら動けないでしょ。
I'm stuck
こ
here.
の怪我じゃ
And with this injury, you can't help me anyway. Shut up! I roared out. I won't let you give up on me now, damn it! Hey, Coco, what are you standing there for? Get on the intercom and contact the others. With all her might, Coco moved her trembling legs to get closer to the intercom.
壊れてる。
It's no
ボ
use.
タンを押しても
It's
通知ないよ。
broken. I pushed the button, but nothing happened. So run up and tell the others to get over here.
わかったよ。
Okay, I'm going. Don't poke you under my desk. The door to the warehouse closed. Soon, water came up to the bottom of the door. The water continued to rise. From her waist down, Sugumi was almost completely underwater. The water level was almost over my
何
knees.
突っ立ってるのよ。
What are you trying to prove?
意味もなくそんなとこにいないでよ。
Doesn't mean
目障り
anything.
だから。
Just leave. I don't want you here. I wouldn't be here if there wasn't a reason. I can't just leave you
どうし
here.
て？
Why not? I haven't taken nothing but abuse from you, and you still haven't thanked me
Ah.
properly yet.
そう。
Oh, really? Well, that's reason
いい
enough, I
心がけ
suppose.
ね。
Sugumi laughed weakly. Her lips were trembling. The murky water was
ちょっと。
spreading. It's gotten
寒くなってきたから。
cold in here. All right, Sugumi. I need you to stay with me now. I chose my words as carefully as
正気よ。
possible.
私。
I'm perfectly sane. You'll be okay. The wound isn't that deep, so don't worry.
大丈夫なんて。
You'll be okay.
何を
What
根
makes
拠
you
に言
think
ってるの？
that?
どうかしてるわね。
You're the one that's crazy. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I wasn't paying attention, and you got hurt. The water level was rising up to Sugumi's head. A section of the partitioning had broken, and seawater was rushing in. The water was ice cold and seemed like it would freeze us. The water volume increased mercilessly. Her face contorted with pain. In agony, she labored for breath. There wasn't any time. Making up my mind, I dove into the water. I couldn't open my eyes. All I could do was search the bottom using my intuition. Damn it! Using all of my strength, I heaved up the large mass of metal sticking into Sugumi's leg. Aided slightly by the buoyancy of the water, the metal hunk moved slightly. Sugumi pulled her leg out at once. I lifted my face out of the water, gulping greedily for air. The flooding wouldn't stop. The water level was already above my shoulders. You are such a stubborn idiot. Shut up, just keep quiet. With her leg injured, there was no way Sugumi could swim. Holding onto her, I headed for the exit. But the door was already underwater. Look,
助かりっこないわ。
there's no way you can save me. I told you to keep quiet. There's gotta be another exit. I'll look for it. It'll be okay. We'll find a way out of this.
また大丈夫って。
There you go again,
無
saying
責任ね。
it'll be okay. You're so irresponsible. Would you keep quiet? I probably could have forced open the door if I tried, but it would have put the second floor in danger of flooding. I searched desperately for an emergency exit. My legs wouldn't touch the floor. I could hardly breathe. I was at my limit. There's a ladder. In the corner of the room, there's a ladder. We can use it to get to the emergency passage. We're gonna make it, Sugumi. I swam with all my might to get to the ladder. With Sugumi draped over my back, I climbed up the ladder. I opened the flood hatch at the end of the ladder and pushed Sugumi through. Going up the hatch immediately behind her, I quickly shut the hatch. The sound of the flood faded away, but there wasn't time to rest. Sugumi was still losing blood. I took her up on my back and began to run. Damn, which way should I go? A dead end in the passage had me totally lost.
倉成さん
Sora appeared suddenly in front of me. Sora, Sugumi is...
分
I
かっています
know.
ココちゃんから報告を
I
受け
heard
ました
everything from
救護
Koko-chan.
室に連れてきてください
Bring her to the infirmary
田中さんが
immediately.
処置準備を進めてくれてい
Tanaka-san
ま
is
す
currently preparing to treat her. Alright, I'm on my way. Which way do I go?
その通路を戻って右の階段を
Return
降り
back along
通
this
常通路
passage.
へ
Go down the stairs to the right and take the standard passage to... Okay. Sugumi! Sugumi! It's okay. It's gonna be okay. Sugumi groaned painfully from her place on my back. Even if she thought it was irresponsible of me, I couldn't bring myself to tell her. It's no use, it's too late. As long as I had even a little hope, I didn't want to throw it away. Here, we'll cliffhanger there for the ad break. We're back. We're back and we're hoping. I burst into the infirmary. I set the injured Sugumi down on the bed. Double Music Tuesdays. Okay. She'd lost so much blood. We had to take emergency measures immediately. Hey, what are we gonna do? Get out of the way! You, who'd been waiting in the room, pushed me aside. The tourniquet was taken from a rack of medical instruments on the wall and fastened around Sugumi's
ちょ
thigh.
っとまずいわね。
This is bad. What's the status? How bad is it? Well, I don't know. She stabbed herself in the leg and then bled out into some nasty seawater for a while, so it's not good. Can't we use that scanner to check it out? I pointed to the LMRI.
あれはダメ。故障してるみたいなの。
It seems to be broken.
私が見ます。
I'll have to look. Sora put her hand on Sugumi. A holographic window appeared in the air. A small sensor or camera started moving on the
あくま
ceiling.
で生体スキャンの応用ですから、は
Well,
っきりとは申し
this
上げ
is
られ
just a
ませんが。
bioscan, so I can't tell for certain,
大
but
腿骨に損傷、複雑骨折しているかもしれません。
her femur is fractured, and it looks like it might be a complex fracture.
それと動脈が切れています。
That
切
and
開
the
方法
artery
が
is
必要で
severed.
しょう。
She'll need sutures.
私、自分の指くらいなら縫ったことあるよ。
I've stitched up my finger before. It was with a survival kit, but
では田中さん、お願いできますか？
Hanaka-san, do you think you can assist me? Oh, yeah. Sewing up where you cut your finger real bad is definitely the equivalent to arterial repair.
なんとかやってみるよ。麻酔は？
I'll do my best. Do we have anesthetic?
用意します。他にもレーザーメス、鉗子、縫合紙、
I'll get it
必要
ready.
なものはすべてこの部屋にありますから。
The laser scalpel, forceps, and sutures. Everything we need is already in the room. Sora moved the electric wagon and used its robotic arm to gather the necessary surgical tools. You flipped up Sugumi's skirt and started wiping off the wound.
フラナリ、そん
Furanari!
なとこに立ってい
Don't
ないでよ。
stand there, you're in the way!
邪
You pointed angrily at the exit. Yeah, sorry. Take care of her, okay?
任せなさい。
Leave it to me. You looked determined to show us all what she was capable of. As soon as I left the tense atmosphere of the emergency room, my fatigue hit me. I set myself down on a nearby chair.
タケピョン、すぐみんは？
Takepyon, is Sugumin going to be... Coco was gripping Pee-Pee, but looked as if she was having a hard time relaxing. You let them know right away, so she should be fine.
本
Really? Coco's eyes were moist. It was hard to tell, but she'd probably been crying moments earlier. Even still, she tried to smile.
当？ねえねえ、すぐみんは？
You think Sugumin is...
すぐみんは大丈夫だよね。
Sugumin's gonna be okay, right? Still looking worried, she tilted her head as she asked me. Yeah, she'll be fine. Absolutely fine. I closed my hand into a fist and told myself, she's going to be okay. After what seemed like an eternity, you appeared from the infirmary with Sora. Surgery was over. Sugumi was going to live.
40針ほど縫いました。全治2ヶ月といったところです。
It required a total of 40 stitches and will take 2 months to heal completely.
元のように歩けるようになるには、さらに数ヶ月かかりますね。
And it will take her a few more months to be able to walk normally. All of this assuming that we don't get absolutely crushed in the next 48 hours, but okay.
小町さんには救助が来て、レミューから出られるようになるまで安静にしてもらうことになるでしょう。
Until a rescue team arrives at Lemu and we can get her out of here, she's going to have to rest. Alright. Thanks, Sora. And good job, you. You? What's wrong?
あ、さすがにちょっと疲れたわ
I'm
ね。
just really tired, you know.
こんな大手術なんてしたことなかったから。
I've never done an operation like that before. After that, you looked down and didn't say much.
なお、ツバイトシュトック倉庫の浸水は止まりました。
By the way, it looks like the flooding stopped in the Zwitterstock
倉
warehouse.
庫へつながる全配管を緊急閉鎖。ブロックごとツバイトから切り離しました。
All pipelines connecting to the warehouse have been closed as an emergency measure, and the whole area has been sealed off.
浸水被害拡大の
So we
心
don't
配は
have
あ
to
りませ
worry
ん。
about the flood damage expanding.
以上です。
That's it then. We were just killing time. Still couldn't think of any way to escape. Still, we didn't want to feel like we were completely wasting our time. So, we all decided to wander around Lemu one more time. As we made the rounds, I said things like, "Let's find something decent to eat. No more of those tuna sandwiches from the kiosk." And, "How many people can really ride on an eye that doesn't have much buoyancy?" I also made other ridiculous propositions. Everyone was getting a little sick of me, but they still laughed along. We all knew. As long as we were doing something, it kept our minds off things we couldn't change. Like how there was no way out or remembering where we were. We decided to meet at 8 p.m. for dinner. Everyone was left to wander around freely until then. Still an hour to go. As I walked around the second floor, still thinking about what to do, I found myself in front of the infirmary. Thought Sugumi would still be sleeping in bed. Maybe I should check on her. As I stood in front of the sliding door, it opened. I could smell the faint but harsh odor of disinfectant.
あれクラナリどうしたの？
Kudanari, what are you doing here? You greeted me with slight surprise as I entered the room. Nothing really. Just thought I'd get some coffee or something to wake me up. What about you two? What are you and the kid up to? Looked like she was in the middle of spreading out tools and parts next to the LMRI scanner. The kid was crouched down by the scanner as well, looking at what appeared to be pages of data. Sweet, sweet coffee.
ああ、やっ
Oh.
ぱりね。この機械直しておこうかなって思
Well,
って。
you know. Thought I'd try to fix this machine after all. Wow, and the kid's helping?
うんそうだよ
You got it.
こう見えても彼、頼りになるのよ。
He's much
図
more
面を
helpful
読
than he
むの早い
looks.
し。
He's really quick at reading blueprints. Sometimes that happens, where the kid will be strangely good at something. Wonder why that is.
さあなぜかは僕が聞きたいよ
That's what I'd like to know. You have no idea?
全然
Nope. Not a clue.
何か理由があるのかもしれないけど
Might be some reason, but... The kid hung his head, thinking,
まあまあ、思い詰
Hey,
めなさ
hey,
いな
don't
って。
worry about it.
今は考えてってさ。
No use
しょうがない
wondering
よ。
about it now.
そういうのはいずれ記憶が戻れば自然にわかるん
It'll
だか
all
ら。
make sense anyway when your memory comes
少年
back.
そっちの電池取ってくれる？
Hey, kid, can you hand me that wrench?
あこれかな
Oh, this one?
サンキュー。
Thanks.
ど
Here we
っか
go.
一緒は。
You sat cross-legged on the floor and began to unscrew the cover of the scanner. Hey, I can see up your skirt when you sit like
なんだ
that.
よ、見るなよ。偽
Bro.
物じゃないんだぞ。
All right, I was just joking. I raised both hands and backed away. But you know, while the kid's head is clear, maybe we should tackle some of the trickier problems.
なんで？
Huh? Why? What if he hit his head or something? And he's only gonna be good at this stuff for a little bit. Maybe he just jostled some brain cells into action that don't usually get used.
まさか漫画じゃあるまいし。ね少年。
Please, this isn't like some manga, right, kid?
いや僕に聞かれても
Don't ask me.
そ
Oh,
っか。
that's right.
ところで漫画ってなんだっ
What,
け
what's a manga? Does he look like he knows what a JPEG is?
漫画も忘れたの？
What? You've even forgotten manga?
聞き覚えがかすかにある言葉だとは
I
思うんだけ
have a
ど
big sense I've heard the word
漫
before.
画の存在を忘れちゃうなんて。あんた
Well,
今
to
人
forget
生
about
の2
manga,
割くらいは
you
損して
know,
るわ。
you're missing out on about 20% of life right there. The kid and you continued their strange conversation. I started to feel like there was no real reason for me to be there at all. Well, hang in there. I turned my back to leave.
クラナリ
Hey, Kudanari. You stood up abruptly and came to stand in front of me.
ねえ、つぐみの様子を見に来たんじゃないの？
You came to check on Sugumi, right?
つぐみならあっちのベッドで寝てるよ。
She's sleeping in that bed over there.
まだ意識は戻らないし、当分体を動かせないし、安静にしてもらわなくちゃいけないけど。
She isn't conscious yet, and of course she can't move her body. She really just needs to rest. Yu was speaking lowly, her eyes downcast. For some reason, her expression hardened.
それからそんなに自信ないけど
It's not that I'm so sure of
私
myself,
なりに
but
ベストは
still,
尽くしたつもりだから
I've done my very best for her.
完全に保証はできないけど治ってほしいと思ってる
I can't guarantee that she will, but I want her to get better. So we'll just... I know you, and I'm really grateful for what you've done. I looked her straight in the eyes. If you hadn't done the surgery, Sugumi wouldn't have made
でも
it.
まだ本当に治るかどうかわからないよ
But we still don't know if she really will recover. You worry too much. What? Don't you trust yourself?
ないよ
She graduated high school like a year ago. I don't think she was prepared for surgery.
私
Yeah,
専門の医者じゃないんだから
I'm not a trained doctor or anything. I don't think that Sugumi will give up that easily. She'll pull through. I know it. She'll be just like she was before in no time and giving me a hard time as usual for sure.
そうだね
I guess so.
私もそんな気がしてきた
I'm starting to feel the same way. Hey, tracking, you okay? There you go. There you go. Hi. Okay. She gave me a small smile. Well then, guess I'm off to see that mean-spirited girl's face. So fix that scanner, okay?
任せなさい
Just leave it to me! You plopped down again, and she and the kid began grappling with the coverless scanner. I went towards the bed in the back. Sugumi was stretched out peacefully. It was probably due to the serious nature of the operation, but she was getting an IV. At least she wasn't hooked up to a respirator. Then again, that could have been because the infirmary didn't have a respirator. Well, no, it's because she broke her leg. She can breathe. She broke her leg. So, you know, painkillers and fluids make sense. Antibiotics, all kinds of stuff that are useful in an IV. You don't need a respirator if you can breathe. Man, this guy. Thankfully, she didn't look like she was in pain. She was sleeping so serenely. I could almost believe she would recover quickly. I remembered how she dragged me behind her as she ran through the aquarium. How tough she was. So much stamina. She lay under a white blanket. Her right foot was completely covered with a brace and bandages. I couldn't tell what kind of condition it was in. I realized something as I neared the bed. The smell of antiseptic that I had first recognized when I came into the room, it was still strong and harsh around the bed. I looked down at the floor as if the tiles were blurring, changing color. It's the color of her blood. It was the raw, brutal traces of the surgery. I gently squeezed Sugumi's hand, which was peeking out from under the blanket. I'm sorry. It was my fault this had happened to her. If she didn't make it, it wasn't the kind of thing made better by an apology. And even if she did recover, what would I say to her face? It would only be natural for her to hit me or yell at me. So sorry. All I could do was repeat it over and over to Sugumi, who couldn't even answer.
倉成さん
There was a voice behind me. Letting go of Sugumi's hand, I quickly whirled around. Hey, Sora! Sora had suddenly appeared
小
behind
町
me.
さんは当分目を覚まさないと思いますよ
It is unlikely that Komachi-san will wake up for a while.
まだ麻酔も効いているはずですし
Man, like,
今はそっとしておくのが一番です
you doing okay there, Tracker? I don't know what's got it confused. The anesthetic is still in effect. It's probably best to leave her alone right now. Yeah, suppose you're right.
ところで倉成さん、
So,
これからお時
倉成さん。
間ありますか？
are you free right now? Me?
よろしかったら
Yes.
少しお話し
If
したい
it's
なと
all
思い
right,
ました。
I would like to talk to you. Talk about what?
それはですね、
Well, you see,
内緒です。
a secret. She laughed a little. Sora wants to keep something secret. I'm a little shocked.
ここだとなんですから、
This room is...
外行きませんか？
Well, why don't we go outside? A little sus, but sure, let's go. Okay, where are you
イル
going?
カ、
To the dolphins.
カルセルデルフィーネに。
To the dolphin
私はそこが
carousel.
好きなんです。
I like that place. All right, let's go. We left the infirmary. You and the kid were looking at me with curious expressions on their faces. What's up with them looking like they were just bit on the butt by something? Sora answered me with an amused
倉成
laugh.
さんが独り言言ってると思われたんですね。
They thought that you were talking to yourself. Huh. Okay. No, wait, why? I was talking with you.
内緒の話をするって言ったでしょ？
Didn't I say that I wanted to talk to you about something secret? Huh? Oh, now I get it. Apparently, you and the kid couldn't see Sora. We reached the dolphin carousel. The circling dolphins stood still in the silence.
静かですね。
It's so quiet.
ここ連日の賑わいが
Sometimes,
まるで全部嘘だ
it
ったよう
seems
に
that
思
the
います。
everyday hubbub is all an empty lie. Sora spoke quietly.
すいません。不適切な発言でした。
I
不謹慎です
apologize.
ね。
That was inappropriate. It doesn't fit the moment. No, I don't mind. If I hadn't known about this place days before. Yeah, if I'd seen what it was like back in the day when it was full of people, I'd probably be thinking the same thing. Sora, how long have you been at Lemu?
私が実用レベルで稼働したのは2011年の4月です。
I started working at a functional level in April of 2011.
それ以来、
So,
ということになりま
since
す。
then. 6 years, huh?
ええ、そうで
Yes,
すね。
that is correct.
2223日。
2,223 days. Sora narrowed her eyes. She was nearly overcome by some feeling. Could it be nostalgia? She must have treasured her memories of that place. We gazed at the figures of the silent dolphins for a while. So, listen, Sora. I broke in, hoping it was the right moment.
はい、何でしょう。
What is it? You said you had to talk to me about a secret? Are you ready to tell me about it?
そうでしたね。
Ah, yes, that's right. She straightened and turned to face me. Then, suddenly, her face shone as she
倉
said,
成さん、鬼ごっこしませんか？
Kuranari-san, shall we play tag? Huh?
昨
What?
日の闇夜にとっても面白かったんです。
Kick the can was so much fun
私と
yesterday.
鬼ごっこしませんか？
So, won't you play tag with me? Tag? I couldn't quite grasp the connection.
さあ、倉成さん、
Come on,
私を
Kuranari-san. You have
捕
to
まえてみてください。
try and catch me. She casually floated up off the ground and moved off as if she were gliding. Hey, wait a minute, Sora.
ほら、こっちですよ。
Come on, this way. Where did you go? I immediately looked around for
こ
her.
こですってば。
Right here.
こっちです。
Over here.
どこ見てるんですか？
Where are you looking? What nonsense is happening right now? She would flicker into view here and there and then disappear again.
こっちこっち。
This way, this way.
どうしたんですか？
What's the matter?
私はここですよ。
I'm right here. Laughing, she would show herself in one place, then disappear. Oh, come on, what is this? You know as well as I do. There's no way I can catch you. No matter what I do, I can't grab hold of you.
え、そうなんですか？
Really?
そんな。
No,
そうで
surely
したか。
not.
私知りませんでした。
I see. I didn't realize that. She was playing dumb. Sora had split into 3 images. What the heck? What's happened to you, Sora?
あら、どうしちゃったんでしょう。
What could it be? And like, why are these all like off model? All 3 lean towards me at the
私
same
変です
time.
か？
Do you think I'm strange?
どうにかなってますか？
Is there something wrong with me? I'm the one that should be asking that question. Yeah, we got Gemini and Grok going here now. Like, what is happening here?
なんだか自分でもよくわから
I
な
don't
くなって
even
き
know
ました。
myself anymore
と
what's
って
going
もふわ
on.
ふわしてていい気持ちです。
I feel all happy and fluffy. She was floating around like someone who was slightly drunk. I started to worry. Sora, are you okay? Are you sure you're not sick or tired? Nothing bad's happened, has it? Maybe we should get Lemmy to check you out. Make sure there's not some serious error.
倉成さんたら
Kuranari-san! She pursed her mouth and took a huge sigh. Then, suddenly, she appeared right in front of me in a slightly troubled pose. She didn't move, and there was only one of her.
わかりました。
See, and it's the normal one, not weird off-model
意
one.
地悪するのは
I
こ
will
れくらいに
stop
してお
playing
きます。
around with you.
え
Playing
え、
around? Yeah,
今のはちょっとした冗談です。
that was a little joke. A little comedy moment. A little... Yeah, good times, you know?
そろそろ本題に入りますね。
Now, for the reason I brought you here. I shook my head, putting my fingers against my temples. Seeing that, Sora smiled at me. Without making any noise at all, the dolphins began quietly circling again. I leaned against the handy artificial rock with the mascot pasted to it. Sora was standing at attention once again and began speaking slowly.
昨日のお話の続きです。
This is a continuation of our
私という存在
conversation
が
yesterday.
世界に一つしかない理由。
The reason there is only one being like me in the world.
制作者のポリシーだとお話ししたと思います。
I think I told you that it was the policy of my creator
独立した一つの
in
統
order
合
to
された
give
人
me
格
a
であるため
unified
に
individual
私の能
personality.
力にはあ
There are
えて制限が
restrictions
設けてあ
on
る
my
のです。
faculties.
しかし理論上は複数の私が同時に存
However,
在できます。
theoretically, several of me can exist at the same
先ほど
time,
お見せした通りです。
just like I showed you before.
もう一回見ますか？
Shall I show you again? No thanks. I'm still recovering.
じゃあ、
All
もう
right.
しないことに
I
してお
won't
き
do
ま
it
す。
anymore. She stopped there. She seemed to be thinking about something, then took a deep breath and continued.
さっきのあれ、
Just
どれ
now,
が私かわかりましたか？
could you tell which one was me? Huh?
どれが私でしょう？
Which one was me? Well, which? So the several versions of you, they're all different?
いいえ、ありません。
No. Well then, they're all the same. They're all the same Sora.
正解。
Correct. Sora smiled.
そう。どれも私。
Yes, they're all me.
純粋なコピー。いえ、クローンと言った方がわ
Perfect
かりやすい
copies.
かもしれません
No.
ね。
Perhaps it's easier to understand if I use the word clones.
倉成さんは2010年に改正交付されたクローン法についてご存知ですか？
Kuranari-san, are you aware of the clone law that was officially amended in 2010? No. I mean, I forgot.
2010年に
In
そ
2010,
れまで禁止され
you've
て
been
いた
cloning, which has
人
been
間のク
illegal
ローン
up
女性
until
は
then, was
法律
allowed
で
by
認められ
law.
ました。
Oh boy.
現在では省庁の許可さえ得られれば 誰でもクローン受精による不妊治療が受けられるようになってい
Currently,
る
as long as anyone receives the approval of authorities, they can undergo clone fertilization as a way to treat
培
infertility.
養した体細胞から核を抜き取り、別のすでに核を抜き取ってある卵細胞の中に
The
それを
nucleus
移
is
植し
taken from an already cultivated somatic cell and inserted into an egg that has had its original nucleus removed. Then it's implanted into the mother's womb. Oh, that's right. I remember now. One of my friend's relatives went through it.
ご理解いただけましたか？
Do you understand? What this has to do with you? No. Clones develop separately. In other words, they're different entities. They're not the same person, they're more like twins.
でもその由来は単一です。
But their source is the same. She spoke almost casually.
話を戻しますね。
Let's go back to what we were talking about. Then she branched into her several selves again. She said she wouldn't do it anymore. Sure enough, I was dizzy.
この等しく分けられた私、
This me, evenly
す
divided.
べてが茜ヶ崎空なのです。
This is all Akanegasaki
そこ
Kusora.
には私がいま
That
すが、
me is over
同
there,
時に
and at the
ここ
same
にいる
time,
私はそ
this
こにはい
me
ない。
is not there.
ここに私がいて、けれど向こ
I
うの
am
私
here,
とは
but
違
the me
う
over
私。
there is a different me.
しかし私であることに変わりはない私。
But they are all
すべ
me,
て
the
私。
same me, all me. Oh. Yup, it's Zero Escape.
そうだとすれば、
Which means
私は単一であると
I
同
am
時
one,
に多数
yet
になる。
at the same time, I am many.
私はあらゆ
Sora
る場
is
所、
legion.
どこにでもいる存在になる。
I can be in any place, exist anywhere.
私は
I
偏
am
在している。
omnipresent. Oh god, the robot decided she's God.
ええ、そうです。
That's right.
同じ空間の中に、時
There
間の
can be
中に、
several of me existing in the same
複数の私が
space
存在でき
at
る
the
のです。
same time.
例えば、倉成さんの前と
For
ココちゃ
example,
んの前、
in front of you and in front of Coco-chan.
あそことここに2人の私が
There
いる。
and here. There are two of me.
けれどそれは決してダブルではなく
But they are definitely not W.
Y なのです。
But why? Why?
ある由来からいでて分かれた
Why?
Y。
Because we split from our source, branching off. Sora danced around in midair. Her other images multiplied and disappeared. It was impossible to even tell their size, amount, or distance.
そうですね。考えてみてください。
Please, think of it this
もし
way.
もあなたという人格を
What
そっ
if
くり
you
その
could be
まま
copied
コピーするこ
exactly,
とができると
just
し
the
たら
way you are? What was she saying?
例えば
For instance,
例えばあなたの脳に刻まれたすべての記憶、考え方、感じ
what
方、
if every recollection,
性
thought,
格、
feeling,
感情、
character trait, personality, and emotion that is etched in
そ
your
れらすべ
mind?
ての情報を
In other
正
words,
確に
your whole
忠実に摘
intelligence
出することができたと
could
し
be
て、
perfectly, exactly
それを
extracted.
何らかの記憶媒体に複製し、しかもその機能を再現できるとしたら、
And then duplicated in some kind of storage medium, even reproducing all your
その
abilities.
時、本当のあなたはどこにいるでしょうか。
Then, where is the real you?
肉体に残ったままの人格が本当のあなた？
The you who stays in your body. Is that the real
それ
you?
とも複製した人格
Or
が
is the
本当のあなた？
duplicate character, in fact, you?
正解はそのいずれにも本当のあなたがいるです。
The answer is, in any case, that the real you does exist in
も
both.
しそのようなことが可能になったら、
If such a thing was
あなたは
possible,
非
you would
変数
split in
分
a
裂
form
的
of
に分裂するでしょ
non-reductional
う。
division.
つまりリンゴを2つに割るような分裂の仕方ではなく、
In other words, it's not the same as splitting an apple
そ
into
のリン
two.
ゴと同じ質量、同じ形、同じ成分を持ったリンゴがもう一つ誕生するということです。
It is as if another apple with the exact same mass, shape, and composition comes into being.
その時、あなたは2つになるでしょう。
When that happens, you become two. Sura got rid of all but one extra body and stood in front of me. There were only 2 copies of Sora before me. There was no way to tell which was the original. Struggle. Yeah, let's struggle. Takashi's the type to be like, blah, 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 blah. I don't get it. You don't get it. I wanted to scratch my head. No, I actually did scratch my head. There's 2 of me? What are you saying? I was vaguely wondering. With Coco replacing Sarah, I was a little bit like, wait a minute. Is Sarah a clone of Kurenari and the kid a clone of Takashi? Are the kid and Takashi the same person? But then I kind of dropped that because I was like, but who would the secondary you be? So it's like, that seems to lead in a direction where everybody has a duplicate. Everyone's Ditto. I am so excited for Ditto Animal Crossing, though. Oh my god, speaking of Dittos. Who's the target audience for Ditto takes over the job of a dead person? Me. I'm that audience. Who am I? Is there another me? If you're out there, to answer me! I wanted to rage, to hit something. I had to grind my teeth together to keep myself still.
落ち着いて
Calm down, Kurenari-san.
ちゃんと聞いてください
Listen to me. She arched her eyebrow.
そうだとしたら
I'm
の
saying,
話なん
what
ですが
if?
細胞クローンでなく真の意味でのクローニングというものがあったなら
If there were such a thing as true cloning, not just cellular cloning,
オリジナルと全く区別されることのないコピーがこの世に存在したら
if there were a copy that could exist in the world with absolutely no difference from the original,
そういう過程の話なんです
I'm simply speaking hypothetically.
聞いてくださいお願いですから
Please, just listen to me. All right. I'll listen. I took the voice adapter out for a moment, rubbed my ear, and put it back in. Then I took a deep breath. All right, bring it on.
では続けます
Very well, I will continue.
そう
Yes,
あなたは2つになった
you become 2. The 2 Soras were speaking in unison.
歴史的にはその瞬間から2人のあなたは別々の個体として時間軸上を歩んでいくことになります
Historically, and from that moment forward, the 2 of you are traveling down the time axis as separate entities. Oh yeah, it's a zero escape game. Yep, never mind, the DNA is all here. The DNA is all here. Imagine that you and your perfect clone are traveling down the time axis as separate entities. I'm trying, but my brain hurts.
けれどその道のりを振り返ってみれば2つのあなたはある一点で結ばれていたことがわかるはずです
But if you turn around and look at the journey you've taken, you will see that the 2 of you were joined together at one
それ
point.
がつまり Y なのです
It is
ダ
split
ブルでは
like
な
a
く
Y,
Y
with 2 points emerging from one line, not a W with 2 separate points of origin.
あるポイントを起点として別々に分かれていく2つの自分をあなたは想像できないかもしれません
You may be unable to imagine 2 of yourselves splitting apart and going different ways at a particular base
しか
point.
しそれはすでに起こっていることなのです
But that is something that has already
あなたは
happened.
常に絶え間なく訪れては過ぎ
You are
去っていく
always,
瞬間の中で
constantly approaching a choice in each present moment that becomes the past the instant you visit it.
A の道を行くか B の道を行くか
Will you choose path A? Will you choose path
こ
B?
こにいるあなたが A の道を歩んできたとして
The
も
you that is standing here may have come down path A,
B の
but in
道を
another
歩ん
time
できたあなたが
axis,
存在す
there
るかも
may
し
be
れ
a
ません
you that is going down path B.
そして
Not
A の道
quantum
のあなたも
suicide.
B の道のあなたもあなたで
Always
あることに
quantum
変わりはない
suicide. If I had a nickel for every video game about quantum suicide, I would have way more than 2 nickels. I'd have at least 3. But both the you on path A and the you on path B are
ただ
still you,
A の道にいるあなたは
except that the
B の
you
道にい
on
るあな
path
たのこと
A
を知りません
doesn't know about the you on path B.
知る手段がないからです
because there is no way to know.
同様に B の道にいるあなたも A の道にいるあなたのことには
In the same
気
way,
づかないでしょう。
The you on path B probably isn't aware of the you on path A
なぜだ
either.
かわかりますか？
Do you know why that is? No.
あなたが三次元的な知覚能力しか持っていないからです。
It is because you only have the ability to perceive 3 dimensions. Right? Or have we turned the format of the visual novel into an exploration of its own plotline? Like, I gotta give it points for being at least the first meta-like visual novel.
倉成さん、私が立体に見えますか？
Do I look corporeal to you? Of course.
では、耳の変換器を片側だけ外して私の横に回り込んでみてください。
In that case, please take out just one of the earphones of your voice adapter and come around here to my side. Carefully removed an earphone and did as she said. Hey, Sora, you... Naturally, Sora had become invisible. Where did you
こ
go?
こです。
I am here. I can't see
私
you.
は動いていません。
I haven't
姿も
moved,
消していませ
and I
ん。
haven't made myself invisible.
元の位置に戻っていただけま
Will
す
you
か？
please return to where you were? Yeah. Hesitantly, I moved back towards where I'd been standing. Sora's body. It was like watching something flutter into an empty space. She slowly came into my line of vision. I went back to where I was. I put the voice adapter back in my ear. Sora was standing on both sides of my line of vision as if nothing had happened at all.
次は右目をつぶってみてください。
Now, please close your right eye. Like this? I closed my right eye. The Sora standing on the right side vanished. Only the Sora standing on the left side was still
次
there.
は右目を開けて
Next,
左目をつぶっ
open
て
your
くだ
right
さい。
eye and close your left. That time, the Sora on the left vanished and Sora on the right sprang into view.
さあ、両目を開けてください。
Now, open both your eyes. Just like before, two Soras stood at either edge of my
三次
vision.
元の立体を見るには
To see a three-dimensional
2つの目
figure,
から得た二次
you
元
take
情報に
two-dimensional information acquired from both of your eyes, and your brain analyzes and processes it accordingly to gain the correct depth.
では三次元の空間そのものを外から眺め認識するには
So, to see a three-dimensional space from the outside and be able to recognize it. I don't get it. I don't get it, but somehow I think I do get it. Sora held her hand up in the air. I could see a hologram. A board appeared in midair and neatly folded itself into a square. A point of light appered and started
仮に
moving.
二次元の世界に知的生命体がいるとしましょう。
Let's say there are intelligent beings in a
彼
two-dimensional
は
world.
三次元の立体を
Can
見
they
ること
see
がで
a
きますか？
three-dimensional object?
いいえ、彼には
No,
できませ
they
ん。
cannot. The square changed into a cube.
なぜなら二次元的な存在である彼は平面上で起こった出来事しか知覚することができないからです。
The reason is that since they only exist in two dimensions, they can only perceive those things which happen on a plane.
二次元存在の視野には直線しか映りませんから。
In a two-dimensional field of vision, only straight lines, one dimension, can be reflected. The dots of light appeared on all 6 faces of the cube, but each light only moved around the surface of its own square, never intersecting with the other lights.
さて、何らかの理由で彼が三次元的存在に変化したとしましょう。
Now then, let's say that, for some reason, they become three-dimensional.
すると
Then,
三次元的
in their
存在である
three-dimensional
彼
range
の
of
視野
vision,
には
only
平面
planes,
しか映らなく
two
なるはずで
dimensions
す。
can be reflected. The lights from the 6 surfaces gathered together to become one and moved to the center of the cube. In every direction, new holograms of cubes appeared. The cubes lined up surface to surface without even a crevice between them.
三次元における立体視は左目に映った平面と右目に映った平面を合成しているに過ぎません。
With three-dimensional sight, all that happens is that the plane reflected in the right eye and the plane reflected in the left eye are synthesized into one image.
精巧に緻密に描かれた富士山の描き割りと本物の富士山の映像を近づくことなしに見分けることはできないでしょう。
It would be impossible to achieve something close to the real image of Mount Fuji, for example, even with a finely drawn backdrop. A light floated in each of the cubes. The lights moved incessantly, vigorously colliding into the 6 faces of the cubes and moving. But each light never left its cube and never intersected with any of the other lights.
平面としての情報を同時に2方向から入手するこ
I
とに
think
よって
we are
立体を知覚していると錯覚しているだけ
we
な
are
のです。
rocketing towards 5D chess. She's not gonna stop at 4 dimensions. It's gonna be 5D. By combining 2-dimensional information coming in at the same time from 2 different sources, you are really just hallucinating that you are perceiving a solid
それは
form.
3次元的な視覚とは呼べません。
That's not true 3-dimensional vision.
3次元的な視覚とはサイコロの6面すべてを同時に見ることができる視覚のことを言うのです。
3-dimensional vision is when you can see all 6 sides of a cube
N
at the
次元
same
存在に
time.
は N-1 次元の視覚情報しか得られない。
In an n dimension, you can only obtain visual information in the dimension of n-1.
ですから Y の字の先端にいる存在はもう一方の先端にいる存在のことに気づけないのです。
This is why if you are on one tip of the Y shape, it means that you cannot be aware of what is happening on the other
もし
tip.
も彼が3次元的視野を獲得したとき、
Let's say that you did obtain a 3-dimensional range of vision.
つまり2次元平面から脱出し
If
て
you escape the plane
3
of
次元空間内か
2-dimensionality
らその
and
平面を
looked
見下
down
ろしたとき
from a
に
3-dimensional space at the 2-dimensional
その
plane,
時初めて自分が Y の字の一部であったことに気づ
you would
き、
realize for the first time that you were at a particular point on the Y.
さらに枝分かれしたもう一人の自分がいることにも気づけるのです。
Realize too that there is another you who took a different branch of the Y. The holographic cubes broke apart and then disappeared. Suddenly, my field of vision was filled with a dazzling white light. Sora looked distorted. She split into countless versions of herself. I couldn't see anything but Sora's. Couldn't stand to hold my eyes open. Which one was she? Was she all of them?
そうしてこれは3次元空間においても同じことです。
You see, it's the same for a 3-dimensional
あな
space.
たが4次元的視野を獲得したとき、
When you acquire 4-dimensional
つま
vision,
り倉成さんが3次元空間から脱出して
in other words,
4次元空間内から
if
そ
you
の空
escape
間を
this
見下ろした
3-dimensional
とき、
space and look down at it from the 4th-dimensional
その時
space,
初めて自分がサイの字の一
you
部で
will
あった
realize
こと
for
に
the
気
first
づ
time that you were on one
さ
point
ら
in
に
the Y,
き、枝分かれした
realize
他の
there's
自
another
分がい
you
る
who
こと
took a
にも
different
気
branch
づ
of
け
the
るの
Y,
です。異なった歴史、
in a different
異なった
history,
世界、
in a different world,
異
in a
なった
different
空間の
place.
別の自分自身が
Another you
存在する
exists.
ということが
Do you
分かってもら
understand
えたでしょ
this?
うか。世界に自己は偏在しているのです。
You are
あ
omnipresent
な
in
た
the
と同様
world,
に
and
私という
in the
存在
same
も
way,
偏在しています。
so am I.
あなたも私と同じ
You and I.
単一から分かれた Y。
We are just branches of the
です
Y.
が
However,
偏在する自己は
these
一つ
divided
になれるの
selves
です。
can become one. Sora stopped dividing herself. The brightness faded and then was gone. The single Sora quietly fluttered down to stand before me. The dolphins behind us had stopped their revolutions at some point.
あなたの知らないあなたがあなた自身と不可分の存在になれるとしたら、
If the self you don't know were to become inseparably
あ
bound
なた
with
自身
you,
が他
you
のあ
could
らゆ
stand
る
in a
あな
place
た
where
を
you
把
could
握で
see
きる位
and
置に立って
understand all the
すべ
others
てを
that
見
were
通せた
you,
としたら、すべてのあなたの体験は
and then
あなた
all the
一人の体験
experiences of
に
your
等
other
しくなる。
selves would become like your own
あなたは
experiences.
本当の意味でたった一つの存在になる。
In the truest sense, you would become one. I let out a long sigh. Listen, can I ask you just one thing?
どうぞ。
Why are you telling me all of this?
いい質問ですね。
That's a good question. Sora turned in a full circle right where she was and smiled.
伝説ですよ。
It is a
こ
legend.
のレミューの由来のレムリア大陸に
It is
伝
a
わる伝
legend
説
passed
です
down through the Lemurian continent and is the origin
そう
behind
いうことに
Lemu.
しておいてください。
Let's just leave it at that. Let's just leave it at that. Yeah.
内緒ですよ。
Sure. Great. Well, you see, if you enter the 5th dimension and look back at where we are now with your 4D vision, you'll realize that it is a secret. Sora held up one finger in front of her mouth and smiled once again. Sweet jumpin' Jesus. Well, we're gonna save. I want to register here. Sure. Choose the boy. Sweet jumpin' Jesus. What are you saying? You know what? Since we've reached after 5, we've reached the most important thing, which means that we are well after 4. And if you know what happens at 4 o'clock on a Thursday, you are wise beyond your years. As wise as possible. That's right. Chikawa happens. Chikawa happens. So we'll just get in here. We'll watch our babies. And then we can be free to contemplate what the hell is going on. Ah.